Chapter 331. On the plains 10 miles away from Bretel City, 4 bandit groups were slowly making their way towards Bretel City. Unlike the small bandit groups that roamed between Bretel City and Seamist City, the Bloodfang bandits, with the smallest number of bandits, had more than 2,000 people. The Greenfire bandits, with the largest number, had more than 6,000 people. Their numbers were double that of Bretel City's city guards. These bandit groups were the same as the exterminated Redbeard bandits of Troda. They were calamities that frequently roamed the cities and towns of the 7 Grand Duchies. Wherever they went, the cities and towns of the 7 Grand Duchies that had been looted would be swept clean. Since the 7 Grand Duchies were constantly at war with each other and there were many mountains and hills between the 7 Grand Duchies that they could hide in, these bandits were like fish in water. They had become vermin that the 7 Grand Duchies abhorred. Unlike ordinary bandit groups, these bandits were well equipped. Some of them were originally military officers from the 7 Grand Duchies. They'd brought their subordinates to join the bandits because they were at odds with the nobles of their duchies or had committed some serious crime. These people were originally regular soldiers. Although they'd become bandits, their discipline and combat knowledge hadn't been neglected at all. After becoming bandits, the wealth they'd plundered was used to equip their soldiers and warhorses. Their equipment and combat strength weren't any weaker than the regular armies of the 7 Grand Duchies. The 4 bandit groups that had come to Bretel City this time were the Greenfire bandits, the Tomahawk bandits, the Wyvern bandits, and the Bloodfang bandits. The Tomahawk bandits and the Wyvern bandits had more than 4,000 people and 3,000 people respectively. They were bloodthirsty bandits that had been tempered for a long time. At this time, the leaders of the 4 bandit groups were walking in the middle of the group, still discussing matters regarding the attack on Bretel City. Is Bretel City really as rich as you say it is? I just went there half a year ago. There didn't seem to be anything valuable there apart from stones. The brothers that went with me didn't get anything. The leader of the Bloodfang bandits, Rains, said with some skepticism. This time, Rains had been invited by the other 3. He had originally planned to take action against a small town in Helen Duchy. If it wasn't for the fact that he understood that the other 3 were even more greedy, Rains definitely wouldn't have been willing to participate in Bretel City's plundering operation. Bretel City is different from before. It's said that the new city lord is extremely wealthy. He even robbed that bitch Helen of Helen Duchy's magic crystal cannon. There are even rumors that Helen was raped by the new city lord. Damn it, that Helen is a famous beauty in the 7 Grand Duchies, and she's also the Grand Duke of Helen Duchy. I didn't expect that the new city lord would actually steal her first prize. It's really inconceivable. The leader of the Tomahawk bandits, Bynum, was a boorish man who was over 2 meters tall. He carried a huge tomahawk that was 1.5 meters long on his back. His exposed skin and fur made him look like a half-orc. Lions, I've received accurate information. Bretel City is definitely different from before. Just the 6 magic crystal cannons alone are worth 600,000 gold coins. Adding the gold coins from the city lord and the merchants, Bretel City now has at least 1 million gold coins. The leader of the Greenfire bandits, Fass, explained to Rains. Fass had once been a high-ranking military officer in Forest Duchy, one of the 7 Grand Duchies. He'd made a name for himself in the battles between the 7 Grand Duchies, but he'd been dismissed because he'd wantonly slaughtered captives in battle. When he'd received the news, Fass had simply led his subordinates to do the robbing business. After switching from a high-ranking military officer to a bandit, Fass had become even more like a fish in water. He'd expanded the Greenfire bandits to over 6,000 members, no longer subject to anyone's restrictions. Among the 4 bandit groups, Fass Greenfire bandits not only had the most members, but also the strongest combat strength. After all, Fass had once been a regular soldier and had a set of methods for leading troops into battle. After hearing Fass' explanation, the other 3 bandits, including the sinister-looking leader of the Flying Dragon bandits, Afai, all revealed greedy gazes. 1,000,000 gold coins was a large sum in anyone's eyes. Not to mention these greedy bandits, even the dukes of the 7 grand duchies would come to plunder the city if they found out, right? Fas is indeed amazing. 1,000,000 gold coins. Just based on Brettel City's defensive measures, we've really struck it rich this time. Battleaxe's Bynum laughed maniacally, as if he could see a sky full of gold coins raining down on him. A five of the Flying Dragon bandits glanced at Bynum disdainfully, thinking, what an idiot. If Brettel City was so easy to attack, why didn't the equally cruel and greedy Fas swallow it all for himself? Why would he be so kind as to invite us to share the profits? Among the 4 great bandits, although Fas was cruel and greedy, and had a way of leading troops into battle, his personality wasn't too sinister, nor was he that scheming. On the other hand, the leader of the Flying Dragon bandits, Afai, was nicknamed the Poison Dragon. This poison referred to how vicious and poisonous his heart was, and how he was extremely adept at using despicable and sinister tricks. Afai's mind spun for a moment when he heard Fas mention the 1,000,000 gold coins. He secretly made up his mind. When they arrived at Brettel City, he definitely couldn't be the main force. At the very least, he had to observe the situation first, lest he accidentally throw away the capital he'd painstakingly accumulated. With the temptation and yearning for gold coins, the bandits of the 4 bandit bands wore clothes of different colors as they gradually made their way to Brettel City. The tall and magnificent city walls towered in front of them. The newly renovated city walls no longer had a single hole in them. From the outside, Brettel City seemed to have the faint shadow of a firm defensive line. Oh, Brettel City has really changed a lot. I remember the last time I came here, there were some holes in front of the city gates. The walls weren't this tall either. We easily broke through and didn't meet any decent resistance. It looks like Brettel City is indeed different. Lance couldn't help but exclaim in surprise as he raised his head to look at Brettel City. Fas, where are the magic crystal cannons you were talking about? The leader of the Battleaxe bandits, Bynum, firmly remembered that the magic crystal cannons were worth 600,000 gold coins. He didn't think too much about the terrifying might of the magic crystal cannons. He was only thinking about how to exchange the cannons for dazzling gold coins after obtaining them. Every time he imagined the scene of him drowning in gold coins, Bynum felt a sense of satisfaction. Fas didn't immediately answer Bynum's question from atop his tall warhorse. Instead, he ordered the Green Fire bandits behind him to line up and prepare for battle at a moment's notice. When the Green Fire bandits were all ready, Fas gazed at the distant city walls. He discovered that there really didn't seem to be any magic crystal cannons on the tall city walls. Fas furrowed his brows and thought for a moment before saying, the magic crystal cannons are definitely in Brettel City. You only need to remember this. Brettel City has a total of 4 city gates. Each of our 4 groups will attack 1 gate each. According to our previous agreement, we will attack Brettel City together after seeing my signal. Brettel City's city guard only has 3,000 people. Each gate can only be defended by 1,000 people at most. You've all heard of their combat strength. As long as you spread out your troops when attacking, the magic crystal cannons won't be able to cause much damage to you. In addition, the magic crystal cannons require magic crystal ores to fill them. There are still gaps between each shot. They may not have enough magic crystal ores, so you don't need to be afraid. As long as any of our 4 groups break through the city walls, Brettel City will be finished with our strength. There may be some casualties this time, but think about the 1,000,000 gold coins. Those dazzling gold coins are piled up in the city lord's mansion. If we want them, how can we not shed some blood? Bynum rubbed his hands together and said excitedly, I can't wait. All right, leave the main city gate to us. The 3 of you decide which gate to attack. I'll send out the signal in 2 hours and we'll attack together. Whoever breaks through the gate first will get 40% of the gold coins. Faz said in a low voice. This was a plan they'd discussed long ago. No one had any objections. Therefore, the three bandits discussed for a while and then left. Poison Dragon, a Phi of the Flying Dragon Bandits, instructed his subordinates as he walked towards the gate he'd chosen, pay attention to those three gates. Once they attack, immediately send me the signal of what you see. Don't worry, leader. We know what to do. One of the bandits nodded and left with the others in a wretched manner. They'd long since known that their leader was extremely treacherous and had long since gotten used to this kind of thing. Afai didn't want his Flying Dragon Bandits to test just how strong Brettel City's defenses really were. In addition, Afai was afraid that Fas was purposely using them as cannon fodder. He carefully guarded against Fas in case Brettel City possessed any powerful firepower. If that was the case, Afai would consider whether or not he should follow Fas' orders. The temptation of 1,000,000 gold coins was indeed very great. However, if he didn't have the life to enjoy it, Afai would naturally escape without hesitation. He definitely wouldn't care about Fas' prior arrangements. Only by preserving his strength would he have more opportunities to make a fortune in the future. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it if he lost all his capital. Within Brettel City, Han Shua, Dorcas, Falk, Dick, and the others had just left the city lord's mansion after a secret discussion. Han Shua, Dorcas, and Falk each headed for one of the city gates, while Dickchester, Fabian, and the others headed for another. The remaining Een demon floated around, clearly hearing the conversation of the four bandit groups. The large firepower tools on the tall city walls were temporarily put away. The sparse soldiers on the city walls only raised their bows and crossbows, vigilantly watching the bandit groups in the distance. Of the four gates, the one Han Shua guarded had the least number of soldiers and weapons. There were only a mere 300 soldiers, and not a single magic crystal cannon. However, he had to face the 6,000 men of the Green Fire Bandits. The Green Fire Bandits were the strongest, and also the main force this time. Brian, are you confident? Little Fatty Jack's voice trembled a bit as he looked at the dense mass of bandits in front of him. It wasn't as smooth as usual. Jack had come under Han Shua's request. Han Shua had Jack say this before he came over, watch this battle with me. If you're willing to stay after this battle, I'll agree to let you become my Brettel City's financial officer. When Jack heard Han Shua's words, he agreed without the slightest hesitation. But now that he was truly standing on top of the tall city walls and looking at the well-equipped and fierce-looking bandits, his heart still trembled a bit. What, scared? Han Shua laughed lightly and teased Jack. Suddenly puffing out his chest, Jack shouted as if trying to convince himself, what's there to be afraid of, I'm just a bit nervous for the first time. Besides, I'll only be a financial officer in Brettel City. It's not like I need to fight on the battlefield. What's there to be afraid of? Very good. If you can persevere until the end of this battle and remain as strong as you are now, I guarantee that you'll be able to obtain that noble Lady Jessica. Han Shua chuckled. When he heard Han Shua mention Jessica, little Fatty Jack's eyes first dimmed, but it was immediately replaced with determination. He nodded heavily and clenched his chubby hands, looking at Han Shua. Brian, although I can't become a knight, I will definitely become a noble. Han Shua smiled without saying a word. He gazed at the Green Fire Bandits in the distance. They were using some simple wooden frames to erect a tall wooden tower. With the help of the bandits, a dozen or so magi of various elements gradually walked up to the top of the tower. The strongest among these magicians was a lightning archmage. The rest were minor magicians of various elements. Magicians were rare and could be put in important positions by any country on the continent. The degree to which they were put in important positions depended on the level of their strength. It was said that the reason the Green Fire Bandits had a lightning archmage was because they had kidnapped the archmage's family to threaten him. Otherwise, an archmage naturally wouldn't be willing to be an accomplice of a lowly bandit. The mages on the wooden tower were equipped with extraordinary equipment. Not only were their magic robes exceptionally exquisite, but each of them was also equipped with an expensive magic staff. It seemed that Faz had invested quite a bit in them. Thinking about it, it made sense. Mages were extremely useful in battle. A bandit band with mages would naturally greatly increase their strength. In addition, for a bandit leader, having an archmage in his band was also a symbol of status. The wooden tower was 600 meters away from Han Shuo, and there were pulleys at the bottom of the tower that could be pushed. A few bandits also climbed up the wooden tower with shields in hand, protecting the precious mages in the center so that they could cast their magic without worry. When the battle really started, they could use the wheels under the tower to push it closer to the city walls, allowing the mages to better cast their magic on Brettel City. 600 meters wasn't an unreachable distance for Han Shuo with the Demon's Lair edge. Once the Demon's Lair edge flew out, the mages within 600 meters would definitely be caught off guard and suffer disastrous casualties. However, the battle had yet to start. It wouldn't be wise for Han Shuo to release the Demon's Lair edge at this time. Therefore, he could only watch helplessly as they finished setting up the wooden tower. When the wooden tower was set up, the bandits also pushed out 4 ballistae that could fire 6 bolts in a row. These ballistae had a range of around 500 meters and could fire 6 bolts with astonishing penetrative power. Han Shuo had also purchased 20 of these from the Buzzed Merchant Guild this time. Currently, there were 5 hidden on the city walls. Han Shuo was well aware of the penetrative power of these ballistae. "Jack, when the battle starts, don't leave my side no matter what. I can guarantee your safety within 10 meters of me. Once you're 10 meters away from me, immediately get down on the ground and climb into the city walls. Do you understand?" When he saw that the bandits actually had ballistae, Han Shuo immediately turned to look at little fatty Jack and cautiously instructed him. Jack became a bit nervous after hearing Han Shuo's words. He hastily moved a bit closer to Han Shuo, almost touching Han Shuo's body. He said in a dry voice, "Don't worry, I'll follow you wherever you go." After the wooden tower and the ballistae were pushed out, the leader of the Green Fire Bandits, Faz, stood out with an arrogant expression on his face. He raised his head and shouted at Han Shuo, "Brettel City Lord Brian, you know why we brothers have come. Our living conditions aren't good and we've been starving recently. As long as you take out 1,000,000 gold coins, we brothers will turn around and leave. We won't touch a single hair of Brettel City. Pitiful Mr. Faz, I deeply sympathize with your group's misfortune. However, Brettel City is famous for its barrenness. The commoners in my territory don't even have enough to eat. I really can't take out 1,000,000 gold coins." Han Shuo sighed with a distressed expression. His voice wasn't loud or soft, but the bandits in the distance and the soldiers on the city walls all heard him clearly. Even some of the nearby citizens of Brettel City heard him. Many of the more courageous citizens even came out of their houses to listen carefully. Some even tried to go to the city gates to see what was going on. "Then how many gold coins can you take out?" Faz froze for a moment when he heard that Han Shuo's words seemed to leave room for negotiation. There wasn't a single hole in Brettel City right now. Although there weren't many soldiers on the tall city walls, they were all equipped with shiny weapons. He'd heard that Brettel City Lord Brian was also a necromancer. If they really attacked, Green Fire Bandits would definitely suffer losses. If they could obtain a generous amount of gold coins without wasting a single soldier, anyone would know what to do as long as they weren't an idiot. Therefore, when he heard Han Shuo's tone, Faz thought for a moment before asking Han Shuo what his bottom line was. Mr. Faz, how about 1 gold coin?" Han Shuo thought seriously from atop the city wall and asked Faz in a loud, serious voice. Wah-ha, the soldiers guarding the city had been a bit nervous at first, but they couldn't help but burst into laughter when they heard Han Shuo's words. Even some of the citizens within Brettel City who'd heard the laughter had an amused smile on their faces. They thought that this new city lord had quite a sense of humor. "You're fucking messing with me." Fas was enraged. He hadn't been this angry in a long time. The bandits under him all had ugly expressions on their faces. They wanted nothing more than to rush over and tear Han Shua's group to pieces. "Huh, so what if I messed with you? You'll get a gold coin today. Heh heh, maybe you'll even leave some for this city lord to use. You trash dared to rob me, you're clearly tired of living. I'll tell you the truth. I've already robbed all of Redbeard Trota's treasures. Add that to Helentina's 400,000 gold coins and my own gold coins. Brettel City now has far more than 1,000,000 gold coins. If you want to take it, you'll have to see if you have the ability. Stupid pig, come." Han Shua laughed maniacally from atop the city walls. He pointed at Fas in the distance as if he was mocking an idiot. Fas was truly enraged. It had been many years since Fas had been looked down upon like this since he'd left Narsen Duchy. Looking at the incomparably arrogant young city lord on the opposite city wall, Fas had the urge to eat him alive. The bandits under him also felt the same way. Their faces were ashen as they charged towards Brettel City's city gates. "Attack! Massacre the city for me!" Fas roared furiously, giving the order to attack Brettel City in front of them. "Massacre, massacre the city!" Jack's knees went soft, almost collapsing onto the ice-cold marble floor. When the citizens of Brettel City heard the two words, "massacre the city," they'd previously relaxed because of Han Shua's humor. Now, they were instantly thrown into a bottomless abyss. Everyone's eyes were clouded with gray. They were at a loss as to how to respond. Although Brettel City had experienced the cruelty of war, it had never faced the bloody slaughter of an entire city. Otherwise, Brettel City would have long since become a city of the dead. They wouldn't have just been robbed of their belongings and food, they wouldn't have been able to preserve their lives. Unless one was a bloodthirsty demon or possessed boundless hatred, no one would easily give the order to massacre a city, regardless of whether it was a bandit raid or a war between two countries. This was because doing so would mean the destruction of all life in a city. This was a true bloodbath, not sparing even a chicken or a dog. Such a person would generally receive the condemnation of all countries. Those who dared to massacre a city would be despised and criticized by their own country. The party whose city had been massacred would spare no expense in retaliation. Although the 7 Grand Duchies were constantly at war, the act of massacring a city was extremely rare. Most people wouldn't dare do such a thing. Fas, the leader of the Green Fire Bandits, was no longer bound by any country's restrictions. Faced with Han Shua's arrogant provocation and insults, he couldn't hold back the rage in his heart any longer. Only by slaughtering all life in Brettel City would he be able to wash away the humiliation Han Shua had given him. "Humph, you think you're worthy?" Han Shua snorted coldly from atop the high wall. He turned his head and said to the soldiers beside him, "Bring out the chariots and catapults. I want to see how they die." After the order to massacre the city was given, the green flame flag of the Green Fire Bandits was smeared with a layer of fresh blood, turning it into a blood-red flame. The mages on the wooden frame were slowly pushed towards Brettel City. The 4 ballistae were also pushed forward, loaded with arrows. 2,000 furious bandits were already charging towards Han Shua with ladders, ropes, and iron hooks used to scale the walls. Chariots, ballistae, catapults, kerosene, boulders, and other necessary equipment for defending a city were pushed out from their hiding places under the busy hands of several hundred soldiers. They were divided into different directions and mounted on the wide city wall. However, the number of soldiers was just as small as the number of chariots and ballistae. There were only a few hundred soldiers on the city wall that could accommodate 7,000 to 8,000 people. It was indeed a bit sparse and shabby. Kill! The bandits had already charged over. They felt humiliated and had steeled their hearts to kill everyone in Brettel City. Their leader Fas' face was ashen as he roared somewhat hysterically, "The first brother to reach the city wall will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins." An enormous magical flame shot from Fa's hand into the sky. This was the signal that the 4 bandit groups had agreed upon beforehand. As the flaming signal shone brilliantly in the sky, the curtains of this siege officially began. The bandits, who'd fainted from the light and fragrance of the gold coins, charged forward with no fear of death, mixed with the rage in their hearts. Han Shua watched them calmly without a word. He waited until they were within firing range before giving the order to the soldiers whose palms were already sweating from nervousness, attack. Rumble, 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 the roar of the war chariots resounded throughout the entire city, spewing out tongues of fire. The ballistae and crossbow bolts whizzed through the air, landing on the bandits together with the catapults' boulders. In an instant, an unbearable and tragic scene was created. The places that were sprayed by the war chariots exploded, and severed limbs and heads flew out amidst the billowing dust and blood. The bandits who'd been smashed into meat paste were all smashed into meat paste. The ballistae whizzed past, the powerful impact piercing through several bandits before stopping. Blood flowed like a river in front of Brettel City, and corpses littered the ground. Chapter 332. Under the onslaught of 2 war chariots, 5 ballistae, and 3 catapults, nearly 100 bandits were eternally trapped on the road. Fast crazed roars rang out incessantly as smoke billowed on the battlefield. Mages, push the mages on the wooden towers over. Fire our ballistae, hurry up. Following fast deafening shouts, the bandits beneath the wooden towers pushed the towers towards Brettel City. The ballistae that the bandits had brought themselves were quickly pushed forward from the rear. Every ballista had several bandits wielding iron shields in front of it to clear the way. The war chariots were still spitting out tongues of flame, while the catapults shot high into the air, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. However, when they landed, an earth-shattering rumble rang out, followed by a spray of blood and severed limbs. 6 ballista bolts were like cold, life-reaping blades of light as they whizzed through the air, reaping the lives of the bandits. The road 500 meters in front of Brettel City had completely turned into hell on earth. The bandits that rushed over were bombarded by the fierce firepower on the city walls. There was absolutely no chance of survival if they were hit by the bullets. Scatter! Scatter! You damned idiots! How many times have I told you? Fasa's shouts were somewhat hysterical, but unfortunately, the rumbling of the war chariots had drowned them out. The only bandits who could hear him were the row of bandits at the back. The Green Fire bandits had a total of 6,000 people. Fas hadn't sent in all of his troops at once. The bandits that had rushed to Brettel City earlier weren't the true elites of the Green Fire bandits. Fas had only had 1,000 or so trusted subordinates when he'd left Narsen Duchy. His numbers had slowly increased to their current size as he'd plundered more and more. The subordinates that had rushed to Brettel City earlier had all joined later. Fas wasn't very satisfied with their strength, and they were also the weakest among the Green Fire bandits. This was the case in every siege. The first to be sent into battle were usually cannon fodder. In Fasa's mind, these 2,000 subordinates were also cannon fodder. As long as they had enough gold coins, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to recruit subordinates in this war-torn land of the 7 Grand Duchies. According to Fas calculations, these 2,000 people should be enough to take down Brettel City. What caused Fas to be taken aback was Brettel City's defensive capabilities. He'd originally thought that they'd be bombarded by magic crystal cannons, but he hadn't expected to see any. Instead, he'd discovered some other defensive equipment. These specialized defensive equipment were the most classic of tools. Once they were mounted on the city walls and fired from a high vantage point, all of them were life-reaping machines. Amidst the deafening explosions, the 2,000 bandits approached Brettel City step by step under the barrage of cannons and crossbow bolts. After paying the price of another 400 lives, a large number of bandits had already approached the city walls. There were even wooden ladders that had been erected amidst the heavy cannon fire. Hurry up! Fill the crossbows with arrows and fill the chariot with gunpowder. Han Shua's expression was indifferent, but his speech speed was extremely fast. He directed the soldiers beside him to fill the siege equipment as quickly as possible. These soldiers hadn't been exposed to chariots and ballistae for long. Under Fawkes' guidance, they'd trained day and night for a few days before grasping the use of chariots, ballistae, and catapults. However, they weren't skilled experts, especially on this bloody battlefield where the sounds of war were unceasing. The speed at which they operated the chariots was somewhat affected. Crack crack, crack crack, a strange sound suddenly came from the side. Han Shua looked around in confusion, suddenly noticing that little fatty Jack's lips were trembling. It was the sound of his teeth chattering. Little fatty Jack stood beside Han Shua, gazing at the bloody battlefield in the distance. He looked at the mangled human heads that had been smashed into meat paste by boulders, the severed limbs that had been blown away by the chariots, and the bandits that had been sent flying by the impact of the crossbow bolts. Little fatty Jack couldn't help but tremble slightly. "Woo, it's too scary." Little fatty Jack's voice was a bit choked with sobs. His two small eyes were completely red as he trembled unconsciously. He'd sunk into a strange state of helplessness. "Get ready, pour the kerosene." Han Shua glanced at Jack and didn't say anything when he saw that the latter was right beside him. Instead, he shouted to the soldiers around him. Before the battle had started, Han Shua already knew that little fatty Jack, who had never experienced such a scene before, would definitely be horrified by the cruelty of war. His expression of fear was within Han Shua's expectations, so Han Shua wasn't the least bit surprised. The demon's lair edge suddenly shot out from Han Shua's neck into the sky under the scorching sun. In a place where no one could see, the souls of the bandits were pulled into the demon's lair edge that was filled with unceasing ghastly wails, absorbing the soul energy bit by bit. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Finally, the bandits' ballistae were also released. Under the high-speed charge, the ballista bolts flew towards the city walls of Brettel City. More than 10 people were immediately killed by the soldiers who were frantically operating the war chariots and catapults, as well as the soldiers who had raised their bows and arrows to shoot down. One of the ballista bolts whistled menacingly towards little fatty Jack, who was standing on the city wall and looking at the tragic scene below. Jack was already scared out of his wits when he heard the ear-piercing whistling sound. He immediately cried out involuntarily, "Brian, save me." Han Shua extended his left hand. Bloody light shot out from his 5 fingers, as if sharp claws had suddenly sprouted. The ballista bolt that was still 10 meters away from Jack was stirred up by the bloody light from Han Shua's 5 fingers. It exploded into sawdust and fell to the ground. "Stand back, don't get too close to the city walls." Han Shua shouted softly and waved his right hand. The shield of a soldier who had just died suddenly fell in front of Jack, blocking the majority of Jack's fat body. Creaking sounds fell into Han Shua's ears as a long, drawn-out magical chant sounded at the same time. Magical pulses, both strong and weak, gradually converged in the distance as several mages slowly approached the tower under the protection of the bandits' shields. They finally began chanting the magical incantations of their respective elements. "I've been waiting for you guys to come." Han Shua snorted coldly. With a thought, a bloody light fell from the 9th heaven. Under Han Shua's control, the demon's lair edge deployed the bloody dagger of 10,000 cuts. The demon's lair edge, a bit longer than a dagger, spun at high speed without any pattern as it descended. Every time the demon's lair edge spun, it would shoot out a blade-like bloody light. As it descended, the demon's lair edge gradually disappeared from sight due to its high speed of rotation. Instead, streaks of bloody light that resembled daggers slowly manifested magnificently. It was like a ball of daggers formed from thousands of daggers dancing in the air. Bloody light radiated in all directions as it fell towards the mages on the wooden tower below. As the demon's lair edge spun at high speed, streaks of cold, sharp bloody light continuously shot out. These bloody lights crisscrossed together and also spun at high speed, passing through each other without any hindrance. From afar, it looked like a small sun the size of a millstone. However, this sun was covered with sharp blood-red barbs. When this millstone-sized, blood-red ball of light fell, it gradually rotated faster and faster. Waves of strong killing intent and the pungent smell of blood assaulted the nostrils. Even before it completely fell, it was already enough to shock people's minds. The dazzling, blood-red ball of light fell from the sky into the center of the sorcerers on top of the wooden tower. All the iron shields, barriers, and all kinds of defenses that the sorcerers had set up were instantly shattered by the rotating blood-red light. The fragile bodies of the sorcerers and the shining armors of the bandits flew in the air amidst the creaking sounds of flesh and silver light. No one on the wooden tower could do anything. When the demon's lair edge, powered by Han Shuo's demonic art, bloody blade of 10,000 slashes, transformed into 10,000 streaks of bloody light, everyone on the wooden tower, the wooden frame, and the iron shields were all pulverized. In the blink of an eye, the bandit mage squad that Fas had spent a great deal of money to build became minced meat in a meat grinder. Blood splattered in all directions. The bloody blade of 10,000 slashes, which had been infused with 30% of the demonic yuan, didn't stop even after the wooden tower and the mages were pulverized. It was like an enormous, spinning, blood-red cactus that flew into the midst of the bandits protecting the wooden tower. The bloody blade of 10,000 slashes, activated by the demon's lair edge, truly set off a rain of blood wherever it passed. Everything in its path, whether it was people, ballistae, or sturdy shields, was destroyed. Bewitching red blood rained down like a fine rain. After the demon's lair edge circled around, not a single one of the 100 bandits was left intact. There wasn't even a piece of flesh larger than an ear. The demon's lair edge, which could even crush iron shields, had also pulverized their bones. Damn it, where's the wooden tower? Where are the mages? Fas had focused all of his attention on Brettel City in the beginning and hadn't paid close attention to the changes on the wooden tower. When the bloody ball of light shot out, Fas suddenly noticed that the wooden tower he'd just erected had disappeared. He asked with some confusion. Dead, they're all dead. That thing, it's all because of that thing. Next to Fas, a dutiful bandit pointed at the ball of blood that was still wantonly grinding everything in its path as he screamed. His scream was filled with intense fear. Amidst this scream that was mixed with fear, even more screams rang out at the same time. The bandits that were approached by the flying balls of blood all scrambled to avoid them, but every bandit that was touched by the balls of blood instantly turned into a rain of blood mixed with broken bones. Not a single one was lucky enough to escape. Attack that thing, attack it. Fas' heart was also filled with fear as he hastily roared at the bandits beside him. Dozens of sharp axes were suddenly flung out, shooting straight towards the demon's lair edge that was still spinning at high speed. Just as the sharp axes were about to reach the demon's lair edge that had been activated by the blood blade of 10,000 radiance suddenly flew high into the sky due to the depletion of magical yuan. It was like a star of death that had unintentionally fallen, returning to the vast starry sky after completing its mission. What the hell is that thing? That damned necromancer, it must be an undead monster he created using necromancy magic. Everyone, don't be afraid, continue to attack. Look, they can't hold on much longer. Humans were always more afraid of the unknown, and Fas was no exception. When he saw the speck of bloody light shoot into the sky and disappear, his tense heart suddenly relaxed. He then roared at the other terrified bandits as if to comfort himself. Just as Fas had said, although the demon's lair edge had disrupted the Magi's magical attacks, the bandits had too much of an advantage in terms of numbers. Using the wooden ladders and iron chains, they gradually began to climb up Brettel City's wide city walls. There were only 300 soldiers defending Brettel City. Over 20 of them had died in this short period of time, all of them killed by the ballistae below. The remaining 200 or so soldiers had already used up too much of their physical strength in the process of continuously moving boulders to fill the catapults and installing ballistae. 100 soldiers who'd been moving boulders were now completely exhausted, lying paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily. The soldiers who'd managed to pour kerosene onto the city walls were also panting heavily, looking like they didn't have much physical strength left. However, there were still 1,200 bandits left. 400 to 500 of them had already rushed to the bottom of the city walls, attempting to climb up Brettel City using wooden ladders and iron chains. "My lord, we really don't have enough manpower." A squad leader was on the verge of tears as he looked at the ferociously climbing bandits. "What do we do, what do we do?" "Light the fire first. We won't lose as long as I'm alive." "What are you worried about?" Han Shua coldly snorted. Light the fire, burn these bastards to death." The squad leader howled loudly. The soldiers, who'd been waiting for a long time, fiercely threw the burning torches in their hands into the oil-doused city walls. Boom! A raging fire instantly ignited the city walls that had been doused with kerosene. Some of the bandits who hadn't been able to retreat in time died miserably amidst the flames. There were also some bandits who'd quickly jumped down when the soldiers' torches were about to fall. The more experienced bandits at the bottom would even move the wooden ladders away from the city walls, slowly lowering the bandits who'd been lying on them. However, the soldiers who'd put down the torches immediately raised the bows in their hands, specifically aiming at these bandits. After a few volleys of arrows rained down, the dead bandits couldn't continue to take care of the wooden ladders and would often fall to their deaths. The kerosene reserves were limited, and Brettel City's city walls were too wide. There were still many places that couldn't be taken care of. A group of bandits was about to climb up the city walls through the wooden ladders. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Han Shua finally took out the skeletal staff and chanted a bone spear spell. The bandits who'd wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to climb up the city walls were all sent flying by the bone spears. Dozens of them were instantly pierced to death. The bandits below the city walls also raised their crossbows and shot upwards. Once the 300 to 400 bandits stabilized their shooting, the Brettel City soldiers who peeked their heads out didn't have it easy either. Several careless ones were shot to death. This was only because Han Shua had taken action to defend himself. Otherwise, there would have been even more casualties. "My lord, isn't it time?" Another squad leader had seen Han Shua summon the undead army with his own eyes last time. His expression could still be considered calm, but now that his comrades were gradually losing ground, he finally spoke to Han Shua. At this time, the Green Fire Mercenary Corps was still using the 2,000 bandits that had rushed over at the beginning. However, due to the kerosene burning, another portion of them had died. In addition to the dozens of soldiers who still had strength left to continue shooting arrows from the chariots, another 200 bandits who hadn't reached the city walls had died. Now, only 800 of the 2,000 bandits were left. 600 of them had made it to the city walls. The goblin gunpowder for the chariots on the city walls had already been used up, and there were only 100 or so crossbow arrows left. The boulders that had taken a great deal of effort to carry up had long since been used up. There were less than 50 soldiers in Brettel City who could still stand. If Han Shua didn't make a move now, it was likely that Brettel City's city gates would really be breached. Therefore, looking at the excited and crazed bandits who'd finally made it to the city walls, Han Shua nodded and calmly said, "It is indeed time." Licking his lips, the leader of the Green Fire Bandits, Fass, looked at the exhausted Brettel City defenses in front of him and laughed cruelly, "Young city lord, you will pay a painful price for your arrogance. I will skin you alive, pull out your bones, and torture you until you wish you were dead." "Leader, he's also a necromancer. You have to be careful." A bandit next to him suddenly remembered the rumors about Han Shua and hastily reminded Fass. "Huh, a necromancer. A necromancer who can only summon useless skeletons, what use can he have in a battle like this?" Fass turned his head and said to the bandit, add another 1,000 men and charge over. Let's take down Brettel City in one go. Under fast orders, the bandit leader waved his large hand and said, "Tuku, you guys charge over and flatten this damned Brettel City." As the leader of a 1,000-man brigade, Tuku used to be Fast's personal bodyguard. This 1,000-man brigade wasn't like the 2,000 people who just charged forward as cannon fodder. The 1,000-man bandit brigade led by Tuku had sharper and sturdier weapons. In addition, 500 of them rode valiant warhorses. The warhorses were also protected by armor. They were clearly a regular night squad. With a flick of Tuku's spear, the 1,000-strong bandit squad charged towards the corpses strewn all over Brettel City. Among them were 500 bandit knights on valiant warhorses, quickly arriving at the base of the city walls like the wind. The exhausted Brettel City soldiers only managed to shoot a few dozen scattered arrows in the process, completely unable to cause any damage to these fully armored knights and warhorses. Heh, they really can't hold on any longer. I knew it. Faz sneered in a low voice, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. He'd even started thinking about how to slowly torture Han Shuo after capturing him. Where's the sun? Where's the sun? The bandit knights had just reached the city walls when they suddenly felt the sky darken. It was just past noon, still a long way from nightfall. How could the sky have darkened so quickly? They raised their heads to look at the sky. Green-black clouds had floated over from who knew where, covering the previously clear sky. Not a single ray of sunlight was able to penetrate the dark clouds and land on the battlefield. The appearance of these dark clouds was strange, giving the bandits an ominous premonition. Don't make a fuss about nothing. The weather here is just like this. It looks like it's going to rain soon. If it rains, the kerosene will lose its effect. We're practically blessed by the gods, we can take advantage of this opportunity to kill them all. Captain Tuku carelessly comforted his subordinates. He pointed at the first group of bandits frantically climbing the city walls and shouted, "Hurry up, kill all those cowardly soldiers. You talk too much nonsense." Han Shuo had finally finished his lengthy incantation. He waved the skeletal staff in his hand, sending out a faint gray mist. This gray mist carried a thick aura of death as it slowly drifted towards Brettel City. There was a desolate and gloomy smell in the air. The gray mist floated in spirals, gradually spreading towards the center of the corpses strewn all over the battlefield. Several crows that smelled the scent of corpses were blown away by the gray mist. They all flapped their wings and flew far away, as if there was something terrifying within the gray mist. This damned weather, not only are there dark clouds, but there's also a gray mist. It looks like it's really going to rain. Hurry up, hurry up. There's one up there. Ha! Tuku raised his head to look at the city walls and shouted in pleasant surprise, as if trying to motivate even more bandits. With a crunching sound, the bandit that had finally managed to rush up had his neck snapped by Han Shuo. He tossed his body down to the bandits below like he was throwing trash. Boom! The corpse of the bandit who had been the first to climb up the city wall and had his neck snapped made a loud noise when he landed among the bandits, scaring the bandits who had been about to recklessly charge forward. Suddenly, an even more frightening thing happened right before their eyes. The fingers of the bandit whose neck had been snapped twitched when the gray mist blew at him. Then, the bandit whose head had been twisted to his back actually slowly stood up. His lifeless eyes were now a deathly pale gray. His movements were a bit stiff as he casually stabbed a living bandit to death with the dagger in his hand. The surrounding bandits suddenly screamed as if they'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. These bandits were scared out of their wits when they saw this illogical turn of events. Fear caused them to instinctively retreat. At the same time, more screams erupted from the mouths of the bandits like a contagious disease. Seeing their dead brothers stand up again with their lifeless, grayish-white eyes, brandishing their weapons and charging at them mercilessly, the bandits screamed in horror. This is the legendary lost necromancy magic, corpse resurrection. Heavens, this damned evil necromancer, how could he have mastered it? Fass of the Green Fire Bandits had actually heard of this ancient legend. When he saw the corpses stand up again, his scalp went numb as he cried out in alarm. More and more corpses stood up as Fass cried out in alarm. Based on their last bit of reluctance to part ways with their lives, they began to mercilessly attack anyone who was still alive. They would never know if the person they were attacking was their close comrade who had been drinking, chatting, and visiting prostitutes with them last night. The panic caused by the corpse resurrection instantly spread among the bandits besieging the city. At this moment, the terrified bandits had no intention of continuing to attack the city. Their only thought was to leave this evil place as soon as possible. Some bandits whose hands were stained with blood actually started to chant the Church of Light's holy hymns, as if they thought this would purify the dark energy around them. Unfortunately, the God of Light would never extend an olive branch to these fellows who had no faith. When a zombie used its weapon to stab through the body of a chanting bandit, all the other bandits who were still chanting immediately stopped their meaningless actions and turned tail to run. Trying to run? It won't be that easy. Han Shoa, who was grinning maliciously from atop the city wall, looked like a demon that had descended upon the earth. He floated in the air and waved the skeletal staff in his hand, creating acidic swamps that filled the path between Fass and the bandits. Shoot him to death for me. Fass suppressed the fear in his heart as he pointed at Han Shoa and roared crazily. He also took out a priceless giant crossbow, aimed at Han Shoa, and fired an arrow. Poor Fass. I told you, so what if I tricked you? Look at how many gold coins you left me. The ground is covered in armor and weapons. Who knows, there might even be some gold coins on those bandits who died. Tell me, how should I thank you? Han Shoa was all smiles as he looked at Fass. He raised his empty right hand, and a ball of gorgeous red light fell into his palm from the heavens. Another, bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts was slowly taking shape. Chapter 333. Dozens of arrows whistled through the air, shooting towards Han Shoa like rain. However, before these arrows could even reach him, the deadly red light that had been brewing in Han Shoa's hand once again flew out. Another 30% of his magical yuan was infused into the demon's lair edge. Having absorbed 30% of the magical yuan, the demon's lair edge emitted endless howls of resentment. The fresh souls that the demon's lair edge had just absorbed still carried a trace of longing for life. They emitted an unreconciled resentment that soared to the heavens. However, the souls of the bandits that had been tightly bound by the demon's lair edge had no way of escaping the eternal imprisonment of the demon's lair edge. Their hatred and resentment actually increased the power of the bloody radiance of 10,000 slashes. A dazzling firework-like ball of light blossomed with beautiful purple and red. The demon's lair edge that had flown out of Han Shoa's hand once again danced in the air like a blazing sun full of barbs. All the arrows hadn't even gotten close to Han Shoa before they were pulverized by the demon's lair edge powered by the bloody radiance of 10,000 slashes. The demon's lair edge's power hadn't weakened in the slightest. It carried boundless resentment and killing intent as it streaked across the sky in a beautiful, dazzling arc, heading straight for Fass and the others. Not good, leader, retreat. The bandit next to Fass was greatly shocked. He cried out in fear and turned around on his warhorse like a stray dog. Seeing his subordinate flee in a panic, Fass, who had originally planned on scolding him, suddenly recalled the cruel scene of the bloody light. He couldn't help but shiver. He didn't dare to pretend to be a hero and stayed behind. He reined in his warhorse and ran like the bandit. The dazzling bloody light swirled and descended like a murderous spirit, pulverizing everyone it came into contact with. First, 5 or 6 bandit chieftains were smashed to pieces. Under Han Shoa's control, the demon's lair edge howled and churned through the air with a soaring killing intent. It chased after Fass and the others without losing any of its power. The corpses below Brettel City resurrected one after the other. Under the cover of the canopy of necromancy, these corpses blankly attacked all living beings in the surroundings. The sight of the corpses with their intestines still hanging out and their bodies dripping with blood holding weapons obviously provoked the bandits who should have been charging towards Brettel City without a care for their own safety. In the face of fear, the most instinctive action for humans was to run as far away as possible. These bandits made full use of this advantage. Tuku's group of elites on warhorses ran away much faster than when they charged over. There were even some who'd rushed out like lightning before Han Shua's acid swamp had even taken shape. Who knew where their potential came from? Of course, even more bandits were intercepted by the acid swamp. The swamp was suffused with the aura of death and the smell of corrosion. After a dozen or so bandits had carelessly walked into the acid swamp without a care for their own safety and were dissolved into a dozen skeletons, the remaining bandits who hadn't yet escaped suddenly became well behaved. In front of them was the acid swamp that could instantly kill them. Behind them were the corpses that were closing in on them. The bandits, who were surrounded by danger on both sides, were bitterly weighing which side was safer out of extreme yearning for life. After a while, their desire for life overcame their fear of corpses. Unable to soar through the air like Han Shua, they forcefully suppressed the fear in their hearts and gripped the weapons in their hands, aiming at the approaching corpses. These corpses that had died not too long ago might have been their best friends, but the bandits knew what to do under the threat of death. Kill! One of the bandits let out a low roar, and the remaining bandits no longer hesitated. They pointed their sharp weapons at their recently deceased comrades, killing them for the sake of their own lives. They cut off the heads of the corpses that had been whole, leaving their dead comrades without a complete corpse. The true battle strength of the resurrected corpses wasn't particularly ferocious. Usually, they didn't even have half of their strength when they were alive. They weren't even as agile as the zombie warriors summoned from another world. These corpses often brought fear in people's hearts. Once the bandits overcame the fear in their hearts and truly attacked these corpses, they discovered that their movements were slow and sluggish. Their strength was also affected. Although they didn't fear pain, as long as their heads and hearts were completely destroyed, the corpses wouldn't be able to stand up again. The bandits quickly discovered the weakness of the corpses. When they destroyed a few corpses and discovered that they weren't that scary, the fear in their hearts gradually subsided. They began to work together in an orderly manner to destroy the corpses that were still standing. Compared to the acid bog that sealed off their path of retreat, these corpses didn't seem as frightening. As long as they didn't think about the fact that these people were once their friends, the bandits would be able to quickly and efficiently eliminate the corpses that were still standing. The bandits, who were not kind to begin with, were obviously more cruel and unscrupulous. They comforted themselves by saying that the people in front of them were already dead, and without hesitation, they waved the sharp weapons in their hands and beheaded the corpses of their former comrades. Han Shua stood proudly in the air, controlling the demon's lair edge in a practiced manner as it chased after Fass. He lowered his head to look at the bandits who were slowly getting used to it. He let out a soft "eh," and murmured, "I've underestimated their viciousness. No wonder they were once bandits. Ordinary soldiers wouldn't disregard the lives of their former comrades as much as they do." After muttering to himself in a low voice, Han Shua thought for a moment. He grinned cruelly and said, "It looks like it's time to add another fierce dose." Just as Han Shua was about to use the skeletal staff to summon the true undead army with his remaining mental strength, he suddenly heard an earth-shattering rumble. The entire Brettel city seemed to be trembling from this enormous rumble. The direction of the sound came from behind Han Shua. Han Shua was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed softly, "They've finally activated the magic crystal cannons." Taking a deep breath, Han Shua was about to chant another long and tedious incantation when a group of white figures suddenly appeared in his line of sight. A group of 100 people was slowly approaching from the direction that Fass and the others had fled. Kas, who'd fought against Han Shua last time, was walking over together with the temple knights of the Church of Light, as well as a few white priests. Han Shua was startled. The demon's lair edge that had been chasing after fast suddenly changed directions and shot towards Kas and the others. The demon's lair edge surged forward, radiating bloody light in all directions. Its target was Kas, who was surrounded by the temple knights. Kas, who possessed the Church of Light's divine weapon, Revelation, would be able to play an extremely important role in this situation. He could even reverse the situation. When the holy light of Revelation sprinkled down, not only would the corpses be completely purified, even if Han Shua summoned the undead army, it would be of no use. In a large-scale battle like this, Brettel City's defenses were completely supported by Han Shua's undead army. Once they lost this support, Brettel City would truly be doomed. Therefore, when he saw Kas appear in the distance, Han Shua immediately hardened his heart and decided to eliminate this person at all costs. Otherwise, if he allowed Kas to open Revelation and chant the blessing of the holy light, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens for Han Shua to win this battle. Under the activation of the bloody radiance of 10,000 slashes, the demon's lair edge spun at high speed, shooting bloody light that reaped lives. Its killing intent soared to the heavens as it smashed towards Kas. The few lower-ranked temple knights at the front hadn't even had the time to take out their weapons when they were smashed by the huge, hedgehog-like ball of light. The demon's lair edge, which was like millions of sharp weapons flying together, once again displayed its bloody, pulverizing power as soon as it landed among the lower-ranked temple knights. Crunching sounds rang out as the armor of the temple knights was shattered first, followed by the flesh beneath the armor. However, the armor of the temple knights was obviously many times stronger than that of the bandits. When the demon's lair edge had crushed the bandits' armor, there hadn't been the slightest sound, as if it was as easy as crushing their flesh. However, the armor of these temple knights of the Church of Light must have been forged with a special method by an alchemist, and even possessed a portion of magic resistance. When the demon's lair edge's bloody radiance of 10,000 slashes sliced down, although the temple knights had also turned into a rain of blood along with the bandits, it had taken Han Shua 5 times the time. It was precisely because he had spent 5 times the time that the 6 high-ranked temple knights with crosses on their chests that they had the time to form a hexagonal star formation, quickly surrounding the still-spinning demon's lair edge in the center. The 6 longswords that had been blessed and soaked in holy water simultaneously burst forth with a pure and holy light, shooting at the demon's lair edge that was still shooting out thousands of bloody lights. A wave of extremely pleasing tinkling sounds accompanied by flying sparks continuously rang out. The longsword soaked in holy water had a certain degree of purification effect. The portion of the vengeful spirits that the demon's lair edge had just absorbed that hadn't completely fused with was actually released into the world. The other energies of the holy light hindered the demon's lair edge's continued rotation. It looked like the sword formation formed by the 6 high-ranked temple knights did indeed have some miraculous effects. The demon's lair edge's rotation speed became slower and slower as its magical yuan was gradually depleted. Finally, under the control of Han Shua's consciousness, it once again flew out of the sword formation and into the sky. After the demon's lair edge flew into the sky, the 6 high-ranked temple knights with crosses on their chests were also panting a bit, looking at the demon's lair edge that had already disappeared with lingering fear. It was as if they were afraid that the demon's lair edge would return once again. Red Archbishop Kas looked at the changes in front of him with trepidation, repeatedly praying with the Book of Revelation in his hands. Only when he discovered that the demon's lair edge had truly disappeared did he look at Han Shua and say, "Heretic, your sins are no longer enough to be forgiven. The burning of the holy fire will be your only end." Kas, who had bitterly tried to persuade Han Shua last time, no longer had any patience with Han Shua now. In Kas's eyes, Han Shua was now a demon through and through, a sinner even more evil than the Calamity Church. He had to be eliminated at all costs in order to save more people from his evil. "I'm actually looking forward to the burning of your holy fire, but I'm afraid you won't have the chance." Han Shua snorted disdainfully. His right hand suddenly burst into raging flames, enveloping Han Shua's entire right hand. Han Shuo looked at the raging flames burning on his right hand, then stared coldly at Kos and said, "Is the color of your holy fire like this? Heretic who blasphemes the holy fire, you will be judged by the God of light." Kos shouted loudly and started chanting a hymn under the heavy protection of the 6 temple knights. The divine weapon of the Church of Light in his hand, Revelation, moved on its own amidst his melodious hymn, quickly flipping its pages. Circles of light carrying a holy aura spread into the surroundings, rapidly turning the corpses that Han Shuo had resurrected into ashes under the illumination of the holy light. Even the dark green canopy of necromancy that enveloped the entire sky was torn apart by rays of dazzling golden light. Even the acid bogs were evaporated by the holy light. In almost an instant, the kingdom of death that Han Shuo had expended an enormous amount of mental strength to construct actually shattered under the envelopment of the holy light. It wasn't wrong to say that the Church of Light was necromancer's natural enemy. Han Shuo naturally wouldn't pay any attention to low-level light mages, but Kos, who possessed the divine weapon, Revelation, was indeed a great threat to Han Shuo when he used the power of the divine weapon. Han Shuo, who'd originally had victory in his grasp, had been disrupted by Kos's appearance. If he couldn't use his undead creatures to resist them, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for Han Shuo to defend Brettel City by himself. "I hate this kind of light," Han Shuo said in disgust as he looked at the spreading circles of holy light. However, his mind was rapidly thinking of a way to deal with it. This was because, due to Kos's appearance, Han Shuo suddenly discovered that the bandit leader Fas, who'd originally fled without a care for anything, had actually returned with his subordinates. Under the purification of the holy light, the several hundred bandits below Brettel City had lost the double threat of the acid bogs and corpses. They once again started eyeing the sparse soldiers on the city walls. Chapter 334. As matters stood, he could only summon the Fire Elite Zombie, Wood Elite Zombie, Earth Elite Zombie, and Little Skull at the same time. Otherwise, if Han Shuo wanted to resist the attacks of the bandits and the Church of Light's Kos's group by himself, he would have no chance of winning. Kos was heavily surrounded by the 6 Templar Knights, holding Revelation in his hands and still chanting hymns. Halos of holy light slowly drifted out from the Revelation, purifying the kingdom of death that Han Shuo had painstakingly created. Han Shuo didn't continue to hover in the air to kill Kos. Instead, he slowly floated backwards. With a wave of his hand, Han Shuo threw out the blood seether. As soon as the blood seether flew out of Han Shuo's hand, it immediately emitted a thick bloody mist. This demonic treasure that Han Shuo had meticulously refined didn't contain any aura of death. Naturally, it wouldn't fear the purification of the holy light. The bloody mist of the blood seether spread out. The bandits that were enveloped by it all began to wail miserably. The blood seether could stimulate the blood in their bodies, causing it to rapidly flow through their bodies, causing them to explode one by one. When the blood rampaged through their bodies would explode when they couldn't bear the burden. Wherever the bloody mist passed, the bandits would beat their chests and stomp their feet, howling in pain. However, they couldn't stop the rapid flow of blood within their bodies. The crisp popping sounds indicated that their bones had been broken by the blood. Then, before they could react, the broken bones pierced through their soft skin, causing even more blood to gush out. One by one, the bandits enveloped in the bloody mist exploded and died. During this process, Han Shuo brandished the skeletal staff in his left hand and also had the time to summon the Little Skull, Earth Elite Zombie, Wood Elite Zombie, and Fire Elite Zombie. Under the cover of the bloody mist from the blood seether, the Earth Elite Zombie was the first to burrow into the ground, stealthily heading in Kos's direction. The little skeleton carried the Wood Elite Zombie and flew into the sky, landing directly on the city walls of Brettel City. Under Han Shuo's orders, the little skeleton and the Wood Elite Zombie were responsible for the safety of Brettel City. Once bandits rushed up the city walls, the little skeleton and the Wood Elite Zombie would be responsible for killing them. The Fire Lotus imprint on the big-headed Fire Elite Zombie's forehead became more and more obvious. As soon as he flashed out from the other dimension, pillars of fire shot out from his body. The fire lotus on his forehead was like a raging flame. As it rapidly throbbed, fire lotuses gradually grew larger and larger. The fire lotus was a treasure of the fire attribute. The fire elite zombie gradually grasped how to use it after obtaining it. The lotus flames that floated out from the fire lotus were only the size of a fingernail at first. However, this was obviously not the true form of the fire lotus. The fire lotus swayed in the wind, the blazing flames gradually growing larger until each of them was the size of a large bowl. The fire elite zombie's entire body was covered in raging flames. Lotus flames floated out from the mark on his forehead, gradually growing larger and larger until they were the size of large bowls. They flew towards the bandits in the surroundings, and any bandit that came into contact with a spark was instantly set ablaze. The fierceness and terror of this kind of flame exceeded their imaginations. Even if they quickly poured water from their water bags, they still couldn't extinguish the spark. A fingertip-sized spark would ignite anything it touched. Skin, clothes, even armor and weapons seemed to be able to fuel the ferocity of the flame. In the span of a few breaths, those bandits that came into contact with the spark all screamed miserably and became flaming men. Before they could cry out in pain from being burned, an unpleasant burnt smell wafted from their bodies. The flaming men turned black, the living turned into the dead. This process was so short. Under the extremely painful and bewitching flames, dozens of bandits near the fire elite zombie turned into charcoal and collapsed. On the other side, the Earth elite zombie, who was deep underground, took advantage of the chaos above his head and slowly snuck into the ground by relying on his remarkable ability as a darling of the earth. He quickly ran towards Kos and the others. As a red-robed archbishop of the Church of Light, while Kos was extremely against heretics, he did indeed possess a bit of impartiality and compassion. He watched as bandits were burned into black chunks of flesh in front of him. Chanting a hymn, Kos shouted to the temple knights around him, "Save them." Han Shuo continued to use the blood seether to reap lives while focusing his attention on Kos. Seeing the temple knights slowly approaching while protecting Kos, Han Shuo immediately gave the Earth elite zombie the order to launch a surprise attack. Violent tremors accompanied by muffled sounds came from the depths of the earth. Earth spikes abruptly rose from the ground, piercing towards the Church of Light who had their attention focused on the front. Caught off guard, the temple knights and white priests of the Church of Light were stabbed to death in an instant. The earth spikes pierced through the feet of those knights precisely. As a result, those well-armored knights fell off their warhorses while howling miserably. Translator, WQL Editor, Alim. The earth spikes pierced through the soles of those knights precisely. As a result, those knights fell off their warhorses while howling miserably. The white priests who purified the souls on the battlefield were the targets of Han Shuo's deep hatred. Their purification of the souls of the dead caused the Demon's Lair Edge to be unable to obtain enough soul energy. It could even be said that it indirectly prevented the Demon's Lair Edge from evolving further. Up until now, the Demon's Lair Edge had yet to truly possess a primary soul. The Demon's Lair Edge would only be able to evolve into a primary soul after absorbing enough soul energy. Only then would the Demon's Lair Edge truly become a peerless weapon in the truest sense. Coming to Brettel City this time, the continuous large-scale battles had allowed Han Shuo to be like a fish in water. The soul energy of the dead was devoured by Han Shuo's Demon's Lair Edge, rapidly accelerating the Demon's Lair Edge's growth. Han Shuo even felt that the Demon's Lair Edge wasn't far from its final form. He couldn't allow it to be destroyed by these hateful priests of the Church of Light. Therefore, when Kos and the others approached, Han Shuo gave the Earth elite zombie the order to kill the white-clothed priests first. The white priests who didn't need to fight in close combat naturally didn't wear armor. Under the attacks of the earth spikes, every one of the white priests, apart from Kos who was firmly protected by the temple knights, couldn't escape from Han Shuo's murderous hands. "Demon, we must eliminate this demon." Kos trembled as he tightly grasped revelation, in front of his chest. Seeing the white priests who didn't receive the same treatment as him being stabbed to death, he angrily yelled at Han Shuo in the distance. "You brought this upon yourselves. I've never provoked your Church of Light, it was you who chased me to death and refused to let go. Humph, from now on, I will kill any Church of Light disciple who dares to offend us. I don't believe I can't kill all of you." Han Shuo arrogantly floated in the air, coldly yelling as he looked at the trembling Kos in the distance. "Shoot him to death. Hatchets, pikes, javelins, hurry." The bandit leader, Fas, roared loudly with extreme heartache as he watched his subordinates drown in the sea of fire. The remaining two ballistae aimed at the fire elite zombie in the middle of the sea of fire. All kinds of sharp weapons flew towards the fire elite zombie in the middle of the sea of fire. The fire elite zombie wantonly controlled the lotus flames within the sea of fire, causing the lotus armor on his body to ring out. The various ballistae that flew towards his body had yet to truly land on his body when the sharp arrows and sharp blades were burned by the raging flames. When they finally landed on his body, not only was their power greatly reduced, but they also couldn't display their penetrative power after the metal melted. In addition, the fire elite zombie would naturally reconstruct his body after being formed, and the reconstructed body was sufficiently sturdy, so he didn't suffer much damage. However, even the 5 ultimate elite zombies that were nurtured in the 5 extreme places of heaven and earth didn't have limitless energy within their bodies. Just like how there was no absolute eternal power in everything. After 20 to 30 lotus flames floated on the fire elite zombie's forehead, the fire elite zombie finally showed signs of fatigue and sent a signal to Han Shuo. Han Shuo could clearly sense the fire elite zombie's thoughts. The fire elite zombie, who had yet to fully mature, had released such a large amount of energy all at once. Naturally, he would be somewhat exhausted. Sparks flew everywhere the 20 to 30 lotus flames passed. None of the bandits that came into contact with them were lucky enough to be burnt to death. In just a short period of time, more than 300 charred corpses were left on the ground forever. This was the result of the fire elite zombie not having fully grasped the power of the fire lotus. Once the fire elite zombie slowly matured and became more adept at controlling the fire lotus, the destructive power he would be able to cause would be even more terrifying. In addition, when the 5 ultimate elite zombies were first refined, each of them would naturally possess a set of cultivation methods. In other words, the 5 ultimate elite zombies that had just been born were actually in their weakest form. Once they slowly evolved using the cultivation method, their strength would slowly grow stronger with the passage of time. Their use of their innate abilities would also become more and more terrifying. Han Shuo had no doubt that when the 5 ultimate elite zombies evolved to the end, they would possess the mystical power to destroy heaven and earth. Not to mention that the 5 ultimate elite zombies could also form a large formation. Now that the water elite zombie was also in the process of being nurtured, along with the metal elite zombie that was the most difficult to appear, Han Shuo would be able to practice the large formation. Having used up all of his energy in one go, the fire elite zombie was already showing signs of fatigue. With a wave of Han Shuo's skeletal staff, the fire elite zombie disappeared into the other dimension amidst the raging flames. After the fire elite zombie left this plane of existence, the 20 to 30 lotus flames that had lost their source of energy gradually dispersed into the sky after claiming the lives of another 50 bandits. The bandits that had been dodging the lotus flames in all directions, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the deadly lotus flames disappear one after another. They silently cursed their leader in their hearts. What did he mean by there wasn't too much danger? Brettel City, which hadn't had any city defenses in the past, was simply an incomparably terrifying demon castle. All sorts of strange and bizarre things could be found here. By now, more than half of the 6,000 bandits that Fas, the leader of the Green Fire Bandits, had brought with him, had died. More than 3,200 people had mysteriously died in this siege, including more than 1,000 true elites. Fas wanted to cry as he looked at the corpses strewn all over the ground. Brettel City was like a demon city bearing its sinister fangs. It was like a tireless machine that harvested lives, constantly displaying its ruthlessness and cruelty. The elites that had managed to reach the top of Brettel City's city walls with great difficulty were all sent flying down from the high walls under the attacks of the other two strange undead creatures. Practically all of them were dead before they even hit the ground. This was the work of Little Skull and the Wood Elite Zombie. The bandit leader Fas had thought that the appearance of the Red Archbishop of the Church of Light, the natural enemy of necromancers, would allow them to easily break through Brettel City's defenses. However, when he saw Little Skull and the Wood Elite Zombie jumping about under the illumination of the holy light, easily killing his subordinates that had climbed up the city walls with great difficulty, he cursed Kasa's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. What nightmare of a necromancer's natural enemy! What emissary of the continent of light! It's all fucking bullshit. The Red Archbishop with the divine weapon, Revelation, in his hand couldn't even purify a tiny skeleton and a few zombies. He's fucking done us in. Fas cursed incessantly in his heart as he watched the bandits explode one by one inside Han Shua's blood seether. Then, he looked at Kas and the others from the Church of Light, who were in a complete mess and couldn't even fend for themselves. Fas rapidly thought of a countermeasure. By now, Fas could see that Brettel City was relying solely on Han Shua's support. If he were to retreat with his tail between his legs after losing so many of his brothers, the reputation of his Green Fire Bandit band would definitely plummet once word of this got out. But if they didn't leave now, who knew how many more unimaginable methods that terrifying city lord of Brettel City would have? In the depths of Fas's heart, he was truly afraid of Han Shua. He secretly cursed the guy who'd leaked the information and instigated him to come over 100 times. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bolts of crossbow bolts shot out from the ballistae. Tongues of flame shot out from the war chariots and landed on the temple knights of the Church of Light, instantly causing 3 temple knights to be blown away along with their warhorses. After resting for a long time, the exhausted soldiers on Brettel City's walls finally recovered their strength. They once again controlled the sharp weapons beside them to spit out dazzling tongues of flame. Motherfucker! Retreat! All of you, retreat! Fas no longer hesitated when he saw the flames from the war chariots soar into the sky. Although 1,000,000 gold coins was tempting, he might not be able to obtain it in the current situation. The war chariots moving again meant that the soldiers on the city walls had regained their fighting strength. Thinking back to the terrifying destructive power of the war chariots, ballistae, and catapults, then looking at his subordinates, Fas painfully gave the order to retreat. The bandits had long since been scared witless and had only been waiting for Fas' order. When they heard the heavenly order to retreat, the bandits no longer dared to stay. They followed behind Fas and fled into the distance. Useless Church of Light, what kind of emissaries of God of Light are you? You can't even purify a few dark creatures. I really feel ashamed for you, Tui. When Fas passed by Kas and the others, he stopped his warhorse and glared at Kas, who was in the middle of the temple knights, with a look of disdain and anger. He spat on the ground to vent his anger before leaving. In the beginning, Fas had been toyed with by Han Shua. When the people of the Church of Light had suddenly appeared and purified the corpses under the illumination of the holy light, Fas had thought that he had seen the dawn of victory. Who would have thought that the holy light wasn't purified enough? The few undead creatures that had reappeared had actually caused such great damage to them. Fas felt that he had been played by Kas again. One could imagine the sullen feeling in his heart. If Fas hadn't known of the Church of Light's influence on the continent, if he hadn't known that the Temple Knights were one of the trump cards of the Church of Light, the savage Fas would have mercilessly led his subordinates to tear these useless followers of the Church of Light to pieces. Shoot! Shoot those people in white! Han Shua, who was floating in the air, put away the blood seeker, which had been reduced to a bloody cloth, and shouted at the soldiers on the city wall. The soldiers, who had recovered their strength, obeyed Han Shua's orders and aimed their war chariots and ballistae at the Church of Light. The remaining firepower violently fired at the Church of Light, causing the temple knights of the Church of Light to be thrown off their feet. Even Kos was almost hit by a goblin bomb. "Cardinal, what do you think of the situation?" A temple knight with the pattern of a cross on his chest was protecting Kos with all his might as he asked hesitantly. Red Archbishop Kos, who had just been insulted by the departing Fas, had an ugly expression on his face. He awkwardly dodged a goblin bomb, then closed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Another failure. It looks like I'll have to see the Pope myself. Let's go, leave this place immediately." As soon as Kos gave his order, the temple knight waved the sword in his hand and pointed behind him. The temple knights who had suddenly arrived this time dragged the 37 corpses onto their warhorses and gradually rode away from the smoky battlefield, not leaving behind any belongings of the dead. "They're gone, they've all retreated." A soldier who had lost all his strength looked at the gradually disappearing enemies and revealed a somewhat ugly but sincere smile. The soldiers who could still stand looked at Han Shua, who stood proudly in the air like a demon god. They felt that as long as Han Shua was present, Brettel City would never be breached by anyone again. Han Shua had used the Yin demons to watch the departing enemies from afar. He knew that they had truly retreated. Looking at the corpses strewn all over the ground in front of Brettel City that was riddled with holes, Han Shua shouted, "Soldiers who still have strength, guard this place well. Don't relax for even a moment." These people were truly exhausted. Han Shua could still hear deafening explosions coming from the direction of the other two city gates. He understood that the battles on at least two sides hadn't ended yet. However, the soldiers on this most desperate of battlefields had long since lost the strength to rush to either side. Han Shua also understood that they had used every ounce of strength they had, so he decided to head there himself. The citizens of Brettel City were on tenterhooks when they heard the weak cheers from the soldiers on Han Shua's side. They were afraid that they would be implicated in the massacre of the city, so they paid close attention to any changes in that direction. There were even a few brave citizens who rushed to the top of the city walls and witnessed the entire battle. Therefore, as soon as the temple knights, Fas, and the others had retreated, the citizens in this area started cheering. The citizens, whose hearts had been filled with fear, were now filled with a strong sense of happiness and excitement. Being able to keep their lives from being implicated in the massacre of the city made them feel very happy. For so many years, the city lords of Brettel City had always been one step ahead of them. But after Han Shua's arrival, they had finally subverted their understanding. He'd practically single-handedly turned the tide, firmly defending the enormous Brettel City with his miraculous powers. Although victory had come with great difficulty and was full of twists and turns, the fruit of victory was incomparably sweet. They had always been struggling at death's door, but now they felt incomparable excitement at this moment of victory, because they were the witnesses of this moment. As the citizens on Han Shua's side cheered, the citizens on the other three sides also gradually revealed smiling faces. Apart from the soldiers at the city gate that Falk was guarding, there were even citizens who took the initiative to join in the fight against the enemy. These citizens, who didn't know how to use the defensive equipment, worked together to move huge stones and place them on the catapults. They watched as the stones they'd placed on the catapults fell into the bandit group and caused terrifying destruction. When the stones that Falk's side had originally prepared were used up, the citizens volunteered to move the stone tables and chairs from the nearest houses and use them as defensive stones to hurl them out, dealing an unforgettable blow to the invaders. The city gate that Dick, Chester, and Fabian were guarding was facing the flying dragon bandits. This city gate had 2 magic crystal cannons, 4 war chariots, 7 ballistae, 6 catapults, and 1,000 elite soldiers. Dick and the other 2 didn't have any experience in commanding an army, so Falk had arranged for an officer who was good at defending the city. It was precisely because they were worried that their side wouldn't be able to handle the heavy burden that Han Shua and the others had placed more firepower on this side. The leader of the Flying Dragon Bandits, Afai, was a sinister, scheming, and vicious villain. He'd had other thoughts from the start. When Fast's signal soared into the sky, Afai didn't immediately launch an attack on the city gate. Instead, he waited for a while until he saw the response signals from 3 different directions. Only then did Afai give the order. Afai was already a bit scared out of his wits from the response signals. He had his subordinates send out signals in 3 colors, blue and yellow. Yellow meant that this side's attack was very successful, blue meant that the attack was somewhat difficult, and red meant that this side's attack had met with a fatal blow. The response signals from the 3 sides, from Han Shuo's and Fox's sides, were all red. This meant that the attack from the 2 sides had met with a fatal blow right from the start. Because they'd used the strategy of luring the enemy in, the composed Dorcas didn't start with a fierce firepower. Therefore, the Flying Dragon Bandits who were observing from that side had sent out a blue signal. The 2 red and 1 blue signals didn't look good at all. Afai wanted to preserve his strength, so he ordered some of his subordinates to attack the city gate that Dick and Chester were guarding. Chester and the others had never faced such a situation before. When they saw Afai's bandits charging over, they immediately gave the order to fiercely bombard them. Because Han Shuo and the others were worried that they wouldn't be able to handle it, their firepower was actually the fiercest. When the 2 magic crystal cannons and war chariots spat out tongues of flame, and the ballistae and catapults revealed their terrifying destructive power, more than half of the several hundred bandits that Afai had sent out were instantly killed. The startled Afai immediately gave the order to observe. He was already a bit scared. After luring the enemy over, Dorcas's side suddenly erupted with firepower. The area that was extremely close to the city wall exploded with terrifying destructive power in an instant. Several hundred bandits who'd reached the city wall were instantly drowned in cannon fire. The bandit who'd originally sent out a blue signal shot out 2 red signals in a row when he saw the originally calm and collected cannons suddenly become so fierce. Afai was already a bit on edge. When he saw the originally blue signal turn into 2 red signals, he immediately gave the order to retreat another 100 meters, forbidding anyone from continuing to attack. When Fast retreated, Afai didn't send out a single soldier. He only sat on his warhorse and stared at Dick and the others on the city wall in the distance. It was as if he was preparing to overwhelm the other side in terms of momentum. He was waiting for the other bandit groups to attack Brettel City and take advantage of the situation. When that time came, he would make his move on those bastards on the city wall. When the news of Fast's failure was spread by Afai's subordinates, the alarmed Afai understood that he definitely wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits this time. Without another word, Afai made a prompt decision to immediately give the order to retreat. The group of bandits that had surged forth left behind 200 corpses and swiftly retreated into the distance. Chester and Fabian, who'd experienced this kind of scene for the first time, looked at Afai hatefully galloping away. They thought to themselves complacently, "It looks like our side is indeed powerful. Could it be that I've scared them out of their wits just by looking at them from afar?" Chapter 335. Han Shuo was most worried about the city gate that Chester and Dick were in charge of. When he rushed over, he discovered that the soldiers on the city walls were all safe and sound. The traces of battle in front of the city walls weren't intense, and the 200 or so bandits' corpses indicated that the bandits hadn't suffered many losses. "Are you all right?" Han Shuo descended like a rainbow and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the complacent Chester and the others. "My lord, we're fine. That cowardly bandit only charged once and then kept watching the city gate from afar. He suddenly retreated just now." Chester smiled easily and pointed in the direction that Afai had left in as he spoke to Han Shuo. Han Shuo nodded after taking a look from afar and said, "It's good that you're all right. Leave 300 of you to guard this city gate. The rest, go support Dorcas at the city gate." "All right, we'll set out immediately." Dick and Chester responded and began to instruct the soldiers who hadn't made a move much in high spirits, yelling for them to quickly descend the city walls and support the other two sides. Rumble, deafening explosions rang out from the other two city walls. Han Shoa flew directly towards the side that Falk was guarding. Dorcas was a military genius. He'd displayed extraordinary intelligence when he'd kidnapped the merchants last time, and he'd performed similarly well when he'd swept away the bandits afterwards. Han Shoa believed that there wouldn't be too much of a problem on his side. On the contrary, it was this night-born Falk. Although his strength was a bit higher, perhaps it was because of his knighthood that he'd been restricted by some dogma. His arrangements on the battlefield weren't flexible enough, and Han Shoa was worried that he'd suffer a loss. When Han Shoa arrived at the city walls that Falk was guarding, he saw the bandits' corpses strewn all over the ground. He then looked at the 100 or so soldiers on the city walls that had been pierced by arrows. He immediately understood that the battle here must have been very intense. Falk's side was facing the Tomahawk bandits. The towering leader of the Tomahawk bandits, Bynum, wasn't as adept at fighting as Fass, nor was he as adept at scheming as a Phi. This simple-minded man had been blinded by 1,000,000 gold coins, and had thrown all of his subordinates into a violent assault. Falk was doing his utmost to resist the Tomahawk bandits' assault. The two sides had sunk into a cruel war of attrition. The barbarian Bynum, who had suffered heavy casualties, didn't seem to know how to retreat. He roared with all his might as he commanded his subordinates to attack the walls. More than 100 soldiers on Falk's side had died unknowingly, and 400 of them were either heavily injured or lightly injured. The remaining soldiers didn't have much strength left. If it wasn't for the citizens of Brettel City joining the defense against the bandits at the critical moment, Falk's side would have been in grave danger. By the time Han Shoa arrived, the battle had already reached its climax. More than a dozen tyrannical bandits had already rushed up the city walls, engaging in battle with the soldiers on top. The soldiers, who were almost out of strength, unleashed their last bit of strength to stab, hack, and slash. Some of the citizens, facing the threat of the bandits, actually joined the fray without fear of death. They raised their spears and continued to stab the bandits who had climbed up the walls. Han Shoa landed on top of the city walls like a bolt of lightning, setting off a whirlwind of death. He let out a soul-stirring howl as he charged into the middle of the dozen bandits by himself. His two hands were like sharp, indestructible weapons, piercing through a bandit's body with a single thrust. It didn't take long for all of the bandits to be killed on the spot with their chests and stomachs cut open. With the death of these bandits who'd madly attacked the soldiers, there was no longer any way to stop the skeletal staff-wielding Archmage Necromancer, Han Shoa. A terrifying undead army gradually filled the area below the city walls, accompanied by a long and drawn-out chant. The evil knights brandished their huge bone spears, and several bandits would be turned into a bloody mess by the sharp bone spears that were shrouded in death energy. Groups of gargoyles whistled past like crows, sending the bandits on their warhorses flying into the air. Before they could even fall to the ground, the gargoyles had already torn them into pieces. This time, the acid swamp covered the group of bandits, and the terrible screams never stopped. Groups of bandits were corroded by the acid swamp into new white skeletons. Han Shoa's appearance had completely reversed the situation. Every time the demonic Han Shoa waved his skeletal staff, there would be surging waves of magical elements. Hordes of undead would appear, or acid swamps with astonishing destructive power would appear. From time to time, a few corpse explosions would explode, causing the Tomahawk bandits to suffer more and more casualties. Seeing that Han Shoa's appearance had turned the battlefield upside down, the leader of the Tomahawk bandits, Bynum, roared in anger. He overestimated his own abilities and actually urged his warhorse to charge at Han Shoa. Before they'd even reached Han Shoa, his skeletal staff shook slightly and a circle of strong magical ripples spread out. Rows of javelin-like bone spears pierced through the air, so dense that it was like a sudden rainstorm. Without any luck, Bynum and the warhorse he was riding were all pierced by the bone spears. Everything that wasn't protected by armor was pierced through. 2 of the bone spears directly pierced through Bynum's eye sockets. He didn't even have time to let out a cry before he died. The leader is dead. Han Shua's arrival caused a huge panic among the bandits. The terrified bandits suddenly screamed when they discovered Bynum's tragic death. It was like a reason and an excuse to escape. None of the surviving Tomahawk bandits dared to stay, and they fled the area without a care for anything else. One of the more daring and meticulous bandits pretended to lift Bynum's corpse, but secretly took off Bynum's space ring. Han Shua, who'd always liked to profit from the dead, discovered the bandits' tracks with a glance. He laughed lightly and floated down from the top of the city wall like a ghost. He soundlessly approached the bandit who was madly sprinting in ecstasy and said, "Sometimes, the wealth of the dead can make it difficult to protect one's own life." The bandit who'd taken off Bynum's space ring thought that his comrade was greedy for his loot when he heard the sound coming from behind him. He turned around with an ominous glint in his eyes and swung his axe down. With a flick of Han Shua's right index finger, the axe flew out with a clang. The bandit suddenly felt an unparalleled force surge into his arm, and he couldn't help but stagger backwards. He'd already turned around and clearly saw who the person behind him was. The bandit didn't dare to show off any more and scrambled away. Unfortunately, the bandit had no chance of escaping in front of Han Shua, who was flying over like a ghost. Han Shua easily pierced through the bandit's body from behind. He took out Bynum's space ring and flew back to Fok's side with a smile on his face. "Another extra income," Han Shua said to the panting Fok with a smile. Since Han Shua had appeared here, Fok understood that the crisis on his side had already been resolved. Fok understood that Han Shua's strength was astonishing. He knew that the battle here would be over the moment Han Shua appeared. Reality proved that Fok's judgment was indeed correct. The bandits didn't dare linger after Bynum's death, especially with the terrifying destructive power of the undead army. Therefore, all the bandits fled from the city wall like a tide after leaving behind over 1,000 corpses. The rumbling of the magic crystal cannons on the other side of the city gate also gradually faded away. Han Shua understood that Dorcas's side should be coming to an end now that he couldn't hear the cannons anymore. This was the first time Brettel City had faced such a huge test, but they'd finally withstood it with everyone's combined efforts. After witnessing Han Shua's terrifying strength, all of the citizens who'd participated in the battle looked at Han Shua with reverence. When the last bandit disappeared into the distance, their reverence gradually turned into trust. Thunderous cheers suddenly spread throughout the entire city wall. Today, all the citizens who participated in the battle will receive a reward of 5 gold coins. Fok, you're in charge of distributing them. Han Shua smiled as he looked at the citizens who'd survived the calamity and instructed Fok. As soon as these words left Han Shua's mouth, the cheering citizens erupted into even more intense shouts of excitement. Each and every one of them looked at Han Shua with even more fervent gazes. They couldn't help but feel that the city lord was so mighty at this moment. "Don't worry, my lord. I will definitely not treat these citizens who've helped us unfairly." Fok respectfully agreed. He looked at the corpses of the bandits outside the city, thinking that the armor and weapons these bandits had left behind should be worth a lot of gold coins. In addition, the bandits would definitely have some gold coins in their pockets, right? The bandits really have left. You're in charge of cleaning up the battlefield, I'll go take a look at the situation on Dorcas's side. After Han Shua gave his instructions, he turned into a streak of light that streaked across the sky, flying towards the city gate that Dorcas was guarding. The sounds of the cannons gradually died down. Han Shua looked into the distance and saw the billowing smoke of gunpowder, as well as the figures of the bandits gradually fading into the distance. The ground was littered with corpses, and the ground was riddled with holes. The situation was just as tragic as the previous 2 battles. Dorcas, who was guarding this city gate, didn't disappoint Han Shua. When he arrived at Dorcas's side, Han Shuo discovered that Dorcas was counting the number of dead and wounded soldiers. With a glance, Han Shuo discovered that there were dozens of corpses neatly arranged in one area. Dorcas led the remaining soldiers to stand in front of the dead soldiers, solemnly saluting them after counting their numbers. Han Shuo walked to Dorcas's side, not saying anything. The bodies of the young soldiers who had died in front of him all had quite a few crossbow bolts stuck in them. Some had been stabbed to death by flying short axes, while others didn't even have their limbs intact. They must have experienced a period of unbearable pain before they died. A heavy and oppressive atmosphere emanated from the solemn salute of Dorcas and the others. Han Shuo also performed the same military salute as Dorcas to show respect to the dead. After a while, Dorcas opened his mouth, "There will always be casualties in war. This is something that no one can change. All I can do is reduce the number of casualties on my side, and do my best to make the enemy suffer as much as possible." Nodding his head, Han Shuo agreed, "That's right. Sometimes, being cruel to the enemy is being kind to yourself. I think our soldiers' equipment needs to be improved. Sturdier armor and weapons will increase the chances of survival for our soldiers. My lord, how are the other three sides?" Dorcas took a deep breath and finally shifted his gaze away from the dead soldiers. He looked at Han Shuo and asked, "Apart from Dick and the other three sides are about the same as yours. However, we've managed to hold them all." Han Shuo revealed a gratified smile as he answered Dorcas. Nodding his head, Dorcas let out a sigh of relief and said, "That's good." Tap tap. Tap tap. It was only at this time that Dick, Chester, and the others finally rushed over. When they discovered that Han Shuo was already standing there, they understood that the battle was probably over. Before they knew it, it was already dusk. A large patch of fiery clouds of sunset bloomed with the final radiance of the day. Under the illumination of the fiery clouds of sunset, the billowing smoke of battle seemed to be smeared with a layer of blood, adding a touch of poignant beauty to the hellish battlefield on earth. Flocks of crows flew over with strange cries. Smelling the scent of corpses, they pounced on the corpses of the bandits on the ground, tearing and devouring the delicious flesh to their heart's content as they let out disgusting cries. More and more crows gathered in the dusk of sunset, their mournful cries seeming to tell of the unbearable sight of the scene. "It's over, it's finally over." Han Shuo muttered to himself, casually giving a few instructions before returning to the city lord's mansion. For 3 days in a row, smoke billowed outside Brettel City. Some of the residents who lived close to the city gates could smell the pungent smell of burning corpses. A total of 15,000 bandits had attacked, but in the end, they'd left behind 8,000 corpses, as well as 400,000 gold coins worth of armor and weapons, as well as 200,000 gold coins scattered around. In addition, the leader of the Battle Axe gang had 300,000 gold coins in his space ring. The 4 bandit groups that had come with greed for gold coins not only didn't obtain a single gold coin from Brettel City, but had instead delivered a lot of gold coins to Brettel City as Han Shuo had said. In this battle, more than 327 Brettel City soldiers had died, and 769 were gravely injured. The remaining survivors had more or less suffered some injuries. The magic crystal ore of the 6 magic crystal cannons had been completely used up. The goblin explosives and tens of thousands of crossbow bolts that the merchants had transported over this time had all been used up. Not a single drop of kerosene was left, and the giant stones used for the catapults had long since been used up. The bandits that had rushed up during the siege had recklessly destroyed 2 war chariots, 4 ballistae, and a cumbersome catapult. Because the magic crystal cannons were made of specially refined magic metal, and the bandits knew that the magic crystal cannons were priceless, the 6 magic crystal cannons had been destroyed without a hitch. After this battle, Han Shuo had finally received the respect of all the citizens of Brettel City. The enthusiasm of the young citizens to join the army was unprecedentedly high. Han Shuo's godlike might spread throughout the entire city. In just 3 days, the citizens that had originally been full of doubts about Han Shuo had already turned Han Shuo into a god. To the youths, Han Shuo had become a legend that they could never hope to reach. The slightly good-looking girls and beautiful women had all put on a thin layer of powder for the past 3 days. They found an excuse to linger near the city lord's mansion's gate, their coquettish eyes darting everywhere. No one knew what they were thinking. Brettel City's soldiers, who had previously been the most despised by the citizens, had also become hot cakes that no one dared to approach. Some citizens excitedly introduced their beautiful daughters to the soldiers in shining armor. Brettel City had undergone earth-shaking changes overnight. At the city gate leading to Seamist City, Han Shuo, Jack Chester, and a group of people were having a friendly conversation with a group of merchants led by Fabian. These merchants who had dared to come to Brettel City were all true merchants who dared to take risks for the sake of making a fortune. After experiencing this battle to defend Brettel City, they had a new understanding of the city. The siege equipment that the merchants had escorted this time had been used up at an alarming rate. The 7 Grand Duchies, the greater threat, still existed. When the corpses outside the city had been cleaned up and the roads had been slightly decorated, Han Shuo immediately impatiently spent a large sum of money to purchase even more supplies. In addition to the endless supply of war equipment, there was also more food and daily necessities. As long as there was money, the merchants would never stop. When the heavy deposits were handed over to them, the merchants were also anxious to leave the city to handle matters, full of trust towards Brettel City in Han Shuo. Fabian also had a letter that Han Shuo had given him. The letter contained some special materials that Han Shuo needed, including a few ambiguous, gentle, and sweet words for Phoebe. "Jack, you've really decided to stay?" Fabian looked at this distant nephew of his and asked again. Little fatty Jack nodded, replying with unexpected firmness, "Yes, I think this city needs me even more. Not to mention that Brian has also handed the position of financial officer to me." "Old Fabian, don't worry, I'll take good care of Jack. Since this kid is so insistent, let him stay and try," Han Shuo said to Fabian with a smile. 2 days ago, when Han Shuo had found Jack, he'd still been hiding in his room, vomiting incessantly. After watching the entire battle from start to finish, Jack's appetite for meat had greatly diminished, and he'd often vomited for a few days in a row. At that time, Han Shuo had thought that Jack would leave after experiencing this tragic battle. He hadn't thought that this fellow would actually have such astonishing willpower, insisting on staying here. From Fabian, Han Shuo knew that Jack was very talented in gold coin management and financial affairs. Under the guidance of several experienced gentlemen at the Buzz Merchant Guild, Jack had displayed financial management skills that even moved Phoebe. Aside from the fact that Jack and Han Shuo were light majors, Phoebe had taken such good care of Jack because of Jack's and Han Shuo's light majors, but also because of Jack's performance in this area. After learning of this situation, Han Shuo didn't continue to persuade Jack when he saw that Jack insisted on staying in Brettel City. Instead, he directly gave Jack the position of financial officer in front of Falk, Dorcas, and the others, along with the gold coins he'd obtained from Troda last time, including Helentina's 400,000 gold coins, as well as all the gold coins he'd obtained this time, were all handed over to Jack, allowing him to manage this enormous amount of wealth. If it had been anyone else, Han Shuo wouldn't have dared to hand over such a large amount of gold coins. Only Jack, who'd grown up with him at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, was someone that Han Shuo could truly be at ease with. Han Shuo was the true master of Brettel City. Han Shuo didn't need anyone's approval to make any of the personnel transfers in the surrounding areas. Falk, Dorcas, and the others didn't have any right to interfere or question him. With such a large amount of wealth in his hands, Jack had sunk into great excitement and panic for a very long time. It wasn't until Han Shuo comforted him for a long time that he gradually adapted to the role of financial officer. Fabian's words to Han Shuo were indeed correct. With such a large amount of wealth in Jack's hands, He'd gone from his initial panic to adapting to the role. He actually started to methodically and clearly divide the uses of the gold coins, recording each transaction in detail. This caused Han Shuo to have a whole new level of respect for Jack. Falk and the others hadn't trusted Jack in the beginning, but when they received their pay from Jack and heard him clearly list the value of each piece of armor and weapon, they were already a bit surprised. When Jack took the initiative to contact a few merchants and helped Falk, Dorcas, and the others purchase some more equipment that were in short supply at a much lower price than Falk and Dorcas had expected, the two gradually relaxed. In just a short 3 days, the busy Jack displayed the intelligence that a qualified financial officer should have. The young Jack was also gradually accepted by Falk and the others. They thought that having such a young financial officer might not be such a bad thing after all. "All right then, take care of yourselves." Fabian looked at the two young faces in front of him. It was as if he could see Brettel City being filled with vitality in their hands, dazzling from the chaotic stage of the east. With Han Shuo and the others seeing them off, the merchants were escorted back to Seamist City by the guards led by Chester, gradually disappearing from Han Shuo's line of sight. Han Shuo knew that Brettel City would definitely be even more prosperous the next time they came. Chapter 336. Brettel City had a beautiful day. The 4 city gates had been cleaned up. Apart from the potholes in front of the city gates that couldn't be restored to its original state, the terrifying scene from a few days ago couldn't be seen anywhere else. Under the warm sunlight, the 5 mountain chiefs around Brettel City brought some of their brothers to Brettel City. The earth-shaking rumbles from a few days ago had spread for dozens of miles. The mountain chiefs could imagine the ferocity of the battle just by looking at the marks in front of the city gates. Thanks to the information Dick, who was also a mountain man, had conveyed to them what had happened a few days ago. They were all in awe of the new young city lord of Brettel City. Fulkin of Mount Tali had long since witnessed Han Shuo's strength. He'd expressed goodwill to Han Shuo before the battle had even started. Otherwise, Falk wouldn't have been able to transport the siege equipment so easily back then. The other 4 mountain chiefs were also well behaved. Under Dick's guidance, they arrived at the city lord's mansion. Along the way, the new appearance of Brettel City had left a deep impression on them. The imposing magic crystal cannons, war chariots, and other equipment seemed a bit more ferocious after experiencing the smoke of the battlefield. The soldiers that greeted them along the way were still the soldiers of Brettel City. However, the aura of these soldiers made them feel a bit unfamiliar. After surviving the cruelty of the battlefield, these soldiers were no longer cowardly. Their shining armor shone brilliantly, and their expressions were calm and reserved. There was a faint murderous aura emanating from them. Are these still the same Brettel City guards who wore tattered armor and ran faster than the citizens? The leaders couldn't help but feel puzzled, as if they were getting to know these soldiers all over again. When they arrived at the city lord's mansion, the mountain chiefs saw some smiling citizens taking the initiative to clean up the surrounding streets. There were also some beautiful women and girls shyly gathered in front of the city lord's mansion, laughing and discussing something in low voices. For a moment, the mountain chiefs felt that every part of Brettel City was different. His lordship is not someone to be trifled with. Don't speak carelessly, Zack, it's not fun to offend him. Dick was familiar with the mountain leaders and knew that Zack was the most boorish and careless, so he kept reminding him along the way. Dick, you're talking more and more nonsense now. I remember you used to be very quiet. Why are you so long-winded now? Zack was a short and sturdy man. He didn't know if it was because of mining ores all year round, but his skin was as black wood stone. Cousin Dick, is this city lord really as powerful as you say? You're not deliberately exaggerating, are you? The female leader of the mountain people was called Delia. She inherited her father's position and became the leader of Mount Silk. Delia had the typical high-nose bridge of the mountain people and 2 very slender and straight beautiful legs. She was around 1.73 meters tall and was much taller than the average woman. Delia's appearance was just as moving as her figure. Her wheat-colored skin was full of a healthy luster, and her wild eyes carried the unique curiosity of a young girl of her age. Her curvaceous body was wrapped in simple leather armor that covered her chest and abdomen, but her arms and calves were exposed. There was also a valuable dagger stabbed into her left knee, making her look quite tasteful. Beside her, Zack and the younger leader of the mountain people, Kent, both revealed a somewhat lustful and soulful expression when Delia spoke. It seemed that they were very interested in this Delia. In Brettel City, where there weren't many beautiful women, Delia had become the focus of many men. However, Delia herself was a senior swordsman, and she also held the mining rights of Mount Silk. Not everyone had the qualifications to hunt her. Delia had the straightforward personality of a mountain woman. She was like a thorny rose, becoming the focus of men in this place. Delia liked to use her proud assets to tease men who expressed strong desires for her. However, she had never shown any face to any man, and no man had ever been able to take advantage of her. Dick, who was a distant relative of Delia, smiled wryly and warned his distant cousin, "You better know your place. Don't play your tricks in front of the city lord. He's not someone you can handle." "Humph, he's just a young man, what's so great about him?" Delia pouted and lightly snorted. She became even more interested in Han Shuo after hearing Dick's words. All right, hurry up and go in. Don't let the city lord wait for too long." The oldest leader of the mountain people, Armand, suddenly opened his mouth and lightly shouted. Among the 5 mountain chiefs, Armand had the most prestige among them. He was of the same generation as Delia, Zack, and Kent's grandfather. The 5 mountain chiefs often joined forces to resist the bandits' attacks, and would often communicate with each other. When they gathered together, Armand would often act as their elder and guide them on some matters. After Armand spoke, the group didn't say anything else. Only Dick told them some things about Han Shuo in a low voice, especially about Han Shuo's personality. Dick emphasized that Han Shuo had personally killed a soldier who dared to refute him as soon as he'd arrived in Brettel City. Before coming here, the mountain chiefs had already understood from Dick's information that the new city lord wasn't someone to be trifled with. When Dick carefully described Han Shuo's ruthless style, the group felt even more apprehensive. Delia was even more curious about Han Shuo. "It's best not to provoke this person. I don't care what you do, our Mount Tali will definitely build a good relationship with him. We won't try to make things difficult for him." Having personally experienced Han Shuo's annihilation of Troda, Fulkin had long since made plans to get along well with Han Shuo. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to go down the mountain to rescue Falk and express goodwill to Han Shuo. Among the 5 mountain chiefs, Fulkin had been the most arrogant and unruly. He'd rarely submitted to anyone for so many years. Now that he'd expressed his attitude without even going to see Han Shuo, the others immediately felt a bit more reverence in their hearts. After a while, Dick led the 5 mountain chiefs through the wide stone steps and finally arrived at the banquet location in the city lord's mansion. The servants he'd recruited last time to cook had all been left behind by Han Shuo in the city lord's mansion. Dorcas, Falk, Chester, Jack, and the others had already arrived in advance, waiting for the arrival of the 5 mountain chiefs. "Let me introduce my 5 compatriots to everyone, they are the chiefs of the 5 mines around Brettel City." Dick pointed at the 5 mountain chiefs as soon as he arrived, introducing them to Dorcas and the others. By the time Dick finished introducing both sides, Fulkin, who'd helped Falk fend off the bandits last time, was already laughing heartily as he welcomed Falk. He gave Falk a very heroic hug and said loudly, "Brave brother Falk, I've heard of your miraculous performance even on Mount Tali." As a regular knight, Falk smiled courteously at Fulkin, saying in a friendly and enthusiastic manner, "You praise me too much. Welcome." Where's your city lord?" Zack looked left and right, waiting for Dick to introduce him to the miraculous young city lord. However, he discovered that Dick didn't do as he'd hoped. He couldn't help but ask. The indifferent Dorcas shot a glance at Zack, his voice a bit gloomy as he said in a low voice, "Your city lord? You mean that you don't belong to the city lord's jurisdiction?" Although he didn't have great strength, Dorcas' aura after experiencing countless battles couldn't be underestimated. His low shout was as cold as the edge of a treasured sword. "Zack, shut up." Ever since Dorcas had been brought back by Han Shuo, he displayed his abilities in several battles and had become the object of the soldiers' trust. His deterrence in the army had gradually surpassed Fox. Dick deeply understood that this person's loyalty to Han Shuo was somewhat unreasonable. He hastily reprimanded Zack for speaking out of turn. For so many years, the mountain chiefs around Brettel City had never truly placed the city lords in their eyes. Naturally, they wouldn't show any respect in their normal conversations. Zack was used to this and didn't correct his words, immediately angering Dorcas. Dorcas, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, stood there like an unsheathed sword. No one could ignore his presence. Unfortunately, his resolute face carried an indifference that pushed people 1,000 miles away, making him not easy to approach. "I'm sorry. Due to the incompetence and cowardice of some of the city lords in the past, we didn't show enough respect in private." Zack hasn't changed his words either. "I don't think he has any intention of offending the city lord. I hope you don't mind." The old Adelman hastily came out to smooth things over. He secretly pulled on the rash Zack and winked at him. Dick and Fulkin also winked at Zack at the same time, hinting for him to quickly express his attitude in order to avoid provoking Dorcas' displeasure. The rash Zack wasn't a stupid person. The gazes of the three all landed on him. Zack, who'd originally been a bit indignant, finally lowered his head and said in a soft voice, "I'm sorry." Dorcas flicked a glance at Zack and snorted coldly. He didn't say anything else as he picked up his wine glass and went to find Jack to ask for more war equipment. He didn't continue to pursue Zack's rudeness. "Fuck, where's the city lord?" Dick secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the most difficult person to get along with, Dorcas, had left. Only then did he ask Falk, who was happily chatting with Fulkin. "Oh, the city lord said that it's rare for guests to come over. He said that he would personally prepare some sumptuous delicacies for them. He told us to wait here for a while." Falk chuckled as he explained. His eyes glanced at Delia a few times as he spoke, not concealing his interest in her at all. Another lecherous, stinky man. The corner of Delia's mouth hooked up in a somewhat proud arc. She flicked a glance at Falk and then turned her head away, inwardly making this judgment of Falk. Delia's gaze left Falk's body, and turned to look at the cold and aloof Dorcas with interest. She seemed to find this cold and emotionless Dorcas to be more interesting. It seemed that Delia cared more about men who didn't care about her. The talkative knight Captain Falk, the humorous Chester, and the 5 mountain chiefs accompanied by Dick didn't display any unfriendly words or actions. They sipped on the fine wine in their glasses as they indirectly probed for information regarding the new city lord through Falk and Chester's mouths. Among them, the younger Dick and Kent were extremely curious about the rumor that Han Shuo had captured the Helen Duchy's Grand Duchess Helentina alive. Chester and Dick, these two filthy fellows, didn't care about Han Shuo's heroic image. They laughed in low voices as they recounted their presumptions to Dick and Kent. Delia, who wasn't far from the 4 of them, had always been very curious. The 4 filthy fellows laughed so lewdly that she accidentally overheard something she shouldn't have. She couldn't help but blush and spit in a low voice, cursing, "I really didn't think that the city lord would be so licentious. Humph, it looks like he's even more lecherous and disgusting than all the men in Brettel City. Heh heh, the city lord really has some skills." These filthy men didn't seem to think that forcing themselves on a woman famous for her viciousness was a despicable and shameful thing. It was as if it was a glorious thing. The 2 young mountain chiefs had faces full of admiration as they listened to Chester and Dick's narration. This kind of admiration was even stronger than when they heard how many bandits Han Shuo had killed. This caused Delia, who was eavesdropping on the side, to despise Dick, Kent, and the other three. She cursed in her heart that there wasn't a single good thing in men. My apologies everyone, I'm a step late. Brettel City's food ingredients are too scarce. Although I'm a bit late this time, I'll let them eat some rare delicacies. Suddenly, loud and clear laughter rang out from the inner room. The handsome Han Shua slowly walked out with a smile on his face. Chapter 337. Han Shua, who was over 1 meter 90 centimeters tall, naturally gave off an intimidating aura as he walked out from the inner room. Even in front of the mountain people who were generally taller, Han Shua still stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. The demonic aura that he'd gained after practicing demonic magic was even more eye-catching. Han Shua walked over with a smile and took out plates of oily yellow meat from his space ring, placing them on the table in front of everyone. Everyone, these are some rare meats that I've hunted down from a bit further away. Why don't you all have a taste? Han Shua smiled and invited everyone to have a taste after laying out the large plates of meat. On the other side, Jack, who had been pestered by Dorcas to discuss military resources, could no longer control his yearning for delicacies when he smelled the fragrance of meat. Jack shook off Dorcas, who had been pestering him endlessly, and ran over. Dorcas was an ambitious battle maniac. His only interest was to build up the strength of the forces in his hands as much as possible, so that they would have even more explosive destructive power in future battles. Because of this, Dorcas had been extremely interested in little fatty Jack, who was now in charge of the finances. He'd used all sorts of methods to try and obtain more equipment from Jack. Jack's initial fear of Dorcas had slowly become more and more relaxed, and he didn't give Dorcas everything he wanted as quickly as Dorcas had hoped. You, heh. Han Shua smiled and shook his head when he saw Jack quickly run over. He then said to the 5 mountain chiefs with a relaxed expression, "Don't just stand there, hurry up and get to work. These aren't things that you can eat on a normal day." The 5 mountain chiefs, including Fulkin, all felt a bit fearful when they saw that Han Shua wasn't as aloof as they'd imagined. They became even more reserved. Jack was the most familiar with Han Shua, and Han Shua had been Jack's only friend for so many years. He wouldn't be as polite as the others, and picked up a large piece of fragrant meat with his fork. He put it into his mouth and started chewing, exclaiming in surprise as he chewed, "Oh, not bad. What meat is this to be so fragrant? This is the front foot of a manticore. It tastes good, doesn't it?" Han Shua replied with a smile and pointed at the other dishes, introducing them one by one. "This is the tail of a deepwater venom python. It's the chewiest, and that one has the brain of a harpy. You'll only know the taste after you taste it." This is, the 5 mountain chiefs, Falk, Dorcas, and the others were all dumbfounded by Han Shua's introductions. They'd never imagined that the delicacies in front of them would all come from high-level magical beasts. A high-level magical beast of this level could only be hunted by a team of experienced adventurers. Otherwise, an ordinary person would only be able to die. There are no such magical beasts in the vicinity of Brettel City. Where did he go to hunt them? Oh, these high-level magical beasts are not something that ordinary people can hunt. The city lord is indeed an inconceivable monster. Apart from Han Shua, everyone present had the same feeling in their hearts. They all looked at Han Shua with strange gazes. "What, this is the front foot of the manticore?" Jack jumped in fright. There was still a large piece of meat on the knife and fork in his hand. He had heard that a manticore could often tear a person into pieces with a single swipe of its claw. Thinking of the delicious piece of meat in his mouth, he couldn't help but scream. "Not bad. How does it taste?" Han Shua laughed and stared at Jack. "The taste is amazing, but when I think of the manticore using its front claws to tear people apart, why do I feel a little scared?" Jack had a lingering fear as he looked at the delicious food with his small eyes. He wanted to eat but couldn't overcome the pressure in his heart. Glancing at the others, Han Shuo found that they all had strange expressions on their faces. He laughed involuntarily and said, "What's wrong? Don't tell me you don't dare to eat it. Hee, this is something that I have specially hunted for all of you. You won't be so disrespectful, right?" Under Han Shuo's attentive gaze, Dorcas didn't say a word as he walked to the harpy's plate of meat. He picked up a large piece of black meat with his knife and fork, swallowing it in big mouthfuls with a gloomy face. "What's the big deal?" "Humph." Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, Delia pouted and snorted softly. She picked up her knife and fork and started eating the deep-water venom python. She picked up a piece of meat with brittle bones and started chewing it carefully. Delia's brows relaxed after only a small bite. She excitedly waved her knife and fork again, trying to get a bigger piece to taste. She praised, "It's really delicious. Heh, the deep-water venom python is highly toxic. I don't know if I've cleaned it properly. If I haven't cleaned it properly, then I'll be in big trouble." Han Shuo's lips twitched as he looked at Delia's alluring appearance as she chewed. Delia, who had been feasting without regard for her image, happened to hear Han Shuo's mutterings with her little ears. Her originally excited movements suddenly froze and her tender red cheeks turned a bit pale. She looked at Han Shuo and said in a trembling voice, "What did you say?" "Nothing, with the deep-water venom python's highly toxic nature, if I hadn't cleaned it properly, you'd probably be dead by now." Han Shuo laughed loudly and responded easily. "Damn it, you actually scared me." Delia glared fiercely at Han Shuo, but didn't pursue Han Shuo's threat. She focused more of her attention on the plate of deep-water venom python. This was because the other 4 mountain chiefs, as well as Falk, Dick, Chester, and the others, had already reacted and started to move. Little Fatty Jack even picked up his plate and began to dig in. They rarely even laid eyes on these rare foods, not to mention savoring them on their plates. Although Han Shuo had brought quite a bit of food, there were even more people here. The mountain people's appetites in particular were famed for being enormous. Delia was deeply afraid that the others would split the food on their plates while she spoke, so she immediately ignored Han Shuo and joined in the fight for food. It didn't take long for the 6 plates of food to be devoured cleanly by the group. They still held their knives and forks in their hands, but they still felt a bit unsatisfied. On one hand, the taste of the food was truly wonderful, and on the other hand, the ingredients were so rare that they gave people an even greater sense of wonder. Therefore, they quickly finished all 6 plates of food. When the servants that Han Shuo had hired from the city lord's mansion delivered the food that they'd meticulously prepared, the group instead felt that it was dull and tasteless. They no longer cared for such ordinary food. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the group followed Han Shuo to the meeting hall. The servants would naturally clean up the mess. Han Shuo, who'd always been smiling and talking wittily, wasn't as difficult to get along with as the 5 mountain chiefs had imagined. When everyone sat down, everyone was a bit less reserved and a bit more friendly and cordial. The rare food played a significant role in this. Han Shuo sat in the very center, smiling as he glanced at the 5 mountain chiefs. Seeing that the 5 of them had restrained their smiles and sat up straight, he nodded and said, "Everyone, don't be nervous. I've invited everyone here this time to discuss some matters of making a fortune together. You are all citizens of Brettel City. Perhaps it was because the previous city lord wasn't able to earn your trust that you gradually drifted apart from Brettel City. This time, His Majesty has bestowed Brettel City to me. I will not let the 7 grand duchies and all kinds of bandits loot again. Not only will Brettel City not suffer, but your 5 mines will also be protected. From now on, I hope that everyone can truly work together and develop Brettel City together. Your lordship, I believe that you can bring peace to Brettel City. As the chief of Mount Tali, I am willing to listen to your lordship's commands. I know that your lordship will not mistreat us." Fulkin had made up his mind when he'd arrived. He understood that just Han Shua's strength alone was enough to deal a heavy blow to Mount Tali. After seeing Brettel City's tight defenses along the way, Fulkin's resolve had become even firmer. Han Shua was also well aware of Fulkin's friendliness. He smiled and nodded to Fulkin, saying, "Many thanks, Fulkin. When Falk faced the threat of bandits last time, your Mount Tali even helped us. This city lord knows this. Your lordship is too polite. In the past, it was because the previous city lord didn't even care about his own citizens that I felt deeply disdainful. Your lordship is completely different from them. As a citizen of Brettel City, this is what I should do. Moreover, your lordship has also helped Mount Tali last time. Troda will never invade our Mount Tali again." Fulkin was very tactful. Since he'd already decided to cooperate well with Han Shua, he spared no effort in doing so. The other 4 mountain chiefs couldn't help but look at each other after hearing Fulkin's declaration. In their hearts, this new city lord was outstanding in all aspects. The only thing that worried them was that Han Shua would take their minds for himself. This was the reason why they didn't dare to easily agree. Their mines were their main source of income and the foundation of their survival. According to Han Shua, everything around Brettel City belonged to the city lord. Didn't that mean that their mines also belonged to Han Shua? Han Shua looked at the 4 mountain chiefs with a smile and chuckled, "I wonder if the 4 of you are willing to support me?" The 4 were startled when they heard these words. The other 3 young mountain chiefs didn't say anything, all focusing their gazes on the oldest, Ardman. Ardman was silent for a while, then braced himself and respectfully said to Han Shua, "Your lordship, we are all your citizens. Of course we are willing to help Brettel City develop, but we don't know how we can help your lordship. Please enlighten us." Han Shua smiled and nodded, saying, "Since you've acknowledged yourselves as citizens of my Brettel City, this matter will be easy to handle. To be honest, Brettel City doesn't lack anything other than a lack of manpower. Merchants will continue to transport a steady stream of goods. My Brettel City currently has enough gold coins to support the operation of Brettel City, but the issue of population cannot be solved in a short period of time. I know that there are currently 30 to 40,000 mountain people living in your mines. Apart from miners, there are even more elderly, women, and children. The living conditions in the 5 mines aren't ideal. They had all left Brettel City to live in the mines due to the incompetence of the previous city lord. Originally, they had no choice but to do so because they couldn't guarantee the safety of Brettel City. But now, I think Brettel City is already very safe. If the 5 of you don't mind, please let them leave the mountains. There are many empty houses in Brettel City. They should live in a better environment. What do you think?" Ardman was greatly moved by Han Shua's words. He also understood that the lives of his tribe living in the mountains weren't easy. Apart from all kinds of ores in the 5 mines, there were very few trees. The wild beasts had long since been hunted to fill their stomachs. Water was also transported from the foot of the mountain. The miners on the mountain had to work day after day in exchange for some food transported by merchants. In order to guard against robbers, the mountain people all lived in the mines that never saw the sun all year round. If it wasn't to ensure that their lives weren't threatened, who would be willing to live on the mountain like savages? Now, the first thing that Han Shua thought of was the pitiful people on the mountain. This moved the elderly Ardman greatly. He immediately kowtowed towards Han Shua, tears flowing uncontrollably from his eyes. He choked with sobs, "I first thank the city lord for his kind intentions on behalf of all the people on the mountain. I won't say any unnecessary words. As long as your lordship can ensure that they don't have to worry about food and clothing, and give them a stable living environment, I will absolutely not object even if your lordship wants us to hand over the mines. Old man, please rise. They are all my people. Giving them a good living environment is what I should do. The 5 mines are the foundation of your survival and will be under your control in the future. It's just that although the city has abundant siege equipment, we don't have enough manpower to operate them. Once the regular armies of the 7 duchies come to attack the city, I'm afraid that with just our 3,000 city guards, even with so many siege equipment, we still won't be able to handle it. The only thing I ask of you is that when we face a common enemy, you can join forces with us to resist together. We will provide you with enough siege weapons. If we have enough manpower on the city walls, with Brettel City's defensive power, even the 7 grand duchies can forget about breaking through. I wonder if everyone is willing to work hard with me and fight for the safety of all the people of Brettel City. There was no longer any gap between them at this point. Old Ardman had worked hard all his life to constantly resist the robberies of the various duchies and bandit organizations, bringing a better living environment for the people of the mountain. His ideals and Han Shua's way of doing things didn't conflict at all. Therefore, when Han Shua made this suggestion, Ardman no longer hesitated. He immediately shouted at the other 3 young mountain chiefs, "You 3 kids, hurry and thank the city lord's grace with me." Hearing this, the 3 youths no longer had any doubts. Even Fulkin, who'd already expressed his trust in Han Shua, immediately knelt down on one knee towards Han Shua. Each of them solemnly swore to Han Shua that they would risk their lives to defend Brettel City. After helping the mountain chiefs up one by one, Han Shua said with a smile, "When I went to Mount Tali last time, I discovered that Fulkin and the others' weapons and equipment weren't good enough. This time, the bandits left behind tens of thousands of weapons and armor. Placing them in Brettel City's warehouse will only take up space. There's no harm in equipping them for you all." The 5 mountain people had painstakingly mined ore for so many years. All the ore they'd obtained had been exchanged with merchants for food and other daily necessities to maintain the basic lives of the elderly, women, and children on the mountain. They didn't have any extra gold coins to buy more weapons and armor. Some of them only used some crudely refined iron rods. When the 5 mountain chiefs heard Han Shua's words, they thought of the shining armor on the 3,000 city guards along the way, as well as the sharp weapons gleaming with a cold light. When they compared the shabby appearance of their own subordinates, they all felt their faces flush with embarrassment. "Many thanks my lord, many thanks my lord." Fulkin was the first to react. He immediately kowtowed again, crying out in excitement. Seeing Fulkin's kowtow, the other 4 mountain chiefs also kowtowed with heartfelt admiration. Each of them was filled with excitement and love. Their gazes towards Han Shua became more and more convinced. "He, everyone, get up. This is just the beginning. I believe that as time passes, Brettel City will blossom with even more beautiful prospects." Han Shua once again let the 5 mountain chiefs get up, chuckling as he spoke. "Boo-hoo, hundreds of thousands of gold coins are gone just like that." Only the financial officer, Jack, cried out in pain. However, his low cry didn't cause any waves amidst the joyous cheers of the crowd. Chapter 338. Under the arrangements of the 5 mountain chiefs, the numerous mountain people from the surrounding 5 mines finally came down from the mountains after many years, returning to Brettel City once again. News of the 4 bandit groups' disastrous losses spread throughout the 7 grand duchies. Some of the smaller bandit groups definitely wouldn't dare to come to Brettel City to fish for profits in the future. Even the 7 grand duchies that were at war with each other were shocked by this news. Brettel City, a city that anyone could bully in the past, had become a taboo place after nearly 10,000 bandit corpses had been left behind. While Brettel City was busy arranging for the mountain people to enter the city, Han Shua once again silently disappeared from Brettel City after giving Dorcas and the others some instructions. The magic crystal mines had all been used up in the last war. They weren't as easy to purchase as the goblin bombs used by the war chariots. This kind of rare ore had been monopolized by the various empires and was used as the main material for magic matrices. In this regard, Han Shua ordered the departed Fabian to help him purchase them, while he himself began to think of ways to acquire magic crystal mines. The magic crystal mine in the underground world that Han Shuo had heard of last time in the dark forest became the first target he thought of. After Brettel City had temporarily calmed down, Han Shuo once again went to the dark forest alone. Han Shuo made a beeline for the entrance to the underground world in the dark forest. It didn't take him long to arrive at the entrance. Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry to enter immediately after arriving. Instead, he released a Yin demon to circle around a 10-mile radius. The Yin demon covered an area of 10 miles, but Han Shuo didn't find any traces of the Redbud Knights. This meant that the Redbud Knights had either given up on exploring the underground world, or had already entered it. Without much hesitation, Han Shuo didn't inform the forest troll this time. He entered the underground world alone. After passing through a large stretch of dark tunnels, Han Shuo gradually went deeper into the underground world. Han Shuo, whose strength had greatly improved, flew all the way down and spent more than an hour to truly enter the underground world. Not much had changed from the last time he had left. The underground world was divided into several layers. The lizard men lived on the topmost layer where Han Shuo lived, while the dark dragon Gilbert lived in the black dragon city. The underground world had a clear hierarchy. The races that resided at the top were the weakest, and the lower they went, the more powerful races there were. Legend had it that there were some powerful creatures that even the gods had a headache living at the bottom of the underground world. However, it was said that those races were cursed by the gods, as if they were bound by some kind of underground power. They could never leave the dark underground world forever. I should have called Gilbert over. That fellow is from the underground world, and he's very familiar with the lizard men. If he were here, it would save me a lot of effort. Han Shuo couldn't help but think to himself. He hadn't known of the lizardmen's existence since entering the underground world. The underground world was as vast as the surface world, with countless intricate paths. Once one got lost, it would be very difficult to find the way back. Fortunately, Han Shuo's memory was astonishing after his brain had been developed by the demonic arts. He slowly followed the path he had last met the lizard men. Last time in the underground world, Han Shuo had a conflict with the Dark Elves, but due to the existence of Dark Dragon Gilbert, he still recognized the lizard men. However, just like how humans saw the lizard men, in the eyes of the lizard men, all humans looked the same. Han Shuo didn't know if the lizard men still recognized him. Following his memory, he walked to the place where the lizard men had appeared last time. Along the way, Han Shuo did indeed encounter many strange races. There were those dark cyan-skinned gnomes, and also the damp and gloomy batmen. He even encountered a few dark elves, but not a single lizard man. Han Shuo also released a Yin demon that lingered around Han Shuo, searching for traces of the lizard men. However, after a long time, he still didn't find a single lizard man. When Han Shuo came to a damp and gloomy area, he suddenly heard an ear-piercing whistling sound. Han Shuo looked up and saw a row of black shadows flying towards him. It was a group of batmen attacking him. "Human, leave everything on you, and we'll consider giving you an easier death." One of the batmen at the very front spoke awkwardly in the common tongue of the continent and clawed at Han Shuo's head. The batmen were a little smaller than the average human, but they had black umbrella-like wings that humans didn't have, as well as sharp claws and teeth that humans didn't have. The batmen liked to live in groups, and their reputation in the underground world was as bad as that of the forest troll above. Once they encountered a creature that was easy to bully, they wouldn't hesitate to brandish their claws and teeth, swarming up to tear the prey to shreds and take their belongings. Seeing the group of batmen flying over from the dark and damp wide cave, Han Shuo wasn't alarmed, but happy instead. He let out a sinister sneer, and bloody light shot out from his 5 fingers. It was as if he was playing an invisible piano floating in the air. Streaks of bloody light crisscrossed like sharp swords, and the black mass of batmen flapping their wings and flying over let out sharp screams as they fell. Han Shuo didn't touch the batman who first spoke in the common tongue of the continent. When this Batman saw that his companions were slaughtered by Han Shuo without any ability to resist, his small red eyes that were as red as mung beans repeatedly flashed with a glint of fear. He hurriedly turned around and tried to leave Han Shuo, this evil star. Where do you think you're going? Han Shuo let out a soft shout and suddenly activated his mental strength. The soul tremor spell that he had recently practiced immediately surged towards that Batman. This Batman, who was flapping his wings in an attempt to get away from Han Shuo as quickly as possible, crashed into the ground like a plane that ran out of fuel, causing him to see stars and become dizzy. When this Batman finally came to his senses, he suddenly saw a human face with an evil smile in front of him. This Batman, whose individual strength wasn't outstanding, looked around with his bean-like eyes and immediately realized that there was no other Batman around him. His wings trembled as he screamed in the common tongue of the continent, "Powerful human mage, please forgive the offense of this lowly and weak Batman. Please forgive me. You speak the human language pretty well, or else you would already be dead." Han Shuo went up and kicked down, and this Batman who had just stood up was immediately kicked into the air. The chuckling Han Shuo didn't wait for this Batman to land on the ground before he appeared in front of him again. He kicked the Batman as if he was kicking a ball, causing the Batman to suffer unbearable pain. "Alright, now I forgive you for your offense." Seeing that the Batman's bones were about to fall apart, Han Shuo finally stopped his abuse. He asked with a smile, "Now, I'll ask you a question, and you'll answer it accordingly. If you don't answer well, I don't mind dismantling your fragile skeleton." The most direct way to deal with these Batmen was to show your savagery and strength. This evil race that bullied the weak and feared the strong would bite the weak at all costs, but would be as docile and obedient as a dog in front of the strong. Han Shuo's actions immediately made this Batman give up on the idea of running away and lying. He hurriedly screamed in a sharp voice, "Great human mage, you will definitely get satisfactory information. We Batmen know everything that has happened in the underground world like the back of our hands." "Very good." Nodding his head, Han Shuo smiled and asked, "Have there been large numbers of humans entering the underground world recently? If so, where are the lizard men living? I heard that the lizard men recently discovered a magic crystal mine. Do you know the location of the mine?" The frightened Batman immediately replied after hearing Han Shuo's question, "So you are also a treasure hunter. The lizard men have indeed discovered a magic crystal mine. Several groups of humans have entered the underground world recently, and the largest group seems to be a knight regiment. Their goal is the lizardmen's magic crystal mine. Are you with them?" "Less nonsense, I'll ask and you'll answer." Han Shuo was overjoyed. The Redbud Knights had indeed entered the underground world ahead of time. This might have something to do with the threat of the Golden Dragon, otherwise Celt wouldn't have been in such a hurry. Yes, Sir Mage, please ask." The Batman was startled and hastily agreed. "Apart from that group of knights, are there any other humans? Also, where are the locations of the magic crystal mine and the lizard men? Has anything big happened recently?" Han Shuo asked again. "Apart from that group of knights, there have been several other groups of humans who have entered the underground world. However, there weren't many of them, and they were too mixed up. We, the Batman, don't know the specifics. Only the lizard men know where the magic crystal mine is. I only know where the lizard men live." "Really?" The Batman hastily replied. Staring sharply at the Batman for a while, Han Shuo realized that this was all the Batman knew. He then casually asked a few other questions. This Batman's information was indeed limited. After a while, Han Shuo directly said, "Alright, bring me to the lizardman's area and I'll spare your life." Under Han Shuo's threat, the Batman had no other way to go. He obediently led Han Shuo through the winding and complicated paths, heading straight for the lizardman's area. It had to be said that the roads in the underground world were truly full of twists and turns. Even with Han Shuo's amazing memory, he still felt dizzy along the way. If it wasn't for this underground Batman leading the way, Han Shua likely wouldn't have been able to find the lizard men. After more than an hour, the Batman finally stopped in a valley-like area after passing through who knew how many winding caves and ravines. He pointed at the densely packed caves in front of him and said to Han Shua, "That area is where the lizard men live. The lizard men love caves even more than we do. The large and small caves you see are the lizardmen's houses. The underground world's lizard men all live in this place." Han Shua saw the Batman's small eyes twinkle and asked again suspiciously. "Great Lord Mage, this is the place where the lizard men gather the most. The number of lizard men in the underground world is beyond your imagination. There are tens of thousands of lizard men living in the underground world. Don't tell me you want me to take you to every place." When the Batman saw Han Shua squinting at him, he couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly shout. Originally, Han Shua had this intention, but a yin demon circling around suddenly discovered the traces of a sneaky human. Looking at this human's attire, Han Shua, who felt that this human's attire was somewhat familiar, immediately bypassed the frightened Batman and said as if he were shooing away a fly, "Scram, there's nothing for you to do anymore." When the Batman heard Han Shua's words, he felt as if he had been granted amnesty. However, his movements were a bit stiff and his small eyes were still tightly staring at Han Shua. He carefully flapped his wings and slowly flew backwards. When Han Shua saw his strange movements, he asked in surprise, "I already told you to scram, why aren't you leaving?" Contrary to Han Shua's expectations, the Batman looked pitifully at Han Shua and answered fearfully, "I'm afraid you'll kill me to silence me. The underground world knows that you humans don't keep your promises." Han Shua was stunned and then said unhappily, "You have no value to me at all. If I don't get any benefits from killing you, I won't waste my mental strength." Only when he said this did the Batman truly let out a sigh of relief. He didn't dare continue to stay by Han Shua's side and hurriedly flapped his wings, fleeing as far as he could. The figure dressed as a human was bent over behind the rock. Looking at his attire and hood, Han Shua was certain that this person was from the Dark Mantle. This was because members of the Dark Mantle were used to wearing loose clothing that covered their faces when carrying out missions. After the Batman left, Han Shua flew out and shot like a sharp arrow to the side of his comrade who was lying behind a gray rock, seemingly one with the rock. Han Shua's silent arrival didn't arouse the slightest bit of this person's attention. When Han Shua's large hand slapped the comrade's body, he hastily jumped up from his hiding position like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. He quickly chanted and cast 2 fireballs fiercely at Han Shua. This comrade, who had used a hood to cover her head and face, revealed her identity as a woman as soon as she chanted. Only her eyes that were exposed were filled with shock. When the fireballs flew out, she suddenly cried out in surprise, "Brian." With a wave of her hand, an unremarkable purple light flashed past and the 2 fireballs flying towards Han Shua turned into sparks that scattered everywhere. Han Shua was a bit surprised as he sized up the masked female fire mage and asked in surprise, "You know me?" She pulled off the hood that covered her entire face, revealing a familiar young face. It was the fire journeyman mage Chrissy that he'd met last time at the Dark Mantle headquarters. The short-haired Chrissy cheered in surprise and hastily gestured with her hands, explaining, "I'm Chrissy. We met last time at the Dark Mantle headquarters. Don't tell me you've forgotten." With Han Shua's memory, he wouldn't forget anyone he'd seen even once. This cheeky short-haired Chrissy was no exception. Han Shua nodded with a smile and said, "So it's you. I didn't think I'd meet you in this underground world. What a coincidence." Yes, what a coincidence. I heard you went to Brettel City to become the city lord. Wow, you're so amazing. Your account now. Oh, right, shouldn't you be in Brettel City? Why are you here? Don't tell me you're participating in this mission. If that's the case, that's great. I heard you've defeated Leah Kane before. Chrissy couldn't hold back her chatterbox anymore. Her melodious voice asked a series of questions. The excited Chrissy didn't seem to have any intention of stopping immediately. Han Shuo had no choice but to cough lightly to interrupt her torrent of questions. Chrissy, can you first take me to see the person in charge of this mission? Oh, if you know where Madame Emily is, it'd be best if you could take me directly to her. Seeing that Chrissy had finally stopped her torrent of questions, Han Shuo finally found the opportunity to speak. Last time in the dark forest, Han Shuo knew that Cecilia was in charge of this mission. Emily would act as her assistant. With Han Shuo and Emily's light abilities, as long as they found Emily, they would definitely be able to obtain the information they needed. No problem, I know where Madame Emily is. I'll take you to see Madame Emily right now. Chrissy readily agreed and pulled off the mask hanging on her head. Then many thanks, Chrissy. Han Shuo said with a smile. Chrissy didn't continue to spy on the lizardman's movements. She excitedly took the role of a guide for Han Shuo, weaving left and right through the intricate paths. She chattered incessantly as she introduced the current situation of the underground world to Han Shuo. Han Shuo listened to Chrissy's narration with a smile on his face. From time to time, he would interject and ask a few interesting questions. Gradually, he began to understand the current situation of the underground world. Chapter 339. From Crazy's words, Han Shuo knew that the Redbud Knights had indeed come to the underground world. Celt had even launched an attack on the lizardmen. The lizardmen's fighting strength naturally couldn't withstand the Redbud Knights' attacks. However, the magic crystal mine guarded by the lizardmen contained a strange, enormous creature. Celt and the Redbud Knights had entered the magic crystal mine guarded by the lizardmen with him. They seemed to have experienced a fierce battle inside. There was a strange creature inside the mine that had suddenly become extremely frightening. Even the Redbud Knights, one of the top 10 knight orders on the continent, hadn't been able to escape unscathed. After 2 or 3 fruitless attempts, the Redbud Knights had temporarily ceased all activities. No one knew where they had hidden themselves in the underground world. At present, the Dark Mantle didn't know the whereabouts of the Redbud Knights. They only focused their attention on the lizardmen's residential area, observing every movement here. Brian, how did you come to the underground world? Are you also participating in this mission? Crazy excitedly asked Han Shuo after explaining the current situation to Han Shuo. Shaking his head with a smile, Han Shuo explained, I just happened to pass through the dark forest. I even fought with Celt of the Redbud Knights a while ago. I'm here for the leader of the Redbud Knights. Celt, who'd even killed the green dragon, must hate Han Shuo to the bone. Not to mention that he'd had one of his ears cut off by Han Shuo. There was no way he wouldn't seek revenge. For Han Shuo, Celt, who controlled the Redbud Knights, was a huge threat. Not only was his strength extraordinary, but he was also an important figure in a country. Once Celt learned of Han Shuo's identity, he would bring Han Shuo great trouble sooner or later. Therefore, Han Shuo had come to the dark forest from Brettel City to see if he could obtain some magic crystal ores. On the other hand, he hoped to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots of Celt. This way, he wouldn't be able to walk out of the dark forest alive and bring him endless trouble. What? You fought with Commander Celt of the Redbud Knights? Crazy suddenly cried out and looked at Han Shuo with some disbelief. She suddenly asked, I heard that Celt's green dragon was killed by someone, and even one of his ears was cut off. That person wouldn't be you, would it? Crazy's eyes sparkled with a strange light as she stared fixedly at Han Shuo. She seemed to have guessed something. Han Shuo hadn't thought that this news would spread so quickly. He was a bit surprised by Crazy's question. At this time, Han Shuo and Crazy had arrived at a place with many red plants that looked like giant banana leaves. This should be the Dark Mantle temporary meeting point for this mission. Before Han Shuo could answer Crazy's question, a low voice sounded from the depths of the forest, Who is it? Chrissy was abruptly roused from her curiosity by this voice. She hastily shouted back, Third Star Envoy Chrissy, is that Wallace? So it's Crazy, you've returned. Come here quickly. The voice was no longer as nervous as before. A light laugh came from the distance, and a young face appeared from under the red banana leaves. The youth called Wallace raised his head and saw Han Shuo. He immediately said with some displeasure, "Why is it you? What are you doing here?" Cecilia had tried to use the forest troll to obstruct Castle's pursuit in the area where the forest troll lived, but had been rudely stopped by Han Shuo in the end. The Dark Mantle members who had gone on the mission with Cecilia had expressed strong resentment towards Han Shuo. This youth called Wallace was likely one of the masked men, so he was a bit displeased when he saw Han Shuo appear. Crazy, who had brought Han Shuo here, thought that he didn't know Han Shuo's background when she saw Wallace's expression. She hastily explained, "Wallace, what are you doing? Brian is one of us, haven't you heard of his name?" "Humph, I don't think he's one of us when he pulls us back at a critical moment." Wallace was quite loyal to Cecilia and snorted coldly in response. "Crazy, take me to see Emily." Han Shuo didn't pay too much attention to the indignant Wallace and only spoke to Crazy beside him. "Sorry, we don't welcome people like you here." The youth called Wallace suddenly stood up from under the red banana leaves and blocked Han Shuo's path with a cold expression. Han Shuo flicked a glance at Wallace and walked towards him, completely ignoring Wallace's attempts to stop him. When he arrived in front of Wallace and saw that he had no intention of moving out of the way, Han Shuo slowly extended his left hand and placed it on Wallace's body. A strong force surged into Wallace's body. Wallace staggered back continuously until he took 10 steps back before falling on his butt. His angry face was tinged with fear as he shouted at Han Shuo, "What do you think you're doing? Whether or not I can go in isn't up to you. You're just a lowly Dark Star emissary. You have neither the right nor the strength to stop me. Don't overestimate yourself." Han Shuo only displayed the most direct disdain towards his colleague's provocation. He turned back to look at Crazy, who was about to smooth things over, and said with a smile, "Let's go, we're going to see Emily." Crazy was stunned by Han Shuo's display of strength. Her mind spun as she suddenly cried out, "It must be you. The mysterious person who killed Celt's green dragon and cut off one of his ears. It must be you." Wallace had been about to stand up and challenge Han Shuo again when he heard these words, but his face suddenly turned as white as a sheet of paper. His knees buckled as he was about to stand up straight, and he fell back to the ground in fright. Chuckling softly, Han Shuo flicked a disdainful glance at Wallace and urged Crazy, "Let's not talk about this. I need to see Emily for something urgent." Han Shuo's lack of denial was basically a tacit admission. Crazy's gaze towards Han Shuo was full of worship as she excitedly ran over to Han Shuo. When she passed by Wallace, who was sitting on the ground, Crazy said with some embarrassment, "Sorry, Wallace. You don't have anything else to do, so I'll be going first." With that, Crazy no longer looked at the pale Wallace and skipped over to Han Shuo's side. She said enthusiastically, "Let's go, I'll take you to see Madame Emily immediately." "Right, Brian, how did you cut off Celt's ear? That's just too cool." Along the way, Han Shuo discovered that the Dark Mantle had indeed chosen a very smart location. This area was filled with tall banana leaf plants, and there were many rocks and shrubs that could conceal one's tracks. For members of the Dark Mantle who were adept at concealing their tracks, this area was an excellent place to hide. Starting from Wallace's location, they had set up all kinds of warning devices along the way. Some of these devices were purely handmade, while others used magical elements. They were all small and practical. From Crazy's words, Han Shuo learned that these warning devices were all made by Cecilia. Although the curious Crazy kept asking about Celt's ear being destroyed, Han Shuo didn't say anything on this topic. He adopted an attitude of neither admitting nor denying it. It wasn't until he saw Emily that the overjoyed Emily finally suppressed the excitement in her heart and used the dignity of her position to order Crazy, "Thank you, Crazy. I'd like to discuss this mission with Brian alone." All right then, Madam Emily, Crazy answered with disappointment. Before she left, she looked at Han Shuo and said, remember to tell me the details next time. I really want to know the details of that matter. No problem, I'll tell you next time. Thank you, Crazy, Han Shuo responded with a friendly smile before following Emily towards a cave. Apart from the lush red leafy banana leafy plants in this area, there were also a few caves of various sizes. It looked like Emily was temporarily living in one of these caves. However, perhaps because she didn't want others to see her, Emily avoided the caves where sounds could be heard and walked towards a more remote corner. You bastard, you've started seducing other girls again. Besides me, you also have Phoebe. Aren't the two of us enough for you to bully? Emily immediately pinched Han Shuo and cursed Han Shuo in a low voice when she saw that there was no one else around. Han Shuo felt greatly wronged and cried out in pain with a wry smile. When he saw that Emily had let go of his hand with a pained heart, he explained, it's not what you think at all. I just happened to meet her on the road and had her bring me here to find you. Humph. Emily looked at Han Shuo with a bit of distrust and asked, then what did she say? What details does she want to ask you in detail? Hurry up and tell me honestly. She wants to ask me how I killed Kelt's green dragon and cut off his ear. Han Shuo answered honestly. What, you did it? Emily was shocked and looked at Han Shuo incredulously. Nodding, Han Shuo didn't hide anything in front of Emily and said, it was indeed me. Chapter 340. No wonder. 3 of our members have been captured and killed by Kelt recently. He must have found out from Castle that you were the one who saved us last time. Kelt should have known your identity by now. The traitor of the Druids, Castle, had been suddenly blocked by Han Shuo when he was chasing after Cecilia and the others. After returning to the Redbud Knights, Castle must have recounted the situation to Kelt. Many members of the Dark Mantle had seen Han Shuo last time. The 3 captured members must have spilled the truth under Kelt's torture. If that's the case, then I have to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Kelt. I can guarantee that he hasn't recovered from his injuries yet. Now is the best time to act. Han Shuo had made up his mind to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. He said to Emily in a callous tone. That's right, Kelt has indeed not recovered from his injuries. But because of this, the defenses around him are even tighter and more careful. The Redbud Knights are one of the top 10 knight orders on the continent. Kelt and Castle aren't the only 2 powerhouses in their ranks. I heard that there's also a Fire Grand Magus Marceau. That old woman is also a powerful character and won't be easy to deal with. Emily was afraid that Han Shuo would lower his guard and hastily revealed the Redbud Knight's trump card to Han Shuo. Grinning disdainfully, Han Shuo said, that Fire Grand Magus is also dead. She won't be a threat anymore. Don't worry. Emily was once again shocked when she heard this. She stared dumbly at Han Shuo who was brimming with confidence and probed, could it be that you killed him again? Nodding, Han Shuo said, it's still me. Emily. Picking up Emily, Han Shuo giggled and whispered, I haven't seen you in a long time. I really miss you. You brought me to this remote corner, do you want me to? Ha. Han Shuo's large hands started getting naughty when he hugged Emily. Emily's eyes were like silk when she saw his well-practiced movements. She lightly panted and said in a low, enchanting voice, I'm only planning to discuss business with you in peace. Don't get the wrong idea. I already got the wrong idea. Han Shuo shouted in a low voice. He picked up Emily and dashed into the depths of the cave. Soon, stifled groans could be heard from inside. After a long time, the 2 of them walked out of the cave. Their clothes were still somewhat disheveled. Emily's eyes were watery, and she looked as if she had just been moisturized. Her soft body gently leaned against Han Shuo's body. She was a little worried as she spoke, Cecilia is in charge of this mission. She seems to have a bit of a problem with you. What should we do? It's fine. I don't have any conflict with your mission, and I don't plan on taking credit from her. I just want to kill Kelt and see if I can get some magic crystal ores. Han Shuo didn't care about Cecilia's impression of him. Han Shuo didn't have a good impression of this woman either. If it wasn't for Emily being in her team, Han Shuo wouldn't have stopped Castle from killing them. Sigh. Emily sighed softly and said to Han Shuo, Cecilia is actually very easy to get along with. She's very kind to us, and we have a very good relationship in private. I really don't know how you two ended up like this. Let's not talk about this. I'm going to the mine to take a look. I'll come find you if there's anything. As long as I know you're here, no one can find me if I want to. Don't worry. Han Shuo had obtained the information he needed from Emily. He didn't plan on staying here any longer. He was going to explore the magic crystal mine alone and see what was going on inside. The Dark Mantle's goal in heading to the Dark Forest this time was only to observe the movements of the Redbud Knights. Since the Brute Merchant Alliance's Redbud Knights had arrived at the Lancelot Empire's border, the Empire's upper echelons naturally wanted to clearly understand their intentions. Cecilia had been in charge of matters outside the border and had coincidentally taken on this important mission. As Cecilia and the others learned more, they gradually learned of the Redbud Knights' goal. The magic crystal mine was a scarce resource for any country. However, there were countless races in the underground world, and each race had an unimaginable number of people. Therefore, the Lancelot Empire's upper echelons didn't plan on taking it for themselves. They only hoped to disrupt the Redbud Knights' movements and obtain as many magic crystal ores as possible. After entering the underground world, the Redbud Knights had disappeared without a trace after returning from the magic crystal mine guarded by the lizard men. However, from Emily, Han Shuo learned that the Redbud Knights hadn't left the underground world. It seemed that they had begun to plunder the other races in the underground world. In the underworld, various races were distributed in different regions. The Dark Elves had a lot of dark element magical equipment. The underworld Murlocs produced all kinds of beautiful crystals. There were also some special races that possessed all kinds of valuable and rare items. To Kelt, entering the underground world was like entering a hunting ground. All the races in the underground world had become his prey. Apart from the setback at the lizardman's magic crystal mine, he could plunder all kinds of valuable items produced by the other races. The vast underground world was so vast that even the Dark Mantle couldn't find any traces of the Redbud Knights. Han Shuo naturally wouldn't waste his time on the Redbud Knights. On the contrary, the magic crystal mine guarded by the lizard men became Han Shuo's interest. Han Shuo was even more curious about the strange and powerful creature within. Han Shuo was curious about how this strange creature was able to defeat Kelt, who had a full set of divine weapons and equipment. After passing through the densely packed cave area where the lizard men lived, Han Shuo was like a lithe flying insect flying over the lush ground. With his powerful consciousness and the Yin demon spying on his surroundings, Han Shuo didn't attract the attention of any of the lizard men guarding the mine. He flew all the way to the innermost area, stopping only when he arrived at a reddish-brown mountain. The underground world wasn't completely devoid of light all year round. The rock walls thousands of meters above his head were covered with all kinds of glowing plants. Therefore, the underground world was always shrouded in a soft, dusky light. The reddish-brown mountain was 200 to 300 meters tall. Apart from the reddish-brown rocks, there were no other plants or animals. At first glance, the bald mountain looked like an upside-down gourd. It was wide at the top and sharp at the bottom. It made people worry if the sharp bottom could withstand the weight of two tall and wide gourd-shaped rocks. On the surface of this gourd-shaped bald mountain, there were also many large and small caves. The dark caves were so deep that the bottom could not be seen. No one knew where they led to. Several lizard men also had reddish-brown skin. They held weapons as they cautiously stood guard at the cave entrances. It was unknown if they were guarding against another invasion by the Redbud Knights. There were many messy footprints around the mountain. The ground was uneven, and some shrubs were scattered with leaves, as if they had been cut by a sharp weapon. Just from the external scene, Han Shuo understood that a battle had occurred here. After observing for a while, Han Shuo thought of a way to enter the magic crystal mine. In the end, he summoned the Earth Elite Zombie and had it explore the depths of the mountain. If he couldn't enter the center of the mine through the Earth Elite Zombie, then he would think of another way. As long as it was soil, nothing could obstruct the Earth Elite Zombie's passage. After appearing under Han Shuo's incantation, the Earth Elite Zombie entered the Earth's core, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. However, Han Shuo and the Earth Elite Zombie had a telepathic connection. He knew that the Earth Elite Zombie was following Han Shuo's instructions and slowly moving towards the ore. However, before the Earth Elite Zombie could approach the area, an earth-shattering howl suddenly sounded from within the magic crystal mine. It was as if an enormous creature had been awakened from its slumber. A strange energy that could penetrate the earth suddenly rushed towards the Earth Elite Zombie from within the mountain. Han Shuo's consciousness immediately sensed the extremely powerful aura within the mountain. His brain quickly weighed and compared it, immediately determining that this was a powerful existence comparable to the Lord of the Flames. Without another word, Han Shuo hastily ordered the Earth Elite Zombie to retreat. The Earth Elite Zombie had yet to approach the mountain, but it quickly returned to Han Shuo's feet like a nimble little loach. It didn't wait for the aura to approach him before leaping out of the ground and arriving at Han Shuo's side. Han Shuo waved the skeletal staff in his left hand and a cloud of black mist enveloped the Earth Elite Zombie that had emerged from the ground. He pulled the staff in his hand and brought up a slight breeze. As the breeze blew, the black mist that enveloped the Earth Elite Zombie gradually dispersed, and the Earth Elite Zombie disappeared from within the black mist. The strange energy that had reached the bottom of Han Shuo's feet suddenly lost its target and actually returned to the center of the mountain. After an earth-shattering howl sounded, over 100 lizard men poured out of the caves on the mountain. They raised their weapons and began to cautiously prepare for an attack that could come at any time. No wonder Kelt returned in failure time and time again. With such a powerful creature overseeing the magic crystal mine, Kelt must have had a headache. Han Shuo muttered to himself in a low voice. He slowly retreated deeper into the darkness, observing the lizard men from afar as if they were facing a great enemy. He knew that with the help of that strange creature, they had already received a message that someone was coming. With such a powerful creature entrenched in the inverted gourd mountain, it would be difficult for Han Shuo to enter the mine without making a sound. This creature's senses were so frightening that it could even detect the Earth Elite Zombie from underground. Han Shuo didn't dare guarantee that he would be able to enter the mine if he concealed his presence. Han Shuo naturally wasn't willing to do something he wasn't certain of. Not to mention that strange and powerful creature, just the hundreds of lizard men that were continuously appearing from within the mine wasn't something that could be dealt with in a short amount of time. After a moment's hesitation, Han Shuo temporarily dispelled the idea of sneaking in and investigating. He was prepared to wait for the next arrival of the Redbud Knights, then borrow the power of Kelt's group to see what was going on. Whether it was Kelt or the other humans, as long as their ultimate goal was the magic crystal mine, they would definitely appear again. Han Shuo had grasped this point, so he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he temporarily stayed under a rock, quietly cultivating while waiting for the others to arrive. Once one reached the separate demon realm, it became increasingly difficult to progress. However, each breakthrough would increase one's strength by 10 to 100 times. Back then, Chu Kanglin had only been at the peak of the Nine Changes realm, but he could already roam the moon. To be able to reach this realm was already comparable to a god in this world. As long as Han Shuo broke through the separate demon realm and reached the carnal realm, then he would be able to enter the Nine Changes realm. It was a pity that from the separate demon realm onwards, there seemed to be many hurdles within the same realm. If a demonic practitioner didn't have a fortuitous encounter along the way, they would have to go through a long period of bitter cultivation in order to advance one step further. From Chu Kanglin's memories, Han Shuo knew that it would take at least 100 years to reach the carnal realm from the separate demon realm without a fortuitous encounter. From the carnal realm to the Nine Changes realm, 500 years might not even be enough. No one could say for sure if one would suffer a cultivation deviation along the way. As for how to advance from the carnal realm to the omen realm, even Chu Kanglin didn't have a clue. Otherwise, he wouldn't have seized Han Shuo and fought the three powerhouses on the moon in order to break through. 100 years is a bit too long. It looks like I'll have to find another way. Han Shuo muttered to himself. He began to take note of some of the so-called fortuitous encounters in Chu Kanglin's memories. He was prepared to start in this direction when he had the time. The so-called fortuitous encounters were nothing more than cultivating in a place of heaven and earth suitable for demonic practitioners. They could also use the enormous amount of yin qi and demonic qi to cultivate. They could also devour some truly wondrous treasure that could only be born after millions and millions of years. They could also use the power of living beings to cultivate demonic equipment and then use the power of demonic equipment to nourish the demonic infant. They could also devour all the power of demonic practitioners of the same kind. Sitting cross-legged behind the rock, Han Shuo was pondering the possibility of these fortuitous encounters. At the same time, he was thinking about another matter, and that was the possibility of cultivating magic and demonic arts at the same time. Unknowingly, a few days had passed. On this day, Han Shuo's mind suddenly lit up. He suddenly had an idea. Last time, when he was dealing with Kas, who possessed the divine weapon, Revelation, had completely destroyed many of Han Shuo's necromancy spells. The undead creatures he summoned, including the acid bog, were all purified and dissipated under the illumination of the holy light. For a necromancer like Han Shuo, this was a fatal blow. If it wasn't for Han Shuo cultivating demonic arts and using a mysterious method to create 5 miraculous undead creatures, it was very likely that Han Shuo would have lost when facing the attacks of the Templar Knights and Kas. The reason why the Church of Light and Calamity Church that Kas belonged to were so afraid of Han Shuo was because Little Skull and the others weren't afraid of the holy light. This was precisely what Han Shuo had been thinking about. Those high-level undead creatures such as the evil knights possessed terrifying destructive power and impact. The evil knights wouldn't be too afraid of ordinary light magic, but if Kas used Revelation to activate the holy light, Han Shuo knew that the evil knights would be hard-pressed to avoid being heavily injured. For so many years, the reason why the Necromancers and the Calamity Church were at a disadvantage against the Church of Light was all because of the restraining effect of the holy light on undead creatures. Once this rule was broken, Han Shuo believed that it would be difficult for the Church of Light to maintain the upper hand forever. This was what the Church of Light was most afraid of. I really should start from this point. I don't want the high-level evil knights and the bone demons and old fey zombies that I can summon to have miraculous abilities like Little Skull and the Earth Elite Zombie. However, I've used demonic arts to refine their bones and flesh using a secret method. It should be able to make them immune to the corrosion of the holy light, right? For high-level undead creatures like the evil knights, bone demons, and old fey zombies, as long as they weren't afraid of the corrosion of the holy light, they would be able to display terrifying destructive power. When the time comes, the Church of Light would have to face an endless stream of high-level undead creatures, and the holy light wouldn't be able to play its intended role. They would definitely be terrified, right? Han Shuo inwardly pondered. The more he thought about it, the more Han Shuo felt that this was the fastest way to increase his strength. As long as he could successfully refine undead creatures that weren't afraid of the holy light, Han Shuo believed that the next time Kas faced him, even if he brought an even greater number of temple knights, only death would await him. It looks like when I return to the cemetery of death this time, I'll have to start experimenting on how to make the undead creatures immune to the holy light. Han Shuo made up his mind and thought to himself. At this moment, a Yin demon that Han Shuo had placed in the surroundings discovered traces of a large group of creatures approaching. The Een demon surveyed the area and discovered that apart from the Redbud Knights in their shining armor, there were also familiar dark elves. Even Matriarch Dana, the dark elf who had a conflict with Han Shua last time, had brought her clansmen and mingled with Celt. Interesting, the enemies have all gathered together. Han Shua muttered to himself as he stood up from his cross-legged position. He was ready to see how they would deal with the powerful creature inside the mountain. Chapter 341. Celt felt that he'd been very unlucky recently. He'd thought he'd be able to return from the dark forest with a bountiful harvest. Who would have thought he'd run into so many bad things? He'd been targeted by the Dark Mantle organization of the Lancelot Empire as soon as he'd arrived in the dark forest. Dark Mantle members had been following him like flies, annoying him to no end. He'd finally taken down the Golden Dragon's lair with great difficulty, but he hadn't expected to provoke the pursuit of a mysterious expert. Not only had his mount been killed, but even one of his ears had been left behind. Even the Fire Grand Magus Marceau, whom he'd gone to great lengths to invite, had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Marceau's 2 students had been bothering him all day long. It was truly irritating. Celt had thought he could easily kill the creature with the number of experts in the Redbud Knights when he'd finally arrived in the underground world. However, he'd once again encountered a fierce blow. The Redbud Knights had suffered heavy losses in 3 consecutive attacks. They'd lost more than 300 men, but they still hadn't been able to occupy the magic crystal mine. In the end, the incompetent Celt had no choice but to cooperate with the evil dark elves. Celt, who was proud and arrogant, had been feeling very sullen recently. He planned to vent his frustrations by taking over the magic crystal mine and torturing the lizard men who dared to obstruct him. Mr. Celt, we dark elves are willing to cooperate with you this time. I hope you'll treasure this opportunity. An elegant male dark elf dressed in luxurious clothing spoke up. His left cheek had intricate tattoos and a sparse beard. He looked a bit strange and evil. This male dark elf was dressed like a noble. His expensive clothes were filled with dense dark elements. He held a black magic staff in his left hand as he slowly opened his mouth to speak to the handsome Celt. Celt's expression was gloomy. When they were about to reach the gourd mountain guarded by the lizard men, he finally had the knight stop. He turned his head to look at the noble male dark elf and said in a lukewarm tone, "Honorable Mr. Arlen, you should know that this time we're working together for mutual benefit. I didn't beg you to come along. The magic crystal mine is our goal, but you dark elves would be happy to see a greater number of lizard men die. If that strange creature protecting the lizard men doesn't die, it won't be easy for you dark elves to occupy the lizardmen's territory. That strange creature is afraid of fire, so I hope you have prepared enough goblin missiles. Otherwise, we can return now. Don't worry, Mr. Celt. The wise and far-sighted dark elves are the true rulers of this floor. Those cowardly goblins offer us a shocking number of missiles every year. That enormous creature will definitely be blown to pieces by those missiles." Dark elf Dana was still as flirtatious as ever. She smiled at Celt seductively, her limpid eyes seductively roaming over Celt's body. Celt secretly swallowed the saliva that had suddenly formed in his mouth. This slut was indeed tasteful. However, Celt naturally wouldn't display the unbridled nature of fighting Dana naked in front of his subordinates. He revealed a sanctimonious smile and nodded, "If that's the case, then I'm relieved. We've already gone in 3 times and have some understanding of that strange creature. That creature doesn't seem to be able to leave the bottom of the gourd mountain, otherwise our losses would have been even greater. The magic crystal mine is protected by the lizard men. We don't know if that creature evolved from the lizard men, but it looks like a giant lizard that's 1,000 times larger. It occupies a large area of the gourd mountain. Be careful when you go in. If you really can't hold on, immediately retreat from the gourd mountain. You should be fine. Then what are we waiting for? Let's kill those damned lizard men." The mustached male dark elf leader, Arlen, waved the dark scepter in his hand, indicating that they could begin the attack. Celt didn't hesitate much after hearing his words. He nodded to the knight captains behind him and took out a bright longsword, but it wasn't the divine weapon, Starry Sky. He and the traitor Druid Castle walked towards the upside-down gourd mountain. So that fellow is afraid of fire. Celt has finally found some valuable information. Han Shua thought to himself as he used the only Yin demon to eavesdrop. Han Shua wasn't in a hurry to rush towards the gourd mountain guarded by the lizard men. He continued to use the Yin demon to spy on Celt and the others' movements. He hid in the shadows and prepared to take advantage of the chaos to sneak in without a sound. Celt let out a distant whistle as the Redbud Knights and the Dark Elf invaders arrived in front of the gourd mountain. Arlen seemed to be the leader of the Dark Elves this time. Even Dana, the matriarch of one of the Dark Elves who tried to take advantage of Han Shua last time, was obviously led by Arlen. Arlen led a few Dark Elves armed with bows and arrows or staffs as he walked unhurriedly to the gourd mountain. He looked with disdain at the lizard men who'd come out of their caves upon hearing the news. He snorted, not concealing his disdain at all, "You lowly and vulgar lizard men, you have no right to enjoy this fertile land. I'll give you one last chance. As long as you scram from Paperia's territory, we noble Dark Elves will let you go." In the multitude of races in the underground world, every race had their own unique language. However, they still used the common language of the continent when conversing. This was because the human language was concise and capable. Moreover, after so many years of development, human civilization had already become the distant leader of the continent. Many lizard men walked out of the Gourd Mountain's caves, glaring angrily at the self-proclaimed noble Dark Elf Arlen. One of the lizard men, dragging a thick tail behind him, pointed a giant fork-like weapon at the gorgeously dressed Arlen and shouted in the common language, "Despicable and greedy Dark Elves, no one can lay a finger on this land protected by our true God. If you Dark Elves dare challenge our true God, the lizard men will fight you to the bitter end. Our true God will also annihilate you cowardly and despicable offenders." "Humph, it's just a giant lizard. Since when did it become your true God?" Arlen snorted disdainfully. He made a strange gesture with his hands in front of his chest and said piously, "With the protection of Goddess Rose, we will definitely sweep away all the races in this layer. The Dark Elves will unify all the major races in this layer. This is something no one can stop. Greedy and evil Dark Elves, how dare you blaspheme our great true God? You will pay the price." The lizardman's voice grew sharper and sharper. He raised his tail high as he roared, snapping it in the air like a giant whip. The lizard men had thick bodies and astonishing fighting strength, but they didn't understand the mysteries of magic. Their culture was also extremely vulgar, far less ancient than that of the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves prided themselves on being the most ancient and noble race in the underground world. They compared the barbaric lizard men, who only knew how to use their physical strength, to wild beasts. The Dark Elves, who could use magic to attack, were often victorious in battle. In recent years, the lizard men had been forced to flee in all directions. However, highly intelligent races often suffered from internal strife. The Dark Elves, who prided themselves on being the most ancient race, suffered from this strange disease just like the humans. Different Dark Elven tribes in the underground world were usually at war with each other. If it weren't for the fact that the Dark Elves couldn't unite, they would have long since conquered this layer of the underground world. Although the lizardmen's overall fighting strength couldn't compare to the Dark Elves who knew how to use magic, they were astonishingly united. It was precisely this unity and fighting strength that allowed them to survive for so many years and still not be conquered by the Dark Elves. Just as the lizardman's tail snapped, a crude spear flew out of their hands and flew straight at the boastful Dark Elf leader, Arlen. In Han Shua's eyes, the lizardman's spears were very crude. They were just sturdy wooden rods with the ends sharpened. The killing power of these spears was certainly limited. On the other hand, the Dark Elves clearly knew how to use sharp weapons compared to the lizard men. Not only were their bows, arrows, and swords abnormally sharp, but some were also engraved with exquisite patterns. Whether in terms of practicality or aesthetics, they were far superior to the barbaric lizard men. The few spears thrown at them were all shattered midway by the whooshing sounds of the two young archers behind Arlen. Arlen calmly and coldly looked at the lizard men in the center of the cave. He said with disdain, "Lowly lizard men, such a rude race that only knows how to use brute force. A race like you is only fit to be kept as livestock by us dark elves." Celt wasn't interested in listening to Arlen and the lizard men bicker. As the master of the Redbud Knights, Celt held the title of a marquis in the Brute Empire. He impatiently interrupted Arlen's words and said to the traitor druid, "Castle, we'll familiarize ourselves with the environment inside. Let's open the way first." Castle nodded. He understood that as a traitor druid, since he'd joined the Redbud Knights, he should know when to charge and break through enemy lines for his master. As soon as Celt finished speaking, Castle took the lead and rushed towards the area. He transformed into a giant eagle in midair. The other knights of the Redbud Knights abandoned their horses in the underground world and followed Castle into the gourd mountain cave. Seeing that his subordinates had already launched their attack, Celt said to the displeased dark elf Arlen, "Esteemed Mr. Arlen, shouldn't you also make your move?" "I don't need you to remind me." Arlen didn't have any good feelings towards the humans either. Although he had to admit that humans were more advanced than the dark elves in certain aspects, their despicableness and shamelessness were also well known among the major races. In this underground world, humans were even more notorious than the Batmen. "Let's do it." Dana smiled coquettishly as she ordered her subordinates. Dana's group of dark elves rushed out ahead of time, raising their exquisite bows and aiming at the lizard men. As soon as Dana's people made their move, the dark elves behind them, who outnumbered the Redbud Knights by quite a bit, split into several groups and charged towards the gourd mountain. The rest stayed by Arlen's side. Arlen frowned as he watched the battle begin. He seemed to feel that something wasn't right there. He said to Celt, who was standing beside him, "As long as that damned creature dares to appear, our goblin missiles and explosives will definitely destroy it along with the gourd mountain." "I hope so." Celt didn't have much to say about Arlen's conceit. Just as Arlen looked down on the lizard men, Celt also looked down on this arrogant dark elf. In the human world above ground, both the dark elves and the forest elves were merely objects of their enslavement. Humans believed themselves to be the wisest of all creatures and treated the dark elves as livestock. A noble like Celt might even have one or two young dark elven beauties serving him in his mansion. As soon as the Redbud Knights and dark elves attacked the gourd mountain, the lizard men with their powerful bodies immediately retreated into the caves. Some of the dark elves carried huge bundles on their backs, which should be the goblin bombs Han Shoa had seen before. Judging from the Redbud Knights and Dark Elves' actions, it seemed that they intended to throw the massive amount of bombs into the gourd mountain, intending to blow up the entire mountain and the giant lizard man entrenched within in one fell swoop. After their operation, Han Shoa's consciousness sensed the intense fury of the creature within. Han Shoa knew that the creature wouldn't have time to worry too much, so he once again summoned the Earth Elite Zombie and had him dive deeper into the gourd mountain. This time, the Earth Elite Zombie wasn't forced back by the creature's strange energy. There were too many Redbud Knights and Dark Elves rushing into the gourd mountain. Even the powerful creature couldn't sense everything. Not to mention that the creature was already extremely enraged. Loud, deep howls sounded from the depths of the earth. The entire upside-down gourd mountain seemed to be shaking from the howls. Han Shoa was even worried that the base of the gourd mountain wouldn't be able to withstand the shaking of the upper part and would break. The only demon Han Shoa had been attached to the Earth Elite Zombie. Borrowing the Earth Elite Zombie's vision, Han Shoa was able to see what was happening underground. However, the Earth Elite Zombie hadn't entered the main area and couldn't bring Han Shoa any useful information. Han Shoa focused his attention on the Redbud Knights and Dark Elves who had entered the gourd mountain. In Han Shoa's view, the Redbud Knights were far stronger than Arlen's Dark Elves. Whether it was equipment or individual strength, the Redbud Knights were outstanding. Clad in thick armor, even without the aid of warhorses, the Redbud Knights' sprinting speed was faster than the Dark Elf archers and warriors in simple attire. Those knights, who had experienced all kinds of battles, all looked cold and confident. They had the toughness and fierceness of true warriors. Each of them formed a triangle or diamond formation when they were dashing. This formation allowed them to take care of each other while they were dashing, so that they wouldn't be able to defend against sudden attacks from their sides and rear. In contrast, the arrogant Dark Elves lagged far behind the humans in this aspect. They still swarmed forward like a swarm of bees for thousands of years. The Dark Elves had lived in the underground world for who knew how many years, but it seemed that they had never fought hand in hand like the humans, nor did they have any exquisite coordination. As Han Shuo observed, a scene suddenly flashed in his mind. He immediately understood that the Earth Elite Zombie must have passed through the Earth's obstructions and arrived at the giant creature beneath the gourd mountain. The Earth Elite Zombie had obtained his line of sight from beneath the enormous creature. The first thing he saw was an enormous octagonal, ancient magical formation shrouding the area above. At each corner of the enormous octagonal formation was a smaller octagonal formation, each one filled with dense magical elements. At the center of the octagonal formation was an enormous reddish-brown tail more than 10 meters long. A body the size of a small mountain was entrenched in the center of the formation. Every time it struggled fiercely in anger, the formation would shoot out circles of colorful lightning, seemingly imprisoning the creature. It can't be that it's trapped beneath the gourd mountain by the magic formation, right? If the gourd mountain was destroyed by the goblin explosives, wouldn't the magic formation imprisoning the enormous creature be destroyed as well? Han Shuo was suddenly alarmed and worried. Chapter 342. A Yin demon circled around and examined every corner of the octagonal ancient magic matrix. Through the Yin demon, Han Shuo saw that the octagonal ancient magic matrix was covered with large pieces of sparkling and translucent magic crystal ores. These ores covered every intricate and detailed magical veins of the magic matrix, providing the octagonal magic matrix with a steady flow of energy. When the Earth Elite Zombie and Yin Demon emerged from the depths of the earth and approached the enormous creature, the creature with half its body and tail sunk into the center of the ancient magic matrix seemed to sense the existence of the Earth Elite Zombie and the Yin Demon. A reddish-brown tail that was more than 10 meters long was like an enormous iron whip, snaking through the air as it swung down in the Earth Elite Zombie's direction. The Earth Elite Zombie's body was still half submerged in the ground. When he saw the python-like tail swinging down, he hastily hid his entire body in the depths of the earth. A crackling sound came from the top of the Earth Elite Zombie's head, as if the earth itself was shaking. A strange force entered the ground from his tail and rushed towards the Earth Elite Zombie. The Earth Elite Zombie jumped in fright and prepared to quickly return the way he came. Unfortunately, before the Earth Elite Zombie could return to Han Shuo's side, that strange force fiercely surged into the Earth Elite Zombie's body. The Earth Elite Zombie's body trembled midway, and he actually rolled in the depths of the earth. When the Earth Elite Zombie landed, he was already dizzy and disoriented. However, the Earth Elite Zombie had been refined by Han Shuo's demonic arts and had absorbed the yuan energy of the place of extreme earth. Now that the Earth Elite Zombie was deep underground, this kind of strange force couldn't harm the Earth Elite Zombie. After that force passed through the earth, the strange creature seemed to feel that the Earth Elite Zombie was still alive and kicking. The enraged creature's enormous tail repeatedly slapped the earth, and a few more strange forces entered the earth and surged towards the Earth Elite Zombie. The Earth Elite Zombie, who was also dizzy and disoriented from the attack, was much more sensitive in the earth than on the surface. When he sensed a few more dizzying auras surging towards him, he hastily began to mobilize the power of the earth to protect himself. The earth around the Earth Elite Zombie suddenly began to tremble. The auras that surged towards the Earth Elite Zombie were weakened bit by the slight tremors of the earth. When the auras truly arrived in front of the Earth Elite Zombie, they seemed to have lost the power that caused the Earth Elite Zombie to fear them. They flowed into the Earth Elite Zombie's body without the slightest bit of reaction. The first time, the Earth Elite Zombie had been confused by a single aura, that was because he hadn't used his innate ability in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in such a difficult situation at the beginning. Han Shuo let out a cry of surprise, then muttered to himself thoughtfully, "It seems that the 5 elite zombies still need to face danger frequently, otherwise they wouldn't be able to use their innate abilities." So this Earth Elite Zombie didn't know that he could use the Earth's tremors to defend against this kind of attack, but he magically grasped it when the danger was right in front of him. While Han Shuo was silently pondering, the strange creature imprisoned by the ancient octagonal magic formation flew into a rage after a long period of futile attacks. Unfortunately, its body was bound by the magic formation and couldn't leave. Facing the Earth Elite Zombie buried deep underground, it couldn't use its strange attacks to attack. For a time, there was nothing it could do. The enraged creature seemed to have transferred its anger towards the Earth Elite Zombie to the Redbud Knights and Dark Elves that had entered the Gourd Mountain. Accompanied by a deafening howl, the entire Gourd Mountain seemed to shake. Strands of the same strange aura as the one that had attacked the Earth Elite Zombie shot out from the air or underground towards the lowly lifeforms that had dared to offend the creature's dignity like formless flying snakes. The Redbud Knights and Dark Elves who were struck by the strange aura felt as if they had suffered a heavy blow. The Redbud Knights were protected by fighting aura and had firm willpower. Only blood flowed out of their noses and mouths, and their movement speed was impaired. However, the weak Dark Elf archers were caught off guard, and a dozen of them died on the spot. Dozens more were seriously injured. However, there were at least 1,000 Redbud Knights and Dark Elves that had rushed into the Gourd Mountain. Unable to leave the ancient magic formation at the bottom of the Gourd Mountain, this method of attack wasn't enough to completely stop such a large number of invaders. As the Dark Elves died, bags of goblin explosives were placed in various areas of the Gourd Mountain. Under Castle's leadership, the Redbud Knights took advantage of the opportunity to slaughter all lizard men they saw in the dark, narrow caves. The lizard men, with their powerful bodies and crude weapons, were obviously no match for the regular human knights. Not to mention, there was also Castle, the traitor druid who had mastered the transformation technique. In just a short while, the lizard men were retreating in defeat, leaving behind a trail of corpses. The Dark Elves were right behind the Redbud Knights, taking advantage of the opportunity to bury goblin explosives in every corner. Together with the Redbud Knights, they followed the lizard men deeper into the forest towards the location of their true god. As the lizard men died tragically and retreated, the powerful creature at the bottom of the Gourd Mountain no longer cared about the Earth Elite Zombie. It vented all of its anger in roars, using a series of mysterious attacks to attack the invading enemies. In its rage, the lizard man released several strands of aura, landing on the bodies of the Redbud Knights. Even the astonishingly powerful Redbud Knights couldn't withstand the strange aura and would die on the spot. The more fragile Dark Elves were even worse off. Nearly 100 of them had died before they could even reach the bottom of the mountain. At this time, Han Shuo was certain that the Redbud Knights and the Dark Elves were taking great risks. Han Shuo was sure that the strange creature was bound by an ancient magic formation. It looked like it had been suppressed deep underground, with only half of its body exposed. The Redbud Knights had only seen the upper half of the strange creature's body and the magic crystal ores around it. As for the lower half and the magic formation buried deep underground, they couldn't see them at all. Once the goblin explosives on the Gourd Mountain exploded, it would be fine if the strange creature was killed. However, if the creature didn't die in the explosion, the Gourd Mountain would no longer be able to imprison it. With its incomparably large body and power, Han Shuo believed that the moment it walked out of the magic formation that had imprisoned it for who knew how many years, the Redbud Knights and the Dark Elves would have to bear its terrifying wrath. However, this wasn't something that Han Shuo needed to worry about. Han Shuo's goal this time was to kill Kelt and obtain as many magic crystal ores as possible. If the strange creature didn't die from the explosion, then it would be ideal if it could come out. Therefore, Han Shuo thought quickly and immediately came up with a brilliant idea. Using the tunnel leading deep underground, Han Shuo and the Earth Elite Zombie arrived at the strange creature's location. Just as Han Shuo shot out of the tunnel and arrived at the somewhat spacious ancient octagonal magic formation, the 10-meter-long tail swept towards Han Shuo like a giant python. The creature's head was still above, so it was indeed miraculous that it could accurately discover Han Shuo's whereabouts. Han Shuo quickly flew to a remote corner. The 10-meter-long tail wildly swung 7 meters in front of Han Shuo, but it still couldn't reach Han Shuo. "Hey, I mean no harm, I just wanted to come and help you." Han Shuo didn't care if the strange creature could hear human speech or not. He shouted at the 10-meter-long tail. "Despicable little existence, you will pay the price." A message that was purely similar to mental strength suddenly spread through the space where Han Shuo was. It looked like it had been sent by the strange creature. Generally speaking, the more powerful a creature was, the more intelligent it was. For example, Gilbert, the Black Dragon, and the Gold Dragon could speak the human tongue. Even the Lord of the Flames had the ability to directly communicate with the human mind. This creature, whose strength was not inferior to the Lord of the Flames, could naturally communicate with humans. The reality was just as Han Shuo had expected. When Han Shuo called out loudly, the creature immediately responded. This kind of direct telepathic communication was even clearer than language. "Powerful creature, I'm not with the people above. I've come to help you. I can help you use the power of those people and dispel the magic formation without harming you. I only want the magic crystal mines at the bottom of the Gourd Mountain. What do you think of this deal?" Han Shuo immediately proposed his idea when he discovered that he could communicate with the creature. "Huh, lowly creature. Even without your help, those idiots will still help me blow up the Gourd Mountain. I've given them the wrong message that I'm afraid of fire and bombs, and they're helping me destroy the Gourd Mountain according to my plan. No one can stop me from doing this. Since you aren't with them, even if you inform them now, no one will believe you. Your suggestion is worthless." Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, the creature actually laughed heartily and complacently. Han Shuo's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He hadn't expected this creature to be so cunning. It seemed that it wasn't as afraid of fire and bombs as Kelt had guessed. The reason it had displayed such a disadvantage in the previous battle was because it had a purpose. Suddenly, Han Shuo's expression froze. He asked, "If that's the case, why don't you let the lizard men get you out? I don't think it'll be hard for them to get their hands on goblin bombs. Wouldn't it be faster if you let them, who worship you as their true god, help you? Why use this method to get the enemy to help you? If they could communicate with me like this, I would have left this damned place a long time ago. They've been cursed by the gods to never know how to use power outside of their physical bodies before they break through their shackles. They can't communicate with me without any obstacles. Pitiful creatures, they can only use the stupidest method. They plan to remove all the ores around me. They think that's the only way to get me out of this damned cage." This creature seemed to have been imprisoned for far too long a period of time. It kept on explaining to Han Shuo. After hearing this, Han Shuo suddenly remembered that the lizard men could indeed only use their physical strength. Their soul force and intelligence were still very weak. He didn't know if this was the reason why they couldn't obtain information from this creature's powerful consciousness that enveloped the entire space. Perhaps it was because of this that they could only rely on the foolish old man to move the mountain in an attempt to remove the ores. It seemed that the lizard men occupied this Gourd Mountain and tirelessly mined ores not for the value of the magic crystal ores themselves, but for the sake of freeing their so-called true god from the shackles of their shackles. It made sense. They didn't even know how to forge some complicated weapons, so how could they understand the true value of the magic crystal ores and how to use them? With this strange creature's explanation, Han Shuo knew that there was no way to stop him from leaving this ancient magic formation. Kelt and the others would definitely blow up the Gourd Mountain. When that happened, As long as a corner of the magic formation was damaged, he would be able to walk out of this cage that had existed for who knew how long. Han Shua's mind raced for a moment. He could tell from the creature's tone that it was protective of the lizard men. He looked at the reddish-brown tail that was more than 10 meters long and connected it to what Arlen had said about the lizardman's true god being nothing more than a giant lizard. An idea suddenly formed in his mind. Powerful existence, there are still several hundred lizard men who worship you in this gourd mountain. If the gourd mountain really explodes, you might be able to walk out of this cage, but those pitiful lizard men will all die. Han Shua paused, noticeably sensing the creature's uneasiness from the surrounding presence. He then continued, I can help the lizard men survive. As long as you promise to give me the rocks in the mine, I will move the lizard men who are still alive to a safe location before the explosion occurs. Lowly and weak existence, I, the great ancient lizard king Degasi, agree to your request. As long as you can guarantee their safety, you can take as many of those magic crystal ores as you can. Degasi immediately conveyed his promise to Han Shua after a moment of silence. After receiving the giant ancient lizard king Degasi's message, Han Shua didn't linger here. He immediately had the Earth Elite zombie dig a tunnel to the surface, but halfway through, the Earth Elite zombie suddenly transmitted a helpless message. Han Shua's mind raced. He already knew where the problem was and quickly shot towards the half-dug tunnel. From the outside of the gourd mountain to the ancient lizard king Degasi's enormous tail, there was only soil. Then, he arrived at the spacious ancient magic formation. From there, he dug upwards, but found magic crystal ores that were even harder than iron and stone. The Earth Elite zombie's innate ability was powerless in the face of the magic crystal ores. He didn't know where to start when he was halfway through mining. The Earth Elite zombie was the Earth Elite zombie after all. He naturally couldn't possess the ability of the Metal Elite zombie, which allowed him to pierce through mountains and split rocks to traverse unhindered within the mountains. My pitiful children are still dying. You puny human, hurry up and do it. Ancient Lizard King Degasi's urgent message repeatedly flowed into Han Shua's mind. The indestructible demon's lair edge spun in Han Shua's hand, bursting upwards like a drill. Large pieces of sparkling and translucent magic crystal ores disappeared into Han Shua's space ring before they even hit the ground. Han Shua, who was digging the tunnel with all his might, had the help of the demon's lair edge. Although it was a bit slower than the Earth Elite zombie's innate ability, it was still a speed of several meters per second. Under the ancient lizard king's urging, the demon's lair edge spun a large piece of magic crystal ores into Han Shua's space ring. Afterwards, Han Shua arrived at the location of the ancient lizard king's upper body and head from the ancient magic formation. Raising his head to look at Han Shua, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This ancient lizard king really was an enormous lizard, but there were some differences. His ugly head had a single sharp horn, and from the horn to his back was a row of sharp red sword-like spikes. The ancient lizard king was even larger than the green dragon that Han Shua had seen before. He looked like a towering reddish-brown mountain of flesh. Just his height alone was over 20 meters. His enormous body was like a thick reddish-brown rock, looking extremely sturdy. At this moment, his dark red eyes were like two lanterns hanging high in the air. Looking at the ant-like Han Shua beneath him, he once again sent out a strong message. I know. I will make sure your children survive. Han Shua replied impatiently to the ancient lizard king's garrulous words. While marveling at the ancient lizard king's size, he quickly rushed into the complex cave. I am the emissary of your true god. In accordance with your true god's orders, I have come to welcome you. I will bring you to a safe place. Han Shua's loud shout suddenly came from behind the lizard men who were desperately resisting the Redbud Knight's invasion and retreating towards the ancient lizard king. Despicable human, why are you here? The lizard man leader with the giant tail suddenly shouted in the awkward-sounding common language in a panic. He pointed at Han Shua and was about to attack. I am here to help you. I am the emissary of your true God. You will understand once you come down. Han Shuo explained, then immediately shouted, don't waste your time. They have placed goblin explosives in this gourd mountain. All you need to do is hurry and get to your true God side. Han Shuo didn't care whether they believed him or not. He flew straight towards the depths of the ancient Lizard King's cave. When the retreating lizard men heard Han Shuo's words, they didn't stay to tangle with the Redbud Knights any longer. It was unknown whether it was because they believed Han Shuo's words, or because they were worried about the safety of their true God, but they didn't continue to tangle with the Redbud Knights. They quickly returned to the ancient Lizard King's area. When the remaining few hundred lizard men saw that Han Shuo hadn't been attacked by their true God, they couldn't help but believe Han Shuo's words. The few hundred lizard men first kowtowed towards the ancient Lizard King. The lizard man leader stood up and looked at the ancient Lizard King, speaking humbly, "True God, what should we do? The enemy has already invaded." The ancient Lizard King's gigantic body twisted and roared towards the sky. The sound of an explosion echoed throughout the entire space, and the gourd mountain began to shake violently again under the influence of its gigantic body. "Humans, hurry and let them in. I know we don't have much time." The ancient Lizard King's consciousness filled the entire space. Unfortunately, the lizard men couldn't receive this message. "There is a passage here. Hide in it and you will be safe even if the explosion happens. Your true God said that the explosives can't harm him. He will take care of the rest." Han Shuo hastily shouted, seeing that the Redbud Knights were about to enter and more explosives were about to be placed at the entrance. The lizard man leader looked at Han Shuo, who was safe and sound under their true God, and seemed to believe Han Shuo's words. The lizard man leader mumbled something in the lizard man language to the remaining lizard men behind him. The remaining few hundred lizard men no longer hesitated and followed behind the lizard man leader, heading deeper into the tunnel that Han Shuo had dug. When all the lizard men had entered the tunnel, the entire space was once again filled with the ancient Lizard King's thoughts. "Humans, don't let those damned invaders fill this space with explosives. Although I won't die from the explosion, it will definitely injure me a little. Besides, I also hate that unpleasant smell." There were 7 caves that led from the gourd mountain to this space. The invading Redbud Knights and Dark Elves seemed to be afraid of the mountainous ancient Lizard King, and didn't dare to directly enter through the caves. Instead, they hid at the cave entrances and threw down explosives. Han Shuo had summoned 100 dark creatures after receiving the ancient Lizard King's message. Whenever a goblin explosive was thrown into this space, the omnipresent dark creatures would throw it out from below. The Redbud Knights and Dark Elves hiding in the caves outside were enraged when they saw the bags of explosives being thrown out from below. However, after receiving Han Shuo's orders, the simple-minded skeletal warriors naturally didn't understand the anger of the people in the caves above. They dutifully threw out the bags of explosives one after another. For a time, the situation in this area was a bit ridiculous. The last remaining Yin demon had already drifted into the midst of the Redbud Knights. After observing for a while, Han Shuo suddenly sneered, "Since you've come, don't think of leaving. You and the gourd mountain will suffer the craziness of the goblin explosives." Chanting another incantation, several large hate warriors appeared. Together with the zombie Little Skull, they brought the explosives and charged into the caves. The enormous hate warriors and zombies forcibly blocked the caves. The remaining goblin explosives were also thrown into the space ring by Han Shuo. When all the caves were blocked by the hate warriors, the Redbud Knights and Dark Elves madly attacked the dark creatures that had suddenly appeared. They cursed the damned dark creatures as they picked up the goblin explosives from the ground, preparing to stuff them into the ancient Lizard King's space below. The goblin explosives were exquisitely made. They wouldn't explode unless they were burned by a raging fire. However, once they did explode, they would create a torrential inferno. The goblin explosives had been placed in a reasonable location. A single explosion could ignite all of them, and the mountain would inevitably collapse under the weight of so many goblin explosives. This time, the ancient lizard king was the main target. They should have placed more goblin explosives in his area to maximize the effect. That was why the Redbud Knights were so diligent in getting close to the dark creatures. When all the lizard men had retreated into the tunnels below and the caves were blocked by the undead creatures, the ancient lizard king impatiently transmitted his message even more than Han Shuo. That's enough. Help me ignite the fire and drown all the Redbud Knights inside. Happy to be of service. Han Shuo chuckled coldly as a red flame shot out from his hand. A zombie suddenly moved to the side, creating a gap for the red flame to pass through. Fire, it's fire. Attack it. The Redbud Knights who were still fighting the undead creatures were suddenly scared out of their wits. Their screams were laced with sobs. They knew exactly how many goblin explosives had been thrown into the gourd-shaped mountain. If one of them exploded, what kind of fate would await them? Several more flames shot out from Han Shuo's hands, piercing through the gaps between the zombie warriors like arrows. They landed among the Redbud Knights and Dark Elves, who were howling like ghosts and howling like wolves even before they exploded. Han Shuo shot towards the tunnel like a bolt of lightning. With a thought, a flame flew towards the goblin explosives on a hate warrior's body. Chapter 343. Just as Han Shuo shot into the passageway, a violent explosion sounded from above his head. Like a fuse, this explosion was followed by an even more concentrated series of explosions. The entire gourd mountain was on the verge of collapse amidst the deafening booms. The ancient lizard king's 10-meter-long tail writhed like a python as it was trapped in the ancient magic array. Its gigantic body struggled violently as it tried to break free of the magic array. When the violent explosions sounded from the gourd mountain, Celt, who had been waiting for his subordinates to rush out, felt as if he'd been struck by a heavy blow. It was as if a giant hammer had ruthlessly smashed into his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. The noble dark elf Arlen, dressed in luxurious clothes, heard the thunderous rumble and looked at the gourd mountain swaying under the rumble. His pupils bulged as well. He grabbed Celt roughly and roared, "How could this be? Why would the goblin bomb explode now? Damn it, you didn't set us up on purpose, did you?" Celt was even angrier than Arlen. He flung the frail Arlen off the ground, his handsome face contorted into a sinister expression. "Are you fucking blind? Can't you see that my men are also inside?" he said viciously. Rumble, the gourd mountain finally collapsed amidst the explosions. The earth-shattering tremors shrouded the surroundings in an aura of destruction. Celt and Arlen's disagreements were followed by a series of explosions. The entire gourd mountain flew up as if it had been uprooted, then came crashing down at an even faster speed. The sounds of explosions gradually faded away amidst the swirling dust. The entire area had become a pile of rubble. Not a trace of the gourd mountain could be seen. Aside from the reddish-brown rocks of various sizes, the only things left were the mangled corpses of the Redbud Knights and Dark Elves. Arlen steadied himself after being tossed aside by Celt. He gazed at the ruins of the gourd mountain, losing his composure as he muttered, "Those were my most elite clansmen. How could it be like this, how could it be like this?" Celt, on the other hand, was rather calm. With a sinister expression, he furiously said, "Someone must be behind this. Otherwise, that giant lizard that couldn't have left the gourd mountain couldn't have stopped my knights from returning. This matter isn't that simple." Arlen suddenly shouted, "There must be something fishy going on. Those lowly lizard men can't stop my valiant clansmen." Han Shuo, the target of Celt and Arlen's attention, was currently looking at the ancient magical formation that was gradually disintegrating with a loud creak. The explosion of the gourd mountain had disrupted the magical formation's normal operation. As the ancient lizard king writhed madly, the magical formation that had imprisoned him for who knew how many years finally cracked open. Roar! An earth-shattering roar resounded from the bottom of the gourd mountain. The incomparably large ancient lizard king Degasi began to sway wildly. The magic formation that had been destroyed by the goblin explosives could no longer be maintained, and all 6 corners of the octagonal formation broke apart. An enormous aura emanated from the ancient lizard king's body. Every time a corner of the octagonal formation broke, his aura would grow a bit stronger. When all 8 corners of the octagonal formation had been destroyed, the ancient lizard king's enormous body suddenly tore apart the tens of thousands of kilograms of rock that had covered his body. A mountain of flesh slowly emerged from the center of the gourd mountain. A terrifying howl filled the entire area. The ancient lizard king pounded his chest and stamped his feet in the air, as if venting his years of resentment. Underneath the ancient lizard king, Han Shuo suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. From Han Shuo's angle, he could clearly see that every time a corner of the octagonal formation broke, the ancient lizard king's aura would grow a bit stronger. When the ancient octagonal formation was completely destroyed, the ancient lizard king's aura, which had originally been as strong as the Lord of the Flames, actually possessed an even more terrifying aura. Not only was his body shackled by the octagonal ancient magical matrix, but it also seems to have shackled his power as well. I didn't expect the ancient lizard king to possess such terrifying strength. Perhaps only a demigod existence can truly defeat him. Han Shuo was abnormally shocked and he sensed the ancient lizard king's formidable strength. Beside Han Shuo, the lizard men began to squeal with excitement. Seeing the ancient lizard king emerge from the broken formation like a towering tree, they all kowtowed to the ancient lizard king. Han Shuo didn't stay any longer and shot out from the hole the ancient lizard king had torn open. At this time, the sharp-eyed Han Shuo suddenly saw a small pangolin sneakily crawl out, carefully avoiding the furious ancient lizard king. Han Shuo suddenly had a strange feeling when he saw this oddly small pangolin. Before Han Shuo could react, the pangolin suddenly transformed into a goshawk and flew away. Han Shuo immediately understood that this was Castle in disguise. Standing at the foot of the mountainous ancient lizard king, Han Shuo looked around at the dumbstruck invaders. He saw that Castle had already flown to Kelt's side, so he didn't make a move to deal with him. Kelt and Arlen, the 2 leaders of the invaders, had wonderful expressions on their faces. They felt their lips go dry, not knowing what to do as they watched the enormous creature stand up from the ruins. "Human, didn't you say he was afraid of fire and bombs? How did he survive when the mountain was destroyed?" Arlen suddenly felt like he'd been played. If not for the fact that the Redbud Knights had suffered greater losses than him, he would have immediately gone all out against Kelt. At this point, Kelt didn't know what to say. He stared at the gigantic creature as it roared and vented its anger. He stammered, How would I know?" Before the 2 invaders could open their mouths to argue again, Castle flew over and transformed into his human form. He pointed at the inconspicuous Han Shuo standing at the foot of the ancient lizard king, his face dark. "It's him, it's this person who helped the ancient lizard king. Otherwise, the lizard king would have been finished." Only after Castle pointed did Kelt, Arlen, and Matriarch Dana notice the inconspicuous Han Shuo standing at the foot of the ancient lizard king. Kelt and Dana had a blood feud with Han Shuo. When they saw Han Shuo appear, they almost lost control and rushed over. "It's him again. He's called Brian, a noble of the Lancelot Empire. I must kill him with my own hands." Kelt gnashed his teeth, glaring at Han Shuo as he explained to Arlen. "I know him. He's the one who ruined our grand plan last time. Otherwise, we would have made the lizard men suffer a great loss." The flirtatious Dana shrieked, pointing at Han Shuo and shouting angrily. "You despicable invaders, you will all die under my wrath today." The ancient lizard king roared at the sky, venting the hatred in his heart. He finally focused his attention on Kelt and the others. The entire space was filled with the message the ancient lizard king wanted to convey. The earth trembled as the ancient lizard king's enormous body strode towards Kelt and the others. Every step of the incomparably enormous ancient lizard king covered a distance of several dozen meters. Crunching sounds rang out as several heavily armored redbud knights were stomped into meat patties, fresh blood spilling onto the ground. His 10-meter-long tail danced like a python, flinging dozens of redbud knights and dark elves high into the sky. They all fell to the ground dead. As the ancient lizard king moved its enormous body, its incomparable might gave off a feeling that it was impossible to resist. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble. Every time he took a step, a few knights would be crushed into meat paste. His tail had become a lethal weapon. As he moved, the knights and dark elves were killed by his tail one after another. Kelt and Arlen's subordinates fired magic after magic at the ancient lizard king's body. However, the ancient lizard king's rock-like body seemed to have an excellent resistance to magic. Magic attacks of that level simply couldn't harm him. As for arrows, spears, and javelins, they couldn't even penetrate the ancient lizard king's sturdy body. Only two of Arlen's dark elven archers, who possessed a special kind of bow and arrow, managed to leave 1 or 2 scars on the ancient lizard king's body. Unfortunately for the ancient lizard king, that level of damage was like a mosquito bite to a human. It had no effect whatsoever, and was unable to stop the ancient lizard king from wreaking havoc across the land, crushing even more redbud knights and dark elves into pieces. Even more terrifying was the ancient lizard king's miraculous attacks. Strands of strange energy shot out in all directions like mental energy. Without the restriction of the magic formation, the ancient lizard king's attacks were even more frightening. A redbud knight would fall to the ground with heavy injuries if hit by 2 strands. If hit by 3 strands, they would die on the spot. The dark elves that Arlen had brought with him were even worse off. Only a powerful dark elf like Arlen could rely on magic to defend against this kind of attack. "Retreat, all of you retreat!" Kelt roared in pain. He didn't take out the divine weapon, Starry Sky, because he knew that even if he did, he wouldn't be able to defeat the ancient lizard king with his current strength. Thus, he decisively issued the order to retreat. As for Arlen, there was no need to say much. He had already begun to flee in a panic, even ignoring the matriarch of the Dark Elves who had come with him, Dana. The pitiful Dana wasn't particularly strong. She accidentally tripped in the middle of her escape, and when she raised her head to stand up, she saw a black mountain pressing down on her. The ancient lizard king stomped her into meat paste with a single stomp. All the invaders were fleeing. Han Shoa followed the ancient lizard king, happily allowing the demon's lair edge to absorb as much energy as possible. The Een demon kept a close eye on Kelt, ready to deal a fatal blow at any moment when he wasn't paying attention. During this process, the Dark Mantle members who had heard the news had also arrived at the area under Cecilia's lead. Cecilia and the others hadn't even gotten close when they were intimidated by the mountainous figure of the ancient lizard king. They stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. What's that? It's so big. Fire journeyman Mage Chrissy actually started cheering with a face full of excitement. That should be the creature inside the magic crystal mine. Such a powerful aura, it should be a super rank magical creature that's about to reach rank 5. Why would such a powerful creature appear on this level? Cecilia was extremely shocked. She couldn't help but exclaim as she watched the ancient lizard king chase after Kelt, Arlen, and the others like a small mountain. "Brian, that's Brian!" Emily also cried out in surprise. Emily had used the levitation spell to hover in the air, so she could see a bit further. She immediately spotted Han Shoa at the ancient lizard king's waist and cried out involuntarily. Han Shoa, who'd been at the ancient lizard king's waist, suddenly flew up to the ancient lizard king's shoulder. He pointed at the fleeing Kelt and Arlen, saying, "Those two are the leaders. Only by killing them will you be able to avenge your children." Roar! The ancient lizard king's earth-shattering roar rang out once more. The terrifying sound waves were like sharp weapons, shattering the surrounding shrubs and leaves. "Damn it, I won't let this despicable human get away with it." The noble dark elf, Arlen, heard Han Shoa's instigation of the ancient lizard king. That wave of sound had almost seriously injured him, and he couldn't help but shout out a threat. Celt knew Han Shua's strength, and understood that even without the ancient lizard king's power, Han Shua still had the ability to kill Arlen. Therefore, he only sneered at Arlen's angry threat and continued to run without another word. He only wanted to leave this terrifying ancient lizard king as soon as possible. In this short period of time, more than 1,000 Redbud Knights and Dark Elves had been killed by the ancient lizard king. Of those who'd come to occupy the Gourd Mountain, only a few hundred were left. They fled in all directions, not a single one daring to stop. Under Han Shua's reminder, the ancient lizard king kept a close eye on Celt and Arlen. He no longer cared about the small fries around him. Although his enormous body moved slowly, each step covered a distance of several dozen meters. Add to that his constant aura attacks, and the chaste Celt and Arlen were suffering beyond words. They inwardly cursed Han Shua's 18 generations of ancestors for instigating the ancient lizard king. It's really that guy. Why is he with that monster? Cecilia used some unknown method to hover in the air alongside Emily. Looking at Han Shua standing on the ancient lizard king's back with a satisfied expression, Cecilia's heart felt like it had been knocked over. She didn't know what to feel. Cecilia didn't really dislike Han Shua. On the contrary, she even somewhat admired Han Shua's strength. Unfortunately, Han Shua had opposed her time and time again. From the old orc's medicine store in the Valley of Sunshine all the way to this mission, Han Shua had never let her have her way. This made Cecilia, who had become one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle at such a young age, very angry. In her heart, she really wanted to see Han Shua's defeat. The deeper Han Shua fell, the happier she would be. But reality always exceeded her expectations. She first learned from Crazy that Celt, who had lost an ear, and the Green Dragon's tragic death had been caused by Han Shua. Now that she saw Han Shua chasing after Celt in high spirits with the giant lizard, how was that the defeat she wanted? They should have been the ones to deal with Celt in this mission, but Han Shua had interfered and forced Celt into a sorry state all by himself. This made Cecilia, who'd spent so much time and still couldn't do anything to Celt, feel even more embarrassed. Oh, it's really Brian. He's so handsome. Crazy finally saw Han Shua and couldn't help but shout. You little love-struck fool, shut up. Don't lure that giant lizard over. Cecilia couldn't help but scold her, afraid that the giant lizard would come over. The ancient lizard king didn't hear the commotion, but the sinister Celt clearly did. Celt changed his direction, leading a group of experts from the Redbud Knights straight in their direction. Chapter 344. Damnable Celt. Everyone be careful. Cecilia's expression changed when she saw Celt change directions. She hastily warned her subordinates to be careful. The Redbud Knights led by Celt, along with Arlen and the Dark Elves, all changed directions and rushed towards the area where Cecilia, Emily, and the others were. My lord, that Brian is also a member of the Dark Mantle. As long as we capture those women, he won't dare to act rashly again. Castle urged Celt along the way. He was also very afraid of the ancient lizard king behind him. Since he's in cahoots with Brian, we'll capture him and force him to submit. Celt responded casually. He took out the divine weapon, Starry Sky, from his space ring and rushed in Cecilia's direction with a cold face. Han Shua, who was on the ancient lizard king's shoulder, had seen Emily coming from afar. The Redbud Knights and Dark Elves had made such a big move that it was impossible for the Dark Mantle to not know. Their appearance here was also within Han Shua's expectations. These two must not leave this place alive, otherwise you won't have any peace. Han Shua whispered in the ancient lizard king's ear, his eyes fixed on Celt and Arlen. I don't need you to remind me. The ancient lizard king's thoughts were directly reflected in Han Shua's mind. At this time, the ancient lizard king had swept through the area. More than 1,000 Redbud Knights and Dark Elves had died. Those who were lucky enough to survive had fled in all directions, gradually moving further and further away from the ancient Lizard King. As soon as the ancient Lizard King's thoughts were activated, a reddish-brown light enveloped his enormous body. His incomparably large body gradually shrank. Han Shuo, who had been standing on the ancient Lizard King's shoulder, was the most sensitive to this change. During this process, he received another message in his mind. Han Shuo knew that the ancient Lizard King was preparing to transform into human form, so he flew up from the ancient Lizard King's shoulder into the air. Surrounded by the reddish-brown light, the ancient Lizard King's mountainous body rapidly shrank. In just 10 breaths of time, he had transformed from a 20-meter-tall giant into a red-faced old man about 170 centimeters tall. The old man's skin was a bright red, and a red robe of unknown material draped over his body. A lizardman's tail protruded from his back. After transforming into human form, the ancient Lizard King Dagaci's appearance had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. He had turned into an unremarkable little old man. Dagaci raised his head to look at Han Shuo, who was floating in the air, and shouted in human language, "You should take care of your friend first. I will make the invader pay the price." This time, the ancient Lizard King wasn't using telepathy. Instead, he was using the common language to converse with Han Shuo. It seemed that his ability to transform into human form had been restricted by the ancient magic formation. After transforming into human form, the ancient Lizard King's body structure had changed, allowing him to speak human language. As he spoke to Han Shuo, Dagaci gradually began to rise into the air. However, it seemed that he hadn't flown in a long time. Judging from his movements, it seemed that he was searching for the feeling of flight. With Dagaci's reminder, Han Shuo discovered that Kelt and the others were almost at Cecilia's side. Castle had transformed into an earthen bear midway, charging toward Cecilia's area with a height of 10 meters. When the dark elf noble Arlen saw the inconspicuous Castle suddenly transform into an enormous earthen bear, he jumped in fright. Arlen turned his head to look, and saw the flowing starlight of starry sky in Kelt's hand. His heart shook violently, and he broke out in a cold sweat over his rudeness to Kelt. From the ancient Lizard King's aura attack, Arlen understood that the strength of his subordinates was far inferior to that of the Redbud Knights. Even he himself was no match for Kelt. If a great druid who could transform into an earthen bear had joined the fray, he would have been the one to suffer in the end. While Arlen's heart was still beating with fear, Cecilia was silently cursing in her heart. She shouted loudly in the air, "Hurry up and retreat. Don't just stay here. Kelt is coming." Kelt, the leader of the Redbud Legion, was one of the top 10 Knight Orders on the Profound Continent. He was a famous expert even in the Profound Continent. Although Kelt had lost the green dragon that had boosted his strength, he still couldn't be underestimated with the divine weapon, Starry Sky, in hand. As one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, Cecilia wasn't famous for her battle strength. When she saw Kelt and the others rush over, she immediately grew worried. "Loathsome women, don't even think of leaving this place today." Kelt roared, and dazzling light burst out from Starry Sky in his hand. It was as if the Starry Sky had suddenly descended into the underground world. Together with Castle, who had transformed into an earthen bear, they pressed toward Cecilia and the others. A beam of blood-red light suddenly shot out. Blood chi entangled in the air, spreading a thick smell of blood. Halfway through, the blood-red light suddenly spun at a high speed, turning into a huge blood-red ball of light that was covered in spikes that kept splitting the blood-red light. The bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts was activated by the demon's layer edge. It rolled towards Castle, who had transformed into an earthen bear, amidst the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Castle, who was about to send a palm strike towards Emily, suddenly felt a surging killing intent behind him. He hurriedly ignored Emily and focused all of his attention on the bloody light behind him. Emily used a levitation spell to lightly retreat. Her head of fine black hair fluttered in the wind as she continuously chanted an incantation with her magic staff. 2 enormous hands of death suddenly appeared in the air, grabbing towards Castle's legs. Castle, who had focused all of his attention on Han Shua's demon's lair edge, didn't expect that the retreating Emily would dare to attack. His two legs were grabbed by the hands of death in almost the same instant they formed. Castle, whose movements were hindered, could only use his sturdy bear claws to resist the demon's lair edge's twisting. Bloody light flew out from Castle's hands, and sparks shot out from his palms amidst a series of screeching sounds. The earthen bear pounded his chest and stamped his feet as he howled incessantly. When the demon's lair edge had exhausted 30% of its magical yuan, it once again turned into a streak of bloody light and returned to Han Shua. Castle, his hands a bloody mess, let out a roar in his earthen bear form and actually ignored Celt and Dark Elf Arlen. He circled around the high and mighty Emily and ran further into the distance. Boom! A powerful force came crashing down from above. The 10-meter-tall earthen bear was suddenly pressed to the ground by the force. Dozens of attacks then entered Castle's body, causing him to transform into an earthen bear. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose as he gradually shrank back to his normal human form. Above Castle's head, ancient lizard King Degasi, who'd struck him down, turned into a small red dot and slowly descended onto Castle's body. "You're the main instigator of this matter, how can I let you escape?" Degasi, who transformed into a red-faced elder, stomped down on Castle's head. With a crunching sound, Castle's head was crushed into a watermelon. On the other side, Cecilia was leading the Dark Mantle members in a desperate attempt to avoid the pursuit of Celt and Arlen. However, Celt obviously didn't know that Han Shua and Cecilia weren't on good terms. Han Shua, who'd rushed over, only saved Emily and didn't interfere. He allowed Cecilia and the others to flee in a sorry state. Only when the fire journeyman mage named Chrissy was about to be killed by a Redbud Knight did Han Shua step in and call out from afar, "Chrissy, come to me. I'll guarantee your safety. Brian, hurry and save Lady Cecilia, hurry." Chrissy seemed to be quite concerned about Cecilia. She didn't immediately run to Han Shua's side. Instead, she ignored her own safety and kept yelling for Han Shua to save Cecilia. At this moment, Emily and Han Shua weren't too far apart. Emily knew that Han Shua and Cecilia were somewhat estranged. She frowned, but didn't say anything to persuade him. She flew towards Cecilia herself. Standing proudly in the air, Han Shua couldn't help but curse in a low voice when he saw Emily fly towards Emily without a word. He directly charged towards Emily. He didn't care about Cecilia's life or death, but Emily was his woman. Han Shua absolutely didn't want anything to happen to her. Emily had actually been secretly paying attention to Han Shua's movements. When she saw Han Shua chasing after her, she couldn't help but feel a sweetness in her heart. She understood that Han Shua had only come because he was worried about her safety. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have cared about Cecilia's life or death. While Celt was chasing after Cecilia and the others, Arlen was leaning towards Emily's side. When he saw Emily fly towards him, he immediately gave the two dark elven archers behind him an order. The two archers raised their bows and aimed at Emily. Magical fluctuations curled around the arrows. Arlen waved the black magic staff in his hand. He chanted an incantation in the dark elven language. A black python condensed from dark elements slithered out from his magic array. It shook its head and wagged its tail, opening its bloody maw and biting towards Emily. "You're courting death." Han Shua shouted coldly. The demon's lair edge in his right hand suddenly flew out of his hand. Crimson light abruptly shot out from the area formed by the python. The demon's lair edge seemed to have turned into a bloody quagmire. An intense suction force suddenly surged from within. The surrounding air whistled as it was sucked into the quagmire. The violent suction force grew stronger and stronger. The black python that had been charging towards Emily was forcibly pulled away by the enormous suction force. Apart from the dark elf patriarch Arlen, even the two archers were involuntarily sent flying. Although they shouted with all their might, they couldn't stop their bodies from flying out. Together with the shrubbery and rocks that had been kicked up from the ground, they flew into the bloody quagmire created by the demon's lair edge. Just like the black python, they were swallowed up by the bloody quagmire. Arlen was frightened out of his wits. He decisively stabbed the sharp magic staff in his hand into the ground. He held onto the staff with one hand and took out a scroll shrouded in dark magic with the other. He quickly drew something on the scroll, and a cloud of black mist enveloped Arlen. A gust of wind blew, and many gaseous Arlen floated out of the black mist. These gaseous Arlen twisted their bodies and floated up like leaves. They were actually unaffected by the suction force of the bloody quagmire, drifting further and further away until they disappeared. However, Arlen had clearly overlooked the existence of ancient lizard king Degasi. Degasi had been observing the changes in the area but hadn't been in a hurry to make a move. At this moment, dozens of mysterious auras suddenly shot out, burying themselves into the ground. A mournful scream sounded from the depths of the earth. It sounded like Arlen's voice. Degasi chuckled strangely and shouted, "Despicable dark elves, you think you can escape from me? Degasi, how long are you going to stand there and watch? Killing them should have been your job. When did it become my responsibility?" Han Shuo had long since noticed that Degasi had been watching them. When he sensed that Arlen had died in the depths of the earth, he couldn't help but shout. "Interesting human brat. I see that you alone are enough to deal with them, so I'll just be your assistant." Degasi suddenly seemed to be interested in Han Shuo. He continued, "I've lived for so long, but I've never seen this kind of attack before. This kind of energy cultivation method is very special. I want to see just how many more miraculous things you have." Degasi's strength was incomparably terrifying, but he also had miraculous observation skills. After observing for a while, he discovered that Han Shuo's demonic arts were miraculous. This kind of attack that didn't seem to be using aura or elemental magic was something he had never seen before in his long life. Degasi immediately became interested in Han Shuo, as if he wanted to carefully observe Han Shuo. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Han Shuo coldly snorted at Degasi's words. "If that's the case, then you can take your time and watch." Han Shuo moved like lightning to Emily's side. Before Emily could fly out again, he grabbed Emily and yelled at Kelt from afar, "Kelt, what's the use of chasing after those people? Their lives have nothing to do with me. If you don't escape, you'll only end up dead. Is there something wrong with your brain?" Kelt, who had been relentlessly chasing after Cecilia and the others, almost vomited blood when he heard Han Shuo's words. He looked back and saw that Arlen had disappeared, leaving only Han Shuo looking at him with a mocking expression. It seemed that Han Shuo had no intention of saving Cecilia and the others. He was clearly laughing at Kelt. "Damn you, Castle, you gave me the wrong information." Kelt cursed in a low voice. He seemed to have thought it through and no longer cared about the lives of Cecilia and the others. He led the Redbud Knights who'd been following him and dived into the depths of the bushes. "Emily, how did that Cecilia become one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle? With her strength alone, Candide and your brother Amis can't compare at all." Han Shuo couldn't help but ask Emily in astonishment when he saw that Cecilia only knew how to hide. Under Han Shuo's teasing, Kelt gave up on chasing after Cecilia. When she saw that her companions were safe, Emily shyly broke free from Han Shuo's grasp and looked around with a red face. She then slowly descended from the air and said to Han Shuo, who'd been following closely behind her, "Little sister Cecilia didn't fight without permission. Besides, Cecilia's grandfather is one of the oldest elders of the Dark Mantle. He's also one of the only sacred magi in the Empire. You've seen him before." Han Shuo was shocked when he heard these words. He then sighed, "No wonder. I was wondering how Cecilia could hold such great power at such a young age with her strength. She even has so many strange magical equipment. It turns out that her grandfather is a sacred magus." "Oh, right, I don't remember knowing any sacred magus. I've seen him somewhere before. You're not joking, are you? Of course not. It's just that I can't tell you who that person is. That's the rule. Heh heh, but I think that in a few days, when your rank in the Dark Mantle is higher, you'll definitely be able to come into contact with this person. Emily said with a charming smile. It was quite amusing to see Han Shuo's confused expression. Her grandfather, I've seen him before. Han Shuo's mind raced rapidly. After thinking for a while, Han Shuo discovered that he had no impression at all, so he didn't waste any more effort to think about it. Little fellow, you're not a good person either. You actually want an old man like me to personally take action. Ancient Lizard King Degassi's voice suddenly sounded at this moment. Han Shuo then saw a red shadow shoot towards Kelt in the air. Oh right, Kelt still has divine items and a space ring. We still have to go take a look. Han Shuo suddenly remembered Kelt's wealth and hastily pulled Emily in the direction of Kelt. The Earth Elite zombie buried deep underground gradually roamed the depths of the earth according to Han Shuo's consciousness. It was running towards the Dark Elf Patriarch Arlen, who had been killed by the Ancient Lizard King. It was preparing to strip Arlen of all his valuables. As for Castle, whose head had been crushed by Degassi's foot, Han Shuo didn't pay any attention to him. Druids who believed in nature had never liked to collect wealth. This exception, the traitor Castle, hadn't had the opportunity to own a magic crystal mine. Han Shuo hadn't seen a space ring in his possession, so one could well imagine that he wasn't very generous. Chapter 345. The Ancient Lizard King Degassi's strength was indeed terrifying. By the time Han Shuo and Emily had arrived at Kelt's side, Kelt had been kicked into the air like a rubber ball. Kelt's thick knight armor was definitely not ordinary, but it was no different from scrap metal under Degassi's attack. A large part of the knight's armor caved in from Degassi's kick, and the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard from within his body. The Redbud Knights who had come with Kelt were loyal and devoted to him. Facing Degassi, they charged forward without a care for their own safety, not fearing death in order to buy time for Kelt to escape. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength between them and the Ancient Lizard King Degassi was too great. Degassi hadn't even used much of his strength, but a dozen Redbud Knights' internal organs had already been smashed by his kicks and punches. The fighting aura from their longswords and spears couldn't cause any harm to an existence at Degassi's level. Perhaps only when Kelt's strength advanced to the next level and possessed the strength of a sacred knight, along with the divine artifact, Starry Sky, would he be able to pose a threat to the Ancient Lizard King Degassi. However, it seemed that Kelt would never have this opportunity. Degassi stomped down on him as soon as he landed. With a crunching sound, a footprint appeared on Kelt's chest. All of his internal organs had ruptured, and fresh blood flowed out from the footprint. Kelt's eyes rolled back into his head, and he lost all signs of life. The starlight on the divine artifact, Starry Sky, suddenly dimmed after Degassi's death. It was like an ordinary longsword lying quietly in the shrubbery, without any trace of being a divine artifact. Han Shuo flew over with Emily in tow. His eyes lit up as he stared at the divine artifact, Starry Sky. Without a word, he shot towards it. However, before Han Shuo could reach it, the divine artifact, Starry Sky, suddenly flew up and landed in Degassi's hand with a whoosh. What, you want it? The Ancient Lizard King Degassi looked at Han Shuo from afar, shaking the Starry Sky in his hand as he asked. Nodding his head, Han Shuo was a little embarrassed. He laughed dryly and said, "Yes, I do want it. I see that the weapon in your hand is even fiercer than this sword. Aren't you a little too greedy?" In human form, Ancient Lizard King Degassi was no longer as emotionless as that colossus. Instead, he seemed very human-like as he grinned and teased Han Shuo. "I don't need a weapon, but I have a good friend. If he had this sword, his strength would definitely increase by a lot." Han Shuo explained with a relaxed smile when he saw Degassi teasing him. "Humph, are you going to give it to that girl Phoebe?" Previously, Han Shuo had been in a hurry to retrieve the divine artifact, Starry Sky, and had temporarily let go of Emily's hand. At this time, Emily used a levitation spell to float to Han Shuo's side, a few traces of anger visible on her charming face. Having been hit by Emily's words, Han Shuo didn't know what to say when he saw Emily's jealous appearance. He could only stand there and laugh dryly without saying a word. This weapon is indeed very good, but Celt was killed by me. No matter what, it should belong to me, right? The red-faced ancient lizard King Degasi looked at Han Shuo with a smile on his face. Seeing Han Shuo nod his head, he continued, "This sword is of no use to me. If you really want it, it's not that I can't give it to you. As long as you agree to a few conditions, not only this sword, but also that human space ring, I can even give it to you." Hearing that the ancient lizard king had a favorable turn of events, Han Shuo's expression shook and he asked, "What are your conditions first?" Degasi wasn't in a hurry to speak. With a flick of his reddish-brown tail, the space ring on Celt's finger also flew into his hand. Celt held the space ring between his fingers for a moment, and a few dozen strange auras suddenly flowed into the space ring. With a bang, the magical barrier around Celt's space ring was forcefully destroyed. Degasi then searched through Celt's space ring, squinting his eyes and laughing merrily at Han Shuo. "There's a lot of good stuff inside, probably worth at least 1,000,000 gold coins. I didn't think this guy would be so good at accumulating wealth." After hearing Celt's words, Han Shuo's greed was piqued even more, his heart itching for more. However, seeing that Degasi didn't immediately open his mouth to state his conditions, Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry to ask. He only stared at Degasi, waiting for him to continue. He knew that Degasi would definitely state his conditions. Including all of the magic crystal ores beneath the Gourd Mountain, this priceless divine weapon, and all of the riches in this man's space ring, I can give them all to you, as long as you agree to a few of my conditions. Degasi suddenly took a deep breath and looked at Han Shuo with a serious expression. "Speak!" Han Shuo bluntly shouted. "First, before you die, I hope you can protect the lizard men in my place. In addition, if we have the chance to meet again, I hope that you can agree to another condition of mine. I won't say what it is for now, but you must agree to it." Degasi looked at Han Shuo with a grave expression as he spoke lowly. "With you here, who can touch the lizard men? As long as you are willing to spend some time, at least in this layer of the underground world, the lizard men can easily dominate this layer. What can I help you with?" Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he asked in a puzzled manner. Shaking his head, the ancient lizard king sighed lowly, "I can't stay in the underground world, or else the lizard men will be exterminated. There are some things you won't understand, perhaps you'll understand a few things the next time we meet. After I talk to my child, I will leave this place to take revenge on the bastard who imprisoned me. Perhaps we will never meet again, because I will most likely face death. However, if we can meet again, I believe your strength will be far greater than this. I look forward to your growth, and if I don't die, perhaps you will be able to help me." The ancient lizard king Degasi was a creature even more powerful than the Lord of the Flames. Han Shuo found it hard to imagine any person or creature that could kill him. This time, he was prepared to die when he left. Han Shuo didn't know how he could help him in the future, but for Han Shuo, the enormous benefits in front of him clearly outweighed his worries for the future. Therefore, he only hesitated for a moment before nodding his head in agreement, promising, "As long as I don't die, I will help you take care of these lizard men. However, my abilities are limited, and I can only do my best. Also, the next time we meet, I hope your conditions won't be too difficult to fulfill." "Huh, good, very good." The ancient lizard king Degasi laughed heartily. He didn't make Han Shuo swear an oath to the gods, and straightforwardly tossed the divine artifact, Starry Sky, and Celt's space ring to Han Shuo. He then said to Han Shuo, "I believe you. Let's go, I'll help you get the magic crystal mine. Also, I'll give an explanation to those children who worship me." Han Shuo took Kelt's space ring and scanned it with his mental strength. He was immediately shocked by the dazzling wealth inside. Multicolored crystals were sparkling and translucent, and all kinds of gold, silver, and jade were piled up together in a dazzling lineup. Kelt had probably plundered the golden dragon or obtained it from the underground world. In addition, there were some weapons and equipment that were surrounded by magical elements. They should have been refined by the hands of a great alchemist. There were also 3 ownerless crystal cards with a face value of 100,000 gold coins. Anyone could take these ownerless crystal cards and directly withdraw gold coins. It was just as Degassi had said, the items in Kelt's space ring were definitely worth 1,000,000 gold coins. If he gave all the crystals, gold, silver, and jade to Phoebe to sell, it might even be worth more than 1,000,000 gold coins. Alright, I'll go with you. Han Shuo agreed. He raised his head to look at the corpses on the ground, hesitating for a moment before asking Degassi, the Red Bud Knights and Dark Elves you killed, their armor and weapons are also pretty good. In addition, there might be even more gold coins in their pockets. If you don't mind, can I go with you after I'm done? Degassi laughed involuntarily. Just as he was about to agree, his eyes suddenly lit up. The armor isn't suitable for my children because their body structure is different from humans. However, the weapons can be used. How about this, I'll leave the armor and other items on the corpses to you, and leave the weapons for my children to use. What do you think? No problem. Han Shuo readily agreed, then chuckled, wait a moment, I'll quickly gather these things. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shuo took out the skeletal staff and chanted an incantation. Rows of skeletal warriors appeared in front of Han Shuo, spreading out like snowflakes. Under Han Shuo's command, they collected the valuable weapons, armor, quiver, and money from the corpses. Just as Han Shuo took out the skeletal staff, the ancient lizard king suddenly appeared in front of Han Shuo like lightning, his eyes fixed on the skeletal staff in Han Shuo's hand. His expression was clearly different from before. Han Shuo jumped in fright, but when he saw the strange look in the ancient lizard king's eyes, he hastily put away the skeletal staff and took a step back, feeling a bit guilty. What's wrong? After Han Shuo put away the skeletal staff, the ancient lizard king focused all of his attention on Han Shuo. The ancient lizard king's astonished gaze was focused on Han Shuo, causing Han Shuo's hairs to stand on end, not knowing what the ancient lizard king was thinking. After a while, the ancient lizard king suddenly laughed, "Brat, it seems like we really are fated to meet. Do you know the origin of the skeletal staff in your hand?" Han Shuo stared blankly, then looked at the ancient lizard king in shock, cautiously asking, "Don't tell me you know." "Heh, it seems like you don't know anything. The skeletal staff belonged to my former master. Do you want to know the secrets of the skeletal staff?" The ancient lizard king said to Han Shuo with a bit of excitement. "Your former master?" Han Shuo was shocked, then exclaimed, "You're from the Calamity Church." "Calamity Church? What kind of organization is that? I've never heard of it." Degassi replied with a frown, then sighed, "Since the skeletal staff is in your hands, it means that my master is either dead or no longer on this plane. I don't know where my master is right now, AI." Hearing that Degassi didn't know of the Calamity Church's existence, Han Shuo thought for a moment, then asked again, "What realm are you at? How long have you lived?" "When I was still a mutated lizard, I followed my master. I'm now a rank 5 super rank magical beast. As for how long I've lived, even I don't know, but I know that I've been sealed in this place for almost 5,000 years. Degassi explained to Han Shuo with a smile, his attitude towards Han Shuo even more cordial than before. As expected of an old monster. Han Shuo exclaimed in his heart. No wonder Degassi didn't know about the Calamity Church. The Calamity Church's history was less than 1,000 years, so the ancient lizard king definitely didn't know of the Calamity Church's existence. It seemed that this skeletal staff's origin was even more ancient, and it wasn't just related to the Calamity Church. "Can you tell me about this skeletal staff?" as well as what happened back then? Han Shuo was completely baffled, and very much wanted to know all the secrets of the skeletal staff. Heh, when you understand the mysteries of the skeletal staff, you'll know what happened 5,000 years ago. Regardless of whether his master had died in this plane or left early, he would definitely leave behind the sequence of events in the skeletal staff. As long as you truly grasp the skeletal staff, you'll definitely be able to learn everything from it. Right now, it's useless even if you know. Furthermore, the things I know definitely won't be as detailed as what Master left behind. You'd better figure it out yourself. Just like Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf, the ancient lizard King Degasi also didn't tell Han Shuo the secrets of the skeletal staff. He only left Han Shuo a direction to uncover the truth. Your strength has already reached rank 5. Isn't that the same as a demigod? Is there an existence more powerful than you in this world? After cursing Degasi in his heart, Han Shuo suddenly recalled Degasi's words and exclaimed in surprise. My strength is considered very strong in the Profound Continent. However, I can tell you that the Profound Continent isn't as simple as you think. There are definitely many beings like me in the Profound Continent. If those powerful existences from 5,000 years ago still remain in the Profound Continent, then there will definitely be existences more terrifying than me. You must know this in your heart. Degasi stared deeply at Han Shuo and cautiously instructed Han Shuo. After hearing Degasi's words, Han Shuo was once again taken aback. Currently, in the various countries of the human world, the most powerful beings that had appeared were sacred rank experts. Han Shuo had never heard of a demigod expert that surpassed the sacred rank. If he hadn't met Degasi this time, Han Shuo definitely wouldn't have known that the Profound Continent still had a rank 5 super-ranked magical beast that was on par with a demigod. According to Han Shuo's understanding, a powerful being like Degasi should be able to walk unhindered in the entire Profound Continent. However, Han Shuo couldn't detect the slightest bit of arrogance in Degasi's words. On the contrary, Han Shuo discovered that Degasi seemed to be in awe and trepidation, without the slightest bit of arrogance or conceit. He even said that there was an existence even more powerful than him in the Profound Continent. Degasi was already a rank 5 super-ranked magical beast that possessed the strength of a demigod. If there was an existence even more powerful than him, then what kind of terrifying existence would it be? Could it be a god? Han Shuo simply didn't dare to imagine this question. After hearing Degasi's words, his mind immediately became a mess. Seeing that the large number of skeletal warriors had already sorted out the armors, weapons, and even the quiver of money, Han Shuo didn't continue thinking about this question. He opened his mouth and said, "Who cares how powerful the existence is, I only want to live my own life. I'm a person with very little ambition, I shouldn't have any conflict with that kind of person." Degasi sighed in his heart, but didn't say it out loud. He looked at Han Shuo with some emotion, as if he was looking at his master that he hadn't seen for thousands of years and didn't know whether he was dead or alive. A strange light flickered in his eyes. "Brian, do you want me to go with you?" Emily listened for a while, her mind also a bit confused. Seeing Cecilia and the others who had escaped Kelt's pursuit slowly approach with some fear, Emily hurriedly kept a distance from Han Shuo and said to Han Shuo. At this moment, Han Shuo also discovered that Cecilia and the others were walking over timidly. They were obviously afraid of the ancient lizard King Degasi's existence. Their movements were as slow and light as possible, afraid that they would anger Degasi. Chapter 346. Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry to leave. When Emily saw Cecilia and the other Dark Mantle members approach, her expression became a bit reserved. She pulled away from Han Shuo to avoid arousing suspicion. After all, Emily was the daughter-in-law of the Betteridge family. No matter how good her relationship with Han Shuo was, it couldn't be known to others. Otherwise, whether it was for Emily or Han Shuo, at least for the time being, they would definitely attract some unnecessary trouble. Ever since Degasi saw the skeletal staff in Han Shuo's hand, his attitude towards Han Shuo was even better than before. His long years had made him extremely patient. He stood there motionlessly as Cecilia and the others approached. If you think these people are a hindrance, I'll take care of them for you. It won't take too long. As Cecilia and the others cautiously approached, Degassi suddenly grinned and very naturally asked for Han Shua's opinion. Degassi's attitude towards Cecilia and the others was extremely contemptuous. He wasn't afraid that they would hear his conversation with Han Shua. To a demigod like Degassi, the strength of Cecilia and the others were no different from ants. He only needed to move his hands and he could easily exterminate them. Cecilia and the others approached because they discovered that the ancient lizard king was getting along well with Han Shua and Emily. Now that she heard the ancient lizard king's suggestion to Han Shua, Cecilia's pretty face immediately paled. She couldn't help but take a few steps back, looking at Han Shua with trepidation. No need, they are my colleagues. Han Shua's reply caused Cecilia to let out a sigh of relief. When she saw that Degassi nodded at Han Shua's words, she slowly walked over. She first nodded at Emily, then said to Degassi, "Powerful creature, I am a member of the Lancelot Empire. I am the leader of this operation against the enemy nation. I'm not interested in what you're saying." Before Cecilia could finish, Degassi interrupted her impatiently, "Weak human girl, those who dared to invade are all dead. I'm in charge of everything in this region. The underground world isn't a place where you humans should step foot in. Seeing that you're his colleague, I won't kill you. I hope you can leave the underground world as soon as possible." Cecilia was about to say something, but Emily suddenly interjected, "All right, younger sister Cecilia, I think we have successfully completed our mission. We can leave the underground world now. Although we weren't the ones who did this, the Redbud Knights are likely to be erased from the continent. We have done a great service." As Emily and Cecilia spoke, Cecilia desperately winked at Cecilia. Cecilia wasn't stupid and nodded upon seeing Emily's eyes. She then looked at Han Shua and said with some resentment, "I know you put in a lot of effort in this matter. I will report this matter in detail, but our personal enmity isn't over yet." Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shua laughed softly, "Up to you." Han Shua didn't mind, but when Degassi heard that Cecilia had a grudge against Han Shua, he immediately rolled his eyes. A powerful aura like that of a towering mountain suddenly emanated from his short body. Even though the ancient lizard king hadn't transformed into his enormous size, his aura alone was enough to make it hard for Cecilia and the others to breathe. "I'll help you kill them. It looks like they still have some enmity with you. If they can't leave the underground world, then you can do whatever you want. Wouldn't that be the end of it?" Degassi's aura alone was enough to make Cecilia, who wasn't adept at fighting, feel uncomfortable all over. He chuckled as he looked at Han Shua and suggested once again. Han Shua didn't have a good impression of Cecilia, but it wasn't to the point where he had to take her life. Besides, Emily and Cecilia had a very good relationship, so in front of Emily, Han Shua couldn't do anything. Therefore, Han Shua once again shook his head, "They are my colleagues. Although there have been some misunderstandings, they aren't enemies. Let them go." Once Degassi's enormous aura relaxed, Cecilia and the others' sweaty breaths returned to normal. This time, Cecilia didn't wait for Emily to signal her with her eyes and turned to leave without another word. Before she left, she looked back at Han Shua and said in a low voice, "Thank you." Cecilia understood that if Han Shua hadn't stopped him, the ancient lizard king, who had caused rivers of blood to flow between Celt and the Dark Elves, wouldn't have minded exterminating them with a wave of his hand. Even if Cecilia had a grudge against Han Shua had saved her life. Even if she didn't want to, she still had to thank him. Unknowingly, Cecilia's resentment towards Han Shua had lessened a bit. Deep in her heart, she was filled with doubts. She couldn't understand how Han Shua had formed such a relationship with such a powerful being, and why would such a powerful being listen to Han Shua? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head, and she suddenly remembered something else. As she was leaving with Emily, Cecilia saw that no one was around and pulled on Emily's arm. She lowered her voice and asked suspiciously, "Are you together with that Brian?" Emily's heart was beating wildly, and her cheeks couldn't help but turn bright red. She pretended to be calm and scolded Cecilia, "What nonsense are you talking about? I've only cooperated with Brian on a few missions, and we're just friends. That can't be right." Cecilia stared fixedly at Emily, and said doubtfully, "The more I think about it, the more I find it strange. With Brian's selfishness and unfriendly relationship with me, he shouldn't have helped us last time when Castle was hunting us down. I only found out later that it was because of you, sister. It's the same this time. After entering the underground world, he only looked for you through crazy, and during the battle, he only cared about protecting you. Even when that giant lizard was so murderous, he didn't target you at all. I don't think that Brian is a benevolent person, and I've always wondered what kind of relationship he has for him to care so much about you. I've thought about it, and I only think that he would do so because he loves you. Isn't that right, Sister Emily?" "No, what are you blindly guessing about? It's just that when he wasn't as strong as he is now, I once saved his life, and that's why he's helping me." "Don't make wild guesses." Emily vehemently denied it. She knew that she couldn't admit it no matter what, or else it wouldn't benefit either Han Shuo or herself. "Sister Emily, look at yourself. You still won't admit it?" Cecilia stared at Emily with a surprised expression. She held a small mirror in her hand and placed it in front of Emily. The reflection of Emily in the mirror was bashful, but secretly happy. This was because Cecilia said that Han Shuo cared about her so much because he loved her, and Emily couldn't hold back her sweetness, which was why she showed it. No one would believe that the blushing Emily had nothing to do with Han Shuo. Seeing that Cecilia was certain that she had an affair with Han Shuo, Emily softly sighed and said, "Sister Cecilia, to be honest, I do have a good impression of him, but you know my situation. I'm a widow of the Betteridge family, and I'm slightly older than him. Even if I have feelings for him, he won't care. My identity is destined to prevent ordinary men from having wild thoughts about me." Sigh. Emily sighed in self-pity. After hearing her explanation, Cecilia came to a sudden realization. She thought that Sister Emily only had a one-sided love for Brian. As she thought of this, Cecilia saw that Emily seemed to have a miserable expression, and hastily advised, "Sister Emily, I think that this Brian is definitely not an ordinary person. With his strength, it won't be long before he will grasp great power. You also know that once he has enough strength, there's nothing that is impossible in Lancelot Empire. Don't worry, when the time comes, my grandfather and I will help you." After hearing Cecilia's words, Emily was truly somewhat moved, especially the last sentence that made Emily's heart overjoyed. Cecilia's grandfather had a noble status in Lancelot Empire. When the time comes, if she and Han Shuo really decided to be together, things would definitely go much smoother if that old man spoke up. "Really? If Brian and I can really be together, will you let your grandfather help me?" Emily was delighted as she hastily asked. "Of course, my grandfather listens to me the most. As long as I'm willing to help you, my grandfather will definitely help you," Cecilia replied proudly. "Then this sister will thank you in advance." Emily was overjoyed as she thanked Cecilia. "Heh, there's no need for us sisters to be so polite. Oh right, tell me how you saved that cocky fellow back then. I'm quite interested in his matters right now." Cecilia chuckled lightly as she questioned Emily. As the two girls led the Dark Mantle members further and further away, Han Shuo also stored all the weapons, armor, and money that the skeletal warriors had tidied up into his space ring. Han Shuo's space ring held a portion, while Kelt's space ring was also filled up. Finally, Han Shuo remembered the space ring of the Fire Grand Magus Marceau and had Ancient Lizard King Degassi break the magical brand on it. From Marceau's space ring, he collected over 300,000 gold coins as well as several valuable magical equipment. The most valuable of them all was a peculiar tent. The tent looked like it could only hold 2 or 3 people, but when Han Shuo walked in, he discovered that the space within the tent was much larger than he had imagined. The tent was divided into 3 levels with over 100 rooms of various sizes. Each room was decorated cleanly and brightly, and covered with expensive carpets. There were also several magic laboratories on the top level, including some magical equipment and a fire magic library. There were even 2 storage rooms with some strange fire magic items inside. It looked like this was where Marceau usually did her experiments. This seemingly unremarkable little tent was actually an extremely expensive space treasure. The space inside was no smaller than the city lord's mansion in Brettel City where Han Shuo lived. This wondrous tent must have been created by a space sacred magus and a great alchemist working together. Compared to an ordinary space ring, this tent could hold a lot more space. More importantly, when traveling in the wild, as long as this tent was opened, it could hold hundreds of adventurers. To some mercenaries who were out on a mission, this spatial treasure had a value comparable to a divine artifact. This thing is not bad. Although it's not a divine weapon, its practical value is even greater. If you want to sell it, you can sell it for at least 300,000 gold coins. The ancient lizard king said to Han Shuo after learning of the tent's miraculous uses. I won't sell such a miraculous thing. I'll definitely keep it for my own use. Han Shuo replied to the ancient lizard king. After stripping the corpses of the surrounding Redbud Knights and Dark Elves, Han Shuo and Degasi returned together to the ruined Gourd Mountain. Thanks to the Earth Elite Zombie, a tunnel had already been dug out from the depths of the ground. The lizard men all came out one by one. Where's our great, true God? As soon as Han Shuo and Degasi arrived, the lizardman leader with the longest tail immediately asked Han Shuo. Pointing at the ancient lizard king Degasi, who also had a tail but a human appearance, Han Shuo smiled and explained, isn't it right here? When the lizardman leader heard Han Shuo's words, he looked at the ancient lizard king Degasi with some shock. When they felt the familiar aura of Degasi that made them feel at ease and willing to serve him, the lizardmen all kowtowed to Degasi under the leader's lead, mumbling something in the lizardman language. In his human form, the ancient lizard king was no longer restrained by the ancient magic matrix. He also spoke gibberish in the lizardman language, contentedly conversing with the other lizardmen. Han Shuo didn't understand and couldn't join in the conversation, so he could only stand to the side and watch. The Earth Elite Zombie rubbed his head and looked at the lizard men for a while. He was still a bit afraid of the ancient lizard king Degasi, sensing the powerful aura emanating from Degasi's body. Without a word, he walked to Han Shuo's side and tugged at the corner of Han Shuo's clothes, sending a message, is there anything else? If not, I'm going back. Han Shuo stared blankly at the Earth Elite Zombie who'd sent this message. Before Han Shuo could say anything, the ancient lizard king Degasi suddenly looked at the Earth Elite Zombie in shock and asked incredulously, was this zombie warrior communicating with you just now? I think so. Han Shuo replied. In his heart, Han Shuo was also a bit astonished. In the beginning, the Earth Elite Zombie was also able to communicate with him. It was just that the Earth Elite Zombie had always listened to orders unilaterally, and the messages he sent were simple reports of the battle. He didn't express his own thoughts like now. It seemed that unknowingly, the Earth Elite Zombie had slowly developed its own consciousness like the little skull. This also meant that the Earth Elite Zombie's strength was definitely gradually increasing, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to develop its own thoughts so quickly. If I didn't hear wrong, he wants to return to the necromancy dimension on his own. As your summoned creature, can he also have his own consciousness? The ancient lizard king Degasi couldn't help but ask in surprise and doubt that he could actually sense the message the Earth Elite Zombie had just sent to Han Shuo. He's different from ordinary undead creatures. You've also seen that he can use the power of the earth to travel through the earth at will, using the power of the earth to create tunnels. This has something to do with the martial technique I practice. I can use this martial technique to change the undead creatures I summon. Not only do I bestow them with higher intelligence, I can also bestow them with greater strength. They even have the ability to continuously evolve. For some reason, Han Shuo also had a favorable impression of the ancient Lizard King Degasi. Han Shuo could feel the ancient Lizard King's passion and trust in him. He knew that the ancient Lizard King wouldn't harm him, so he answered truthfully. Incredible, truly incredible. Even my master didn't have the ability to bestow undead creatures with intelligence and the ability to continuously evolve. It seems that the martial technique you practice is even more miraculous than I imagined. Degasi sighed. Hehe, I also feel that the martial technique I practice is very miraculous. I believe that when I break through again, I might be able to possess the same strength as you. Han Shuo recalled how Chu Kanglin was able to travel to the moon at the Nine Changes realm. He knew that once he reached the carnal realm, his strength would definitely explode by 10 or even 100 times, so he spoke with confidence. Very good, I really look forward to our next meeting. If I'm still alive, we will definitely have the opportunity to meet again. Perhaps at that time, you really will be able to help me. Degasi said gratifyingly, then mumbled to the Lizardmen leader. After Degasi finished speaking, the Lizardmen leader respectfully said to Han Shuo, "From today onwards, we Lizardmen of the underground world will listen to your instructions." Chapter 347. For the next few days, Han Shuo stayed deep underground, collecting the magic crystal ores with the help of ancient Lizard King Degasi. Only when Han Shuo's space ring could no longer hold any more magic crystal ores did he emerge from the ruins of Gourd Mountain. Han Shuo's harvest from this trip to the underground world was bountiful. Not only had he killed Kelt, but he had also gained the friendship of the Lizardmen. Han Shuo's space ring was also completely filled with spoils of war. During this trip to the underground world, Han Shuo had taken all the spoils of the Redbud Knights as his own, as well as Kelt's many years of savings, including several pieces of Dark Elf Arlen's magic equipment. His total harvest this time, if converted to gold coins, was at least 2 million. Alright, I'll leave the underground world first. I'll come back next time to collect the remaining magic crystal ores. The next time I come, I'll bring more weapons for you to use to resist the Dark Elves' invasion. Han Shuo said to the Lizardmen leader. The next time you come, I won't be in the underground world. I hope we'll meet again, and I hope you can take care of them for me. Ancient Lizard King Degasi looked at Han Shuo, who was preparing to leave. Don't worry, I'll help you take care of them. Han Shuo solemnly promised. In these past few days, Degasi had told Han Shuo many things that Han Shuo was interested in. He was just like a benevolent old man. Unknowingly, Han Shuo had developed a favorable impression of Degasi. Now, he was a little reluctant to leave. From Degasi's words, Han Shuo knew that his departure this time wasn't as simple as leaving the underground world. He seemed to be planning on leaving the profound continent. Degasi was a little vague about these deeper secrets, and didn't explain too much to Han Shuo. Han Shuo couldn't understand the thoughts of a demigod like Degasi, nor did he pursue the matter. Han Shuo only vaguely understood that Degasi's enemies were probably just as powerful. Han Shuo's performance in parting with Degasi was carefree and unruffled. After leaving this area, Han Shuo didn't continue to stay in the underground world. Relying on his amazing memory, he followed the original path to the surface world. Han Shuo didn't encounter anything special along the way. Occasionally, he would encounter some races that tried to rob Han Shuo, but they were all killed by Han Shuo with lightning speed. He easily returned to the dark forest. After staying in the underground world for more than 10 days, Han Shuo felt a sense of satisfaction when he suddenly saw the sun hanging high above his head. The warm sunlight shone down, making Han Shuo feel extremely comfortable. The lush vegetation of the dark forest was mixed with a few exotic flowers and rare herbs. They overflowed with a delicate fragrance that refreshed the heart and refreshed the mind in this warm spring. Feeling the warmth and comfort that was different from the dark and damp underground world, Han Shuo headed straight for the Cemetery of Death. After returning to the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo didn't linger and directly returned to the city lord's mansion in Brettel City. Having reaped a bountiful harvest, Han Shuo immediately called for a small meeting, summoning little fatty Jack, Dorcas, Falk, Chester, and the others to come see him. "You've been gone for more than 10 days, where have you been?" Jack was the closest to Han Shuo, directly asking as soon as he arrived. "Hee, I made a trip to the dark forest." "Oh right, has Brettel City been stable lately?" Han Shuo smiled faintly. He didn't conceal his trip to the dark forest this time, only that he didn't reveal the existence of the Cemetery of Death. Although the Redbud Knights and the Dark Elves of the underground world had suffered heavy losses, a small portion of the Redbud Knights had still managed to escape. These people should also know of Han Shuo's identity. His actions in the underground world this time must have been known beforehand. Dick, the person in charge of the Dark Mantle here, bowed respectfully to Han Shuo and said, "My lord, I have some information to report to you in a moment. We're all on the same side, there's no need to hide anything. Speak directly." Han Shuo knew that Dick must have received some information from above. Jack, Dorcas, Falk, and Chester were all people Han Shuo could trust. Although Falk had been sent here by Lawrence should have also mentioned Han Shuo's identity as a member of the Dark Mantle to Han Shuo. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't need him to avoid suspicion. Jack and Dorcas had interacted with Dick for a long time these days, and more or less knew some of Dick's background. The existence of the Dark Mantle wasn't a secret in the Lancelot Empire. Although many people wouldn't openly discuss it, they still had a general idea in their hearts. "Lord Candide has sent a message, expressing high praise for your actions in the underground world. The Dark Forest is the border of our Lancelot Empire. Although the Brute Merchant Alliance will be extremely indignant at the heavy losses suffered by the Redbud Knights, they won't take any drastic actions. Lord Candide wants you to be at ease." Seeing that Han Shuo didn't have any misgivings, Dick directly reported. Nodding his head, Han Shuo smiled and said, "Continue." Dorcas, Jack, and Falk were completely baffled by Dick's words. They didn't understand what Dick was talking about, but Falk and Dorcas had heard of Candide, one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle. From Dick's words, the two knew that Han Shuo and Candide's relationship wasn't shallow. They were both astonished. "Lord Candide said that your contributions this time were very great. With His Majesty's approval, from now on you will be the second Dark Sun Envoy. As long as you visit the Dark Mantle headquarters next time, we can change your position on the badge." "Congratulations, Lord." Dick's face was full of worship. He himself was the first to become excited. "A second Dark Sun Envoy, it looks like Cecilia didn't hide my contributions. This woman can be considered to have some connections." Han Shuo was also in a good mood as he muttered to himself with a smile. From Star Envoy to Moon Envoy was one rank, from Moon Envoy to Sun Envoy was another. From Sun Envoy to Star Envoy, each rank was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Becoming a second Dark Sun Envoy meant that from this moment on, Han Shuo had taken another step forward in the Dark Mantle. The special treatment he could enjoy was also a level higher. He could even recruit his own subordinates and control an area. "My lord, a second Dark Sun Envoy has the right to appoint Star Envoys on missions. He also has the right to directly give Star Envoys merits and raise their status." Chester excitedly looked at Han Shuo and reminded him. "Don't worry, I naturally won't forget your benefits after becoming a second Dark Sun Envoy." Han Shuo laughed heartily as he said to Chester. He then looked at Dick with a smile and said, "Apart from this, did the higher-ups say anything else?" "Lord Candide said that you don't need to worry about other things. He will be responsible for helping you deal with those unfavorable comments. My lord only needs to take care of the matters in Brettel City." Dick hesitated for a moment before replying. Nodding his head, Han Shuo expressed that he understood. He was clear that Cecilia had truthfully reported the situation this time. She'd naturally also told him about how he'd intercepted Cecilia's forest troll operation. "All right, I understand." Han Shuo looked at Dorcas and Falk and asked, "What's the situation in Brettel City recently? Have the mountain people all come down from the mountains? Has the 7 Grand Duchies taken any action against Brettel City? A total of 20,000 mountain people have come down from the mountains and are currently living in Brettel City. The 5 mountain leaders have actively cooperated with us, allowing the operation to go very smoothly this time. The 7 Grand Duchies have slowly calmed down during this time. Only Helentina of Helen Duchy is still annihilating the rebels in her duchy. However, she's also nearing the end of it." Dorcas replied. Ever since Dorcas had entered the army, he'd gradually replaced Falk's position through his own efforts and Han Shuo's meticulous arrangements. Dorcas was a pure soldier and didn't conceal his ambition for battle. Due to all the formal military education he'd received for so many years, he was much better at leading troops than Falk, who'd been born a knight. Falk also understood in his heart that Dorcas was indeed more skilled in this aspect. Add to that the fact that Dorcas had gained Han Shuo's deep trust, there was nothing he could do about this gradual change in authority. Fortunately, Han Shuo didn't mistreat him. He'd formed a troop of 1,000 knights consisting of Falk's trusted aides and the strongest soldiers of Brettel City. Han Shuo had built this troop of 1,000 knights according to the most luxurious equipment. Their armor, weapons, and accessories were all the most expensive in all of Brettel City. Han Shuo had invested a lot into this troop of knights, using the best materials that could be purchased from the market. Han Shuo had already invested 300,000 gold coins. Apart from the lack of warhorses, this troop of knights wasn't inferior to the regular knights of the empire in terms of equipment. Of course, compared to the top 10 knight regiments of the Profound Continent, this troop of knights was still far inferior in terms of both combat power and equipment. However, in the current Brettel City and even the 7 Grand Duchies, this newly formed troop of knights couldn't be underestimated. As a pure knight, there was nothing more tempting than having control over such a regular troop of knights. Therefore, Falk didn't express too much displeasure at the loss of military authority. Instead, he poured all of his enthusiasm into training this troop of knights. "It seems that the 7 Grand Duchies won't have the energy to make a move against us for the time being," Han Shuo said with a smile. Dorcas nodded and said with certainty, "Right now, it looks like the 7 Grand Duchies won't make a move for at least a month. However, if the 7 Grand Duchies do make a move against us this time, it definitely won't be a single one." News of the disastrous losses suffered by the 4 bandit bands has already spread throughout the 7 Grand Duchies. Although the combined strength of every single one of the duchies isn't something the 4 bandit bands can compare to, I think that with this example, they won't dare to act blindly without full confidence. After a pause, Dorcas continued, "In other words, either the 7 Grand Duchies don't make a move, or if they do, I'm afraid it'll be another fierce battle for Brettel City. Humph, the 7 Grand Duchies have always treated Brettel City as their hunting ground. I think they need to change this concept. Only by killing every time they come will they remember." Han Shuo said with a cold expression. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said to Dorcas and Falk, "Take advantage of the fact that Brettel City is still relatively safe during this period of time to train your soldiers. Our targets are the bandit bands that have invaded Brettel City in the past few years. I know that apart from the 4 bandit bands, there are also 7 or 8 bandit bands of various sizes that have attacked Brettel City. Think of a way to make them spit out everything they've plundered." Dorcas' eyes shone with an ominous glint when he heard Han Shuo's words. He immediately replied, "Don't worry my lord, I know what to do. Heh, after this trip to the underground world, I suddenly realized that the fastest way to quickly strengthen Brettel City is to plunder the fruits of others' labor. On one hand, we can train our soldiers, and on the other hand, we can plunder their resources. This is truly the best of both worlds. Having made a huge fortune in the underground world, Han Shuo finally understood why there were so many bandits in the 7 Grand Duchies, and why even the Redbud Knights, one of the 10 great knight orders on the continent, didn't hesitate to travel thousands of miles to the dark forest. "My lord, I have some interesting news." Dick laughed vulgarly at this time as he spoke to Han Shuo. When Han Shuo saw Dick's wretched smile, he knew that the words coming out of his mouth weren't some serious news. He said unhappily, "What interesting news? Look at you smiling like that, I really want to beat you up." Heh heh, the Narsen Duchy that was originally on friendly terms with the Helen Duchy seems to have fallen out with them recently. Even Duke Benedict of the Narsen Duchy didn't help Helentina in annihilating some of her opponents. Does my lord know the reason for this? Dick said to Han Shuo with a sinister smile. Frowning, Han Shuo asked, "What reason?" "Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you, my lord. The 7 Grand Duchies now know that you've raped Helentina." Benedict, who's been pursuing her all this time, naturally also heard about this matter. Grand Duke Benedict has pursued Helentina bitterly for so long, but Helentina never agreed. Who would have thought that my lord would rape her just a few months after arriving at Brettel City? To Benedict, a woman who's been used by someone else naturally loses the taste she should have. Therefore, Benedict's attitude towards the Helen Duchy has changed greatly. He even watched with folded arms when Helentina was fighting with her internal enemies. Dick explained with a strange smile, then sighed in admiration, "My lord is truly far-sighted, splitting apart 2 of our most solid allies without shedding a single drop of blood. Indeed, my lord is truly far-sighted. We are far inferior to my lord in this aspect. We must learn from my lord." Chester also had a look of admiration on his face as he shook his head and sighed. Han Shuo's expression darkened. Looking at these filthy fellows, he snorted and said, "This news came from your mouths. I'm not as despicable as you think." Chester and Dick laughed dryly without saying a word. Jack, on the other hand, was full of interest as he said enviously, "Brian, I heard that woman is very beautiful. You are truly blessed." It seemed that these people wouldn't believe Han Shuo's explanation. Han Shuo didn't spend too much time on this topic. He took out Kelt's space ring and took out the armor of the Redbud Knights as well as a large amount of magic crystal ore. He said to Jack, "This space ring contains the armor of the Redbud Knights, as well as a large amount of magic crystal ore. When you put the goods into the warehouse later, leave this space ring behind." "This space ring, is it for me?" Jack was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the space ring Han Shuo handed over, his voice a little high. "Yes, this space ring originally belonged to Kelt, the commander of the Redbud Knights. The space inside is enough for you to store items," Han Shuo said to Jack with a smile. He then handed over Fire Mage Marceau's space ring to Jack, saying, "There are some crystals and various jewels inside, as well as nearly 1,000,000 gold coins. All of them will be used as Brettel City's operating funds. I'll leave them in your hands." Jack took Kelt's space ring and sensed the large amount of magic crystal ore and armor stored inside. He smiled at the excited Falk, saying, "Falk, now you have even better armor to use. The magic crystal ore inside is enough for our magic crystal cannons to use for a while." "That's great." The city lord's trip was really fruitful. Falk exclaimed with joy when he heard Jack's words. Kelt and Marceau's space rings were filled with the magic crystal ore they'd excavated this time, as well as the armor that the dead Redbud Knights had stripped off, as well as the crystals, jade, and gold that Kelt had collected from the underground world. As for the magical equipment and the divine weapon, Starry Sky, as well as the tent with the magical space, they'd all been stored in Han Shuo's space ring ahead of time. All that was given to Jack were gold coins and items that could be sold for gold coins that didn't have much practical value to Han Shuo. For Han Shuo, Brettel City was his most important capital. How to make Brettel City stronger was his true concern. These gold coins would definitely be put to good use in Jack's hands. Alright, it's up to you guys how to use these things. Han Shua said to Jack and the others. He knew that Brettel City would become even more powerful with these things. Chapter 348. After 5 days, Fabian and a group of merchants once again arrived at Brettel City. The supplies they brought this time were far greater than the last time. The enthusiasm of the merchants who tasted the sweetness was beyond Han Shua's expectations. This time, each merchant brought a caravan. 2 earth dragons even appeared to pull the carriages. The earth dragons had bags of various sizes on their bodies, filled with goblin bombs and bags of crossbow bolts. The supplies on the carriages at the back were covered tightly with grey canvas. However, judging from the high arched shape of the carriages, one could tell that they were war chariots with astonishing firepower. The carriages pulled by the 2 slow-moving earth dragons were 5 meters wide and a dozen meters long. Such a wide carriage could hold 10 war chariots or catapults. There were at least 20 war chariots pulled by the 2 earth dragons, and 27 smaller carriages pulled by warhorses. Although these 27 carriages weren't as large as the 2 earth dragons, each one could still hold 3 war chariots. Further back were the cloud mover beasts, which had the same ability to carry heavy loads as the earth dragons, but moved slowly. These cloud mover beasts were twice the size of warhorses, and their 4 long legs were as thick as elephants. They carried bags of food and daily necessities on their backs, which should be enough to replenish Brettel City's stockpiles. Compared to the last time, the number of merchants had doubled. Each of them was beaming with joy, their expressions relaxed as they discussed the rewards they'd receive along the way. There were no more corpses on the road from Seamist City to Brettel City, nor were there any traces of bandits. Under Dorcas's sweep, all the disobedient bandits in the area were eradicated. The remaining obedient bandits were tamed and turned into diligent cleaners who cleaned up the rotting corpses. These minute discoveries gradually put the new merchants at ease. When they arrived at Brettel City, Jack, as the financial officer of Brettel City, finished counting every batch of supplies and handed over the gold coins to the merchants on the spot. The merchants who traveled thousands of miles were in a good mood after receiving their rewards. They weren't in a hurry to leave Brettel City. Instead, they began to tangle with Jack in an attempt to open a shop in Brettel City. Jack, the Buzzed Merchant Guild also plans on establishing a branch in the city. Arrange a suitable location for us. Fabian said to Jack. Understood, the Buzzed Merchant Guild branch will definitely be arranged first. Jack happily agreed, ignoring the dissatisfaction of the surrounding merchants. He pulled Fabian to the side and said sneakily, "Have these people really thought it through and decided to set up shop in Brettel City?" Yes, after the defeat of the 4 bandit groups, Brettel City has become a good place for merchants to find treasures under our deliberate promotion. To be honest, the mines around Brettel City were rich in minerals. As long as they had enough craftsmen, Brettel City could use these ores to create weapons. Brettel City was the pass closest to the 7 Grand Duchies. To the 7 Grand Duchies, Lancelot's luxurious clothes, porcelain, and other luxuries were something the nobles of the 7 Grand Duchies would gladly spend large amounts of money to purchase. The valiant warhorses, furs, and gems produced by the 7 Grand Duchies were something the Lancelot Empire needed. If it wasn't for the fact that Brettel City's safety couldn't be guaranteed, a city with such an excellent location like this would have long since become a place where merchants would fight to make a fortune. Now that we've released the news of Brettel City's great victory over the 4 bandit groups and the removal of the obstacles on the road, many guilds working with the Buzzed Merchant Guild have taken the initiative to come over. This is only the first batch. Just wait and see. As long as Brettel City's safety can truly be assured, more and more merchants chasing huge profits will definitely swarm into Brettel City. At that time, Brettel City would be extremely lively even if it didn't want to. Fabian explained to Jack. It looks like my choice was indeed wise. After hearing Fabian's words, little fatty Jack's chubby face was smiling so widely that even his little eyes were almost invisible. Little fatty Jack then said to Fabian, do you know how many valuable things Brian brought back from his trip to the underground world this time? Huh, uncle, I now have more than 2 million gold coins in my hands that I can use. If I include the crystals, gold, silver, and jewelry, the wealth I hold in my hands is more than 3 million gold coins. I've never dared to believe that I could hold such a large sum of money before. Fabian was obviously taken aback by Jack's words. He then sighed and said, "You brat, follow Brian well. The fact that he's given you such a large sum of money is enough to prove his trust in you. Based on this situation, as long as you continue to work hard in Brettel City, becoming a noble in the future won't be difficult at all. Don't worry, uncle, I know what to do. Those crystals, gold, silver, and jewelry still need to be sold through merchant guilds. As long as there's enough gold coins, Brettel City will become an impenetrable fortress." Jack replied. "There are ready-made merchants here. I think they'll definitely be interested in the things you have in your hands. You can directly trade with them." Fabian laughed heartily and said, "I still have to go see Brian. Miss Phoebe asked me to bring some things to him." "Go, he's waiting for you," Jack replied. After leaving Jack's place, Fabian found Han Shua's room. Han Shua had been waiting for a long time when he knew that Fabian was coming. When he heard Fabian's footsteps, Han Shua welcomed him in and said with a smile, "Mr. Fabian, did Phoebe ask you to bring me anything?" "Of course, the things you need are inside this space ring." Fabian replied with a smile and handed a space ring to Han Shua. Han Shua held the space ring and scanned it with his mental strength. He immediately smiled. "Give this sword to Phoebe for me. You must be careful. Don't let anything go wrong along the way." Taking out the divine weapon, Starry Sky, Han Shua cautiously handed it to Fabian. He reminded him again, "This is the divine weapon, Starry Sky, in the hands of Kelt, commander of the Redbud Knights. You should be able to imagine its value." Fabian's expression immediately turned grave when he heard Han Shua's words. He stored the divine weapon, Starry Sky, into his own space ring and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely deliver it to Miss Phoebe. Have Phoebe continue to collect the items on this list for me." Han Shua took out another list and handed it to Fabian. "All right, I know what to do." Fabian put away the list and continued to promise. After Fabian left, Han Shua found Chester and gave him a few instructions before returning to the Cemetery of Death. The Cemetery of Death was filled with a deathly aura all year round. Amidst the pure white bones, there was now a huge, oval-shaped crypt. This crypt was surrounded by 12 multicolored banners. Each of the banners was about 10 meters tall and fluttered in the windless Cemetery of Death. Strange symbols were drawn on each of the banners. The enormous oval-shaped crypt was filled with sharp bone spikes. A portion of these spikes had been plucked from the dead green dragon by Han Shua, while the other portion had been obtained from the forbidden area last time. All of them were the bones of dead super-rank magical creatures. Han Shua poured bucket after bucket of black and purplish liquid into the enormous oval-shaped crypt. When all of the black and purplish liquid had been poured into the crypt, Han Shua took out even more buckets of liquid from his space ring and poured them all into the crypt. These liquids were either stinking blood or filthy juices. They came in all sorts of colors and smelled terrible. After a few dozen buckets of all kinds of liquids had been poured into the crypt, Han Shua took out a dagger and cut open his wrist. Drops of fresh blood dripped down. As soon as Han Shua's blood dripped into the liquid, faint red smoke suddenly appeared. The drops of Han Shua's blood didn't immediately dissolve into the liquid, but instead began to churn like red agates. The calm liquid crackled like a pot of boiling oil as Han Shua's blood continuously dripped down. Han Shua raised his head to the sky and howled. The howl was filled with sinister killing intent, like a dragon's roar. The demon's lair edge shot out from the back of Han Shua's neck. Souls with contorted faces and silent wails poured into the 12 banners like snakes. After nearly 100 souls entered the banners suddenly exploded with killing intent that soared to the heavens. When the killing intent floated out of the banners, it seemed to be attracted by the liquid in the crypt and floated to the surface of the liquid at a speed visible to the naked eye. Han Shua's blood that had been unable to dissolve gradually dissolved into the liquid in the crypt, disappearing without a trace after a while. Taking a deep breath, Han Shua circulated his magical yuan to the wound on his wrist. Under Han Shua's watchful gaze, the wound that had been cut by the dagger quickly healed. Taking out the skeletal staff, Han Shua quickly chanted an incantation. 3 evil knights suddenly appeared in front of Han Shua. When the 3 evil knights appeared, Han Shua pointed the skeletal staff in his hand at the crypt. The 3 evil knights, guided by the power of the contract, walked into the crypt one after another. When the first evil knight and his warhorse entered the crypt, the evil knight and his warhorse suddenly roared soundlessly in unison. Both the evil knight and warhorse howled to the sky. When the dark brown armor and warhorse came into contact with the liquid in the crypt, popping sounds immediately rang out. Puffs of light smoke rose from where their bodies were connected to the liquid. The evil knight and his warhorse seemed to be enduring endless pain. The evil knight, who had never dared to resist, suddenly tried to break free from the power of the contract. His body writhed violently, wanting to leave the crypt that was causing him unbearable pain. Unlike low-level existences such as the skeleton warriors, the evil knights possessed extremely powerful combat abilities and were considered to have true wisdom in the undead dimension. Although their powerful strength was bound by the power of the contract, they still instinctively wanted to struggle when this kind of torture, which was even more painful than being completely dissipated, occurred. Han Shua gripped the skeletal staff and cursed in a low voice, "How can you be reborn from the ashes without experiencing inhumane pain and torture? You ungrateful thing! You'll only understand what the pain you're experiencing right now when your body becomes stronger after you've been tempered. Just the materials for this 12-demon breeding soul-crushing formation will cost at least 100,000 gold coins. Don't struggle ungratefully." As Han Shua cursed in a low voice, he used his mental strength to suppress the evil knight's resistance. He also used his mental strength to force the other 2 evil knights into the crypt. Like the first evil knight, the other 2 evil knights who had been forced into the core of the 12-demon breeding soul-crushing formation by Han Shua's mental strength also began to resist amidst the unbearable pain. They tried to break free from the power of the contract that Han Shua had placed on them. Han Shua could easily deal with 1 evil knight, but when the 3 evil knights and their fire-breathing warhorses resisted together, even Han Shua found it difficult to deal with them. He had no choice but to use all of his mental strength to suppress the impact of the 3 evil knights and their mounts on the power of the contract. 9 demon breeding revolutions, soul-crushing return, eliminate. As he used his mental strength to suppress the 3 evil knights, Han Shua also had to divert his attention to control the Great Formation. After he said this, the killing intent on the 12 banners grew even thicker. The banners had been painted with runes, but after the power of evil spirits poured into them, 12 sinister and frightening ghost faces slowly appeared. Although each ghost face had a different shape, they were all equally frightening. These 12 sinister and frightening ghost faces were exactly the same as the 12 demon heads that had entered Han Shua's body when he had first advanced to the separate demon realm. When the 12 sinister ghost faces appeared on the banners, the 12 demon heads slowly flowed out of Han Shua's body and occupied the respective banners. When the 12 demon heads returned to the banners from Han Shua's body, the killing intent on the banners suddenly gathered at the center of the crypt. The 3 evil knights and their mounts felt as if their soul imprints had been set ablaze. Their soundless roars became even more ferocious as they frantically attacked the power of the contract with their minds. Han Shua immediately stopped moving and put away the skeletal staff. He closed his eyes and sat down in front of the crypt where the 3 evil knights were. He used all of his mental strength to suppress the 3 evil knights. The 3 evil knights brandished the huge bone spurs in their hands and danced above the evil knight's head. It seemed as if they could behead Han Shua at any time. Chapter 349. The 12 banners fluttered in the windless air as the murderous aura condensed into mercury and flowed into the cave in the center. The liquid within the cave boiled like boiling kerosene, burning the 3 evil knights and their mounts until thick smoke billowed out. Han Shuo sat cross-legged in front of the 3 evil knights with his eyes closed. His mental strength was like a mountain torrent that had broken through a dam, firmly suppressing the 3 evil knights based on the power of the contract. Due to their weaker mounts, they gradually stopped struggling in vain. The 3 enormous bone spurs continuously spun in front of Han Shuo. As long as Han Shuo relaxed his mental strength, the evil knights would seize the opportunity to stab their spurs into Han Shuo's head. Han Shuo's attention was completely focused and he didn't relax in the slightest. Tens of thousands of strands of mental strength crisscrossed to form an invisible net that slowly ground down the 3 evil knights' resistance. There was no sun or moon in the cemetery of death, and it was shrouded in dim light all year round. Thus, there was no concept of time. After an unknown amount of time, the 3 bone spurs flying above Han Shuo's head gradually lost their power and slowly fell into the cave in the center, just like the evil knights' bodies. Han Shuo's entire body was like a deathly still statue as he sat there cross-legged without any signs of life. The 12 banners continued to swallow and spit out ferocious murderous aura, all of it converging towards the cave in the center. After a few more days, the 3 evil knights' bodies had completely melded into the cave and no traces of them could be seen anymore. Finally, Han Shuo exhaled lightly and slowly opened his eyes, saying tiredly, "So damn tired." Just the 3 evil knights and their mounts had caused Han Shuo a great deal of trouble during this process of body tempering. It seemed that it was just as Han Shuo had thought, that magical arts couldn't reconstruct the bodies of all undead creatures. On one hand, the materials needed to refine the body were too complex and precious. If thousands of skeletal and zombie warriors were to be refined one by one, even with Han Shuo's small savings, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Just the 3 evil knights tempering cost at least 100,000 gold coins. If thousands of skeletal and zombie warriors were to be refined one by one, Han Shuo wouldn't be able to accomplish it even if he went bankrupt. On the other hand, it would take too much time and energy for too many undead creatures to do the same thing over and over again. The effect of this huge project was also very limited. After all, the skeletal warriors and zombie warriors were low-level existences. Even if they weren't afraid of the light magic's holy light corrosion, there was a limit to what they could do. Naturally, Han Shuo wasn't willing to waste time and large amounts of gold coins on them. Evil knights were currently the strongest undead creatures that Han Shuo could summon. Evil knights were already of a very high level among undead creatures, and they could use their fire-breathing warhorses to gain great mobility. In addition, their strength was astonishing, and their armor was sufficiently sturdy. An evil knight was a bit more difficult to deal with than an average human earth knight. Even with the 3 evil knights and their mounts resisting with all their might, Han Shuo had to use his mental strength to suppress their resistance. When Han Shuo could truly summon the Bone Demon and Old Fei Fei, he definitely wouldn't be able to refine 3 of them at once. This was because the Bone Demon and Old Fei Fei would definitely resist even more fiercely. Standing up from his cross-legged position, Han Shuo's thoughts moved, and the 12 demon generals entrenched in the huge banner whizzed back into Han Shuo's body. Since the bodies of the 3 evil knights had all sunk into the crypt, there was no need for Han Shuo to use his own demonic yuan to suppress the great formation. The 12 demon generals were formed when Han Shuo first reached the separate demon realm, using the enormous killing intent that lingered around Tanai under the glorious sun. These 12 demon generals carried an intense killing intent, and each one was formed from the last bit of ferocious obsession of numerous malicious spirits. They were the best materials to refine the mystical demons, which were a level higher than the Yin demons. Of the 3 Yin demons that had been refined last time, only one was left that could be used. Han Shuo deeply felt that one Yin demon was indeed not enough to control the entire situation. Back when he had advanced to the separate demon realm in the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shuo had deliberately kept the soaring killing intent to condense into 12 demon generals. He was waiting for the materials to refine the mystical demons to be gathered, and then he would use the 12 demon generals as the basic materials to refine them into mystical demons. Leaving this area that was already operating on its own, Han Shuo arrived at the area that specialized in refining original demons and Yin demons. Summoning the Earth Elite Zombie, he first changed the Yin Demon Cave's layout, causing the Yin Demon Cave to gradually transform into a mystical demon cave for cultivating mystical demons. When the mystical demon cave had taken shape, Han Shuo took out materials one by one and placed them into each of the formation eyes of the mystical demon cave. When all this was done, Han Shuo sent the Earth Elite Zombie away, and threw in 12 drops of his own blood essence into the mystical demon cave. The blood essence floated in the mystical demon cave, spinning non-stop. When the 12 demon generals came out of Han Shuo's body, they each swallowed a drop of blood essence. Soon after, the mystical demon cave's enormous power began to circulate. Han Shuo once again summoned a few hundred wraiths, and also extracted some souls from the demon's lair edge and threw them into the mystical demon cave, as fodder for the 12 mystical demons' evolution. Han Shuo himself poured all the remaining demonic yuan in his body into the mystical demon cave, in order to maintain the mystical demon cave's normal operation. When the 12 demon generals in the mystical demon cave began to howl and swallow the wraiths and the malicious souls within the demon's lair edge, the exhausted Han Shuo returned to the cemetery of death. Maintaining the two formations' normal operation, not only did Han Shuo expend an enormous amount of mental strength, he had also invested a lot of demonic yuan and blood essence. This was even more tiring than when he'd fought against Kos and the others in Brettel City. Last time, he had the Little Skull, the Earth Elite Zombie, and the Fire Elite Zombie to help him. However, he could only do such a major task himself, so he was indeed very tired. Sitting down in the main hall of the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo pondered for a moment, then took out the skeletal staff. He carefully stared at the tricolored skeletal staff and began to study it. He wanted to take advantage of this time to investigate the secrets within the skeletal staff. The Calamity Church's Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf and the ancient lizard King Degassi seemed to know a little about the skeletal staff's origins. This skeletal staff that had been transformed from the Eye of Darkness was the key to opening the Cemetery of Death. It definitely contained many secrets. Han Shuo hadn't been in possession of the skeletal staff for a long time. His understanding of the skeletal staff was only to increase his necromancy magic. If it wasn't for the fact that Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf had once used the skeletal staff's power to rejuvenate his youth, Han Shuo would never have guessed that the skeletal staff had such a miraculous effect. Skeletal staff, oh skeletal staff. Just how many secrets are you hiding? Han Shuo muttered to himself as he caressed the tricolored skull in his hand. The exhausted Han Shuo was in a trance. In his daze, he seemed to sense that he was enveloped by the tricolored light of the skeletal staff. In his daze, Han Shuo seemed to be spinning continuously. The multicolored light rapidly passed in front of him and behind him. This feeling was as if Han Shuo was falling from an extremely high place, falling into an endless abyss. Just as Han Shuo was feeling extremely dizzy and uncomfortable, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura in his consciousness. That aura seemed to be in a certain area of the endless abyss that he had fallen into. Following the connection to that familiar aura, the muddle-headed Han Shuo's consciousness tightly wrapped around that familiar aura and gradually sank into it. The endless black void in the distance was forever shrouded in turbid gray. Clusters of gray and black clouds constantly rolled. The entire area was filled with a sense of desolation and desolation. The places closer to him were all swamps or tree trunks without branches and leaves. On the barren land, there were all kinds of undead creatures walking with stiff footsteps and bodies, aimlessly wandering in the eternally silent space. There was no rotation of the sun, moon, and stars here, and there was no concept of time. There was only loneliness, despair, and desolation. For a moment, Han Shuo thought that he was in the cemetery of death, because the sky here was very similar to the dusk that shrouded the cemetery of death all year round. However, when the soaring bodies of gargoyles whizzed past above his head, and the chaotic aura of death converged with the skeletons and zombies underground, Han Shuo suddenly realized that he was definitely not in the cemetery of death. He clearly remembered that he did not summon these low-level undead creatures in the cemetery of death. In the next moment, Han Shuo suddenly felt that he was in a dream. When he thought about it, he realized that he indeed did not have a body, and only his pure consciousness was here. However, when Han Shuo tried to think about his own body, his exhausted mental strength gradually shrouded his consciousness. From head to toe, Han Shuo's body was growing rapidly like a plant. His left hand touched his right hand, and the two hands obviously touched, but Han Shuo did not feel any skin touching. Everything seemed so strange, but Han Shuo felt a sense of familiarity with everything around him. As for where the familiarity was, Han Shuo could not feel it. A dense horde of undead creatures suddenly rushed down from a towering bald mountain. These undead creatures were neatly arranged in groups, with skeletal warriors and zombie warriors at the front, followed by skeletal archers and rows of gargoyles. Further back were two evil knights. There were actually 3,000 to 4,000 of these undead creatures, but most of them were skeletal warriors, zombie warriors, and ghouls. A small portion of hate warriors and evil knights rushed down from the towering bald mountain, and directly surged towards a steep gorge called Tunai. Han Shuo's body and consciousness slowly drifted into the canyon. Upon arriving, Han Shuo discovered that there was also a sea of undead creatures in the canyon. The large number of undead creatures were fighting each other, using their bodies, claws, and teeth to wrestle and tear at each other. They didn't know pain, nor did they know how to retreat. The scene was extremely magnificent. Once weak undead creatures were completely destroyed, low-level existences like skeletal warriors and zombie warriors would have their soul power immediately dissipate. However, from the higher-level hate warriors onwards, their soul power would not immediately dissipate once they were destroyed. At this time, the surrounding undead creatures would fight over their soul power and devour it to strengthen themselves. As the undead creatures crazily slaughtered each other, a 5-meter-tall mummy lord slowly stood up from the depths of the gorge. Its entire body was wrapped in white, corrosive cloth. This mummy lord seemed to be the leader of the undead creatures in Tunai. When it stood up from the depths of the gorge, an incomparably enormous storm of death erupted from its body. The undead creatures that had rushed down from the bald mountain were all turned to dust when the storm of death swept past them. The white cloth wrapped around the mummy lord's body danced like a sharp weapon, and all of the hostile undead creatures in its path were torn apart. Only an evil knight that had come down brandished his bone spear to block the attack, spurring his fire-breathing warhorse to retreat. The mummy lord's rank was higher than that of an evil knight's amongst the undead creatures. The difference of one rank in a battle between undead creatures meant that there was no suspense. Unless 10 evil knights attacked the mummy lord at the same time, an evil knight facing the mummy lord alone would always be a dead end. After the mummy lord appeared from the depths of the gorge, the surrounding undead creatures that had rushed down from the bald mountain were all killed by its storm of death. In a short period of time, more than 700 undead creatures had been turned to dust. Existence that occupies the high mountain, accept the challenge of I, the mummy lord Fuluri. That lofty mountain is not a height that the weak you can withstand. Give me that territory. An enormous mental strength swept through the entire area as the mummy lord Fuluri roared at the lofty mountain. How can the dignity of my lord be violated by a lowly mummy? The evil knight that had retreated calmly on his fire-breathing warhorse roared. Following his roar, the sound of rolling mountain rocks suddenly came from the surroundings of the gorge. The wood and fire elite zombies that Han Shuo was incomparably familiar with rode on fire-breathing warhorses, galloping over from both sides of the gorge. An enormous shadow swooped down from the top of the towering bald mountain. It was a peculiar undead creature with spikes all over its body. The little skeleton's bone blade had at some point transformed into a 3-meter-long bone spear, with 7 bone spikes sticking out of its back in a ferocious upside-down manner. As the little skull descended on the enormous undead creature, a solemn and dignified aura enveloped the entire area. "Lowly mummy lord, my territory is not something you can touch. Not only will your soul be destroyed today, but the northern mummy territory will also be under my control from now on." The little skull's thoughts exploded like a mountain torrent, completely disproportionate to his tiny body. "My lord's dignity will command the darkness." The evil knight that had previously answered flew down from his fire-breathing warhorse and kowtowed towards the little skull, swooping down, his face solemn and devout. It was the first time Mummy Lord Pharaoh had seen this legendary variant skeleton. The power that erupted from the little skeleton's body instantly made Pharaoh feel fear. There was also the fire elite zombie, whose entire body was covered in flames, and the warhorse beneath him had almost turned into 2 fireballs. The scorching heat caused Pharaoh, who was fond of the cold, to feel extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly, Pharaoh felt as if he had fallen into a trap this time. The Mummy Lord Pharaoh had lived in this world for countless years. He was different from the other muddle-headed undead creatures. He had long since possessed true intelligence. Pharaoh, who had emerged from the depths of the earth, felt that something was amiss. He tried to return to the depths of the earth, but at this moment, the soft earth suddenly became as hard as iron and stone. While the Mummy Lord Pharaoh was panicking, the simple-minded Earth Elite zombie slowly floated up from the earth. He grinned at Pharaoh and said naively, "You can't run away now, right?" The previously awe-inspiring Mummy Lord Pharaoh suddenly realized that there was no way out. He angrily howled, "Despicable existence, you are too treacherous." The little skull didn't pay attention to him. The soaring undead creature beneath him suddenly charged towards the Mummy Lord Pharaoh. It raised its 3-meter-long bone spear, and the enormous aura of death in the surroundings madly surged into the bone spear. After absorbing the enormous aura of death, the bone spear became as heavy as a mountain. As Pharaoh roared, the spear stabbed towards him. The strips of cloth covering Pharaoh's body fluttered in the air, like a sharp weapon that pulverized his surrounding subordinates. However, when the little skull's bone spear fell, it tore apart the strips of cloth wrapped around his body. The spear pierced through his abdomen and nailed him to the ground. "Submit, or die." The little skull's enormous presence suddenly enveloped the Mummy Lord Pharaoh, who was nailed to the ground by the bone spear. After letting out a mournful howl, the Mummy Lord Pharaoh, who was nailed to the ground by the bone spear, finally succumbed to the little skull's ferocious might. He obediently lowered his head towards the little skull and said, "I, the Mummy Lord Pharaoh, submit, my lord." Not in a hurry to immediately remove the bone spear from the Mummy Lord's body, Little Skull used his empty left hand to draw a contract mark in the dusky sky, making the Mummy Lord hand over a pure brand within his soul. Only then did he disregard the piercing pain of the Mummy Lord and remove the bone spear from his body. He turned around and said, "Return to the mountain." After the unequal master-slave contract was formed, the Mummy Lord did not have any leeway to resist. His stiff body slowly crawled up from the ground, taking slow steps as he followed the earth and would elite zombies towards the towering mountain. After seeing everything clearly, Han Shua's heart was filled with indescribable astonishment. At this time, Han Shua finally understood where he was. This was a different dimension where undead creatures existed. Never would Han Shua have thought that the little skull and the Earth Elite zombie would actually have such a large troop in this dimension. It seemed that they were doing quite well. No wonder the Earth Elite zombie had told him to return last time. From the battle this time, it seemed that the little skull had brought the Earth, Wood, and Fire Elite zombies to carry out a grandiose invasion in this dimension. A Mummy Lord level undead creature was the same as a bone demon that could only be summoned by a Grand Magus Necromancer. The fact that the little skull was able to deal with this Mummy Lord with a single spear was sufficient proof that the current little skull's level was higher than the Mummy Lord's. This was something that Han Shua had never imagined. After the mummy lord was subdued by the little skull, Han Shuo suddenly panicked. He suddenly remembered that he did not know how to return to the profound continent. In this space that was forever desolate and silent, there were no people or things that Han Shuo was familiar with. If he could only stay in this strange dimension with this consciousness, it would be a complete torture for Han Shuo. Right now, even Han Shuo's body was formed by his consciousness. Not only could he not enjoy everything, he also could not use any demonic arts. This was extremely disadvantageous for Han Shuo. Looking at the little skull flying towards the towering bald mountain, Han Shuo continuously shouted in an attempt to establish contact with the little skull. In the process, a sharp pain suddenly spread throughout Han Shuo's body. This kind of pain caused even Han Shuo's tenacious nerves to be unable to endure, and his consciousness gradually dissipated. Little Skull, who was walking towards the towering bald mountain with the earth, wood, and fire elite zombies, suddenly stopped. He looked towards the area where Han Shuo's consciousness had disappeared, and suddenly rode the flying undead monster to the area where Han Shuo's consciousness had just been. His purple demon eyes shone brightly, full of doubt. The earth, wood, and fire elite zombies, the three strange creatures, rode their fire-breathing warhorses, passed through layers upon layers of the undead army, and stood beside the little skull. Among them, the earth elite zombie innocently asked, "What's wrong?" "Father has been here." The little skull's nose bridge, which only had 2 nostrils, made a creaking sound, and said to the earth elite zombie and the other strange undead creatures, "How could father come here? This is our world." The earth elite zombie innocently looked at the little skull, asking in confusion. "I don't know, but I just felt the connection between father and me. He was just here." The 3-meter-long bone spear in the little skull's hand swayed a bit, and the tip of the bone spear stopped at the area where Han Shuo's consciousness had been. He said, "Right here, if you guys smell carefully, you can also smell father's scent." After hearing the little skull's words, the 3 undead creatures all approached the area. Among them, the wood and fire elite zombies couldn't help but shake their heads. These 2 fellows had yet to fully evolve their own consciousness, and could only rely on the little skull to think. Only the earth elite zombie took a few deep breaths, as if he had really smelled Han Shuo's scent. He shook his head and replied, "Yes, father really was here. Let's return to the mountain, father has already left. We still have to conquer Faleli's territory in a while." After saying this, the little skull rode on the undead creature and flew high into the sky, whistling all the way down to the towering bald mountain. As if struck by lightning, Han Shuo jumped high into the air. After landing on the ground, his whole body was drenched in cold sweat, and he had a look of lingering fear. The skeletal staff that he'd been holding in his hand dropped to the ground in the process, making a clattering sound as it landed on the clean, hard stone floor of the cemetery of death. The skeletal staff didn't change in the slightest as it lay there, but Han Shuo knew where the skeletal staff had just brought him. The journey to the dead and desolate foreign world gave Han Shuo a fright. Han Shuo wasn't afraid of the existence of the foreign world or the battles. He was only afraid that he wouldn't be able to return to the profound continent from that foreign country. In the paradise of the undead, Han Shuo only had the power of his consciousness, but his physical body was still on the profound continent. For a demonic practitioner like Han Shuo, the physical body was extremely useful. Without a physical body, he would be unable to use a lot of his strength. If he was never able to return from that area and had to face the dead and desolate undead creatures all year round, it would be a torment for Han Shuo. Han Shuo, who was used to the colorful colors of this world, was unable to adapt to the monotonous grays, blacks, and whites of the foreign world. Moreover, there were also Han Shuo's female friends in this world. They were all humans with flesh and blood like Han Shuo, and not creatures of the foreign world like bones or rotten flesh. That was close. This skeletal staff is really strange. Fortunately, it sent me back, or else my life would have been ruined. Han Shuo muttered to himself for a while before his gaze once again fell on the skeletal staff. His mind was thinking hard about how he had passed through the layers of planes and descended into that space with his consciousness. However, after thinking for a while, Han Shuo still didn't know how he had done it with the skeletal staff. Shaking his head, Han Shuo didn't continue thinking about this problem. Instead, he recalled the miraculous performance of the little skull in that space. Han Shuo planned to immediately use the skeletal staff to summon the little skull over to take a look. However, when he recalled the changes to the skeletal staff, he felt some lingering fear and temporarily gave up on the idea of immediately summoning the little skull to this plane. I didn't expect the little skull to be doing so well. It looks like he's even more awesome than I was on the profound continent. When did this guy become so powerful? Han Shuo couldn't help but sigh. When he recalled the time when the undead creatures descended into this plane, the expressions of some low-level existences who were afraid of the little skull, he finally understood what was going on. Chapter 350. After roaming around the necromancy paradise, Han Shuo spent the next few days recovering. When his mental strength was fully replenished, he went to the dark forest and caught a few magical beasts, continuing to practice the soul tremor magic. Finally, one day, Han Shuo was able to control his mental strength as he pleased. He shot out a soul tremor magic, and a magical beast collapsed with blood flowing out of its mouth and nose. When this soul tremor magic allowed him to control his mental strength at will, Han Shuo had already mastered all the magus spells of the Archmage realm. Thus, he began to practice the spells that a higher-level Grand Magus Necromancer should be able to master. First and foremost were the summoning spells for bone demons, old fey demons, and mummy lords. As necromancers progressed, not only would they be able to summon higher-level undead creatures, they would also be able to summon more types of creatures. For example, Han Shuo, who was at the level of Grand Magus Necromancer, could summon bone demons, old fey demons, and mummy lords, 3 undead creatures. Although it was said that there were 3 summoning spells, apart from some differences in the incantations, there wasn't much difference in their essence. Bone demons, old fey demons, and mummy lords were undead creatures of the same level. Although their soul imprints were different, the difference in strength wasn't that great. As long as Han Shuo could master the summoning spell for one bone demon, he could change the incantation and summon the other 2 undead creatures as well. However, just like the soul tremor magic, it would become more and more difficult for necromancers to master each spell as they progressed. The last time Han Shuo had possessed Archmage Necromancer Clarendon's understanding of necromancy magic was still completely useless. From this realm onwards, Han Shuo had to slowly study every single necromancy magic he learned. Fortunately, there was a complete set of books within the Cemetery of Death for Han Shuo to study. Among them, there were countless books regarding the essence of necromancy magic. While the 3 evil knights and 12 mystical demons were still refining, Han Shuo spent all his time studying necromancy magic at a deeper level. Time unknowingly passed by a few days. On this day, as Han Shuo was chanting his incantations, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura coming from outside the Cemetery of Death. Suddenly rousing himself from his thoughts, Han Shuo walked out of the Cemetery of Death with the skeletal staff in hand. He said to the pacing dark dragon Gilbert, "Why have you come?" "Honored Master, I sensed your presence. I just happened to be in the Valley of Sunshine, so I came to see you." Dark Dragon Gilbert immediately cheered when he saw Han Shuo appear. Dark Dragon Gilbert hadn't changed much, but Han Shuo felt that Gilbert's aura seemed to have grown a bit stronger. When the charcoal black Gilbert walked into the Cemetery of Death, he immediately took the initiative to report to Han Shuo about Tanai's situation in the Valley of Sunshine. As Dark Dragon Gilbert narrated, Han Shuo gradually understood the situation in the Valley of Sunshine. Ever since Han Shuo had schemed against all the powers gathered by Tanai in the Mithril mines, the 4 great powers had temporarily called a truce. Instead, they had focused all their attention on finding the mastermind behind the scenes. Previously, Lorton had said that whoever found the mastermind first would maintain order in the Valley of Sunshine. Regardless of whether it was a large or small power, they had all tried to find the mastermind behind the scenes. However, several months had passed without any results. Trunks understood that the real mastermind, Han Shoa, had left long ago. He pretended to be concerned about this matter while silently developing the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Unknowingly, the originally nameless Soul Destroyer mercenary band had gradually become the fifth great power in the Valley of Sunshine due to abundant funds and Trunks' reputation. After eating one of Han Shoa's rebirth pills, Trunks had broken through from Swordmaster to Great Swordmaster. Among the various powers in the Valley of Sunshine, only Lorton, who could go berserk 3 times, could defeat him. Florida and Adam Menlo were both suppressed by him. During this period of time, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was in the limelight. The Soul Destroyer mercenary band under Trunks' control had absorbed even more outstanding experts. He had changed from his original ruthlessness to more sinister. He was no longer in a hurry to deal with Florida, but planned to slowly torture Florida bit by bit. Dark Dragon Gilbert and Trunks moved together, completing every mission appropriately. During this process, Gilbert often appeared in some brothels, using the martial method taught to him by Han Shoa to secretly absorb some yin qi. His strength was also rapidly improving. After listening to Gilbert's introduction of the situation in the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shoa was somewhat worried. Trunks' Soul Destroyer mercenary band had become the fifth great power in the Valley of Sunshine. This also meant that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band also had the qualifications to participate in the struggle for power in the Valley of Sunshine. In the past, when the Soul Destroyer mercenary band didn't have this kind of strength, only Florida would spare no effort to kill him. But now that the Soul Destroyers truly had this kind of strength, the other 3 parties would naturally focus more attention on Trunks. Even Lorton of the Berserker tribe wouldn't be as friendly with Trunks as before. After all, Trunks had the strength to threaten their Cairo mercenary band. There were no eternal friends in this world. Once there was a real conflict of interest, it was very likely that some dirty things would happen. Han Shoa pondered for a while, understanding that the development of Trunks and the others in the future wouldn't be so easy. However, Han Shoa believed in Trunks' ability and didn't pay too much attention to this matter. After thinking for a while, he faintly smiled and said to Dark Dragon Gilbert, "I'll give you something." "What is it?" After Gilbert had explained the situation in the Valley of Sunshine to Han Shoa in detail, he asked in astonishment after hearing Han Shoa's words. Han Shoa took out the Green Dragon's magical core from his space ring. The magical core glowed with green energy, and the enormous energy contained within immediately made Gilbert go wild with joy. He screamed, "The core of a super-ranked magical beast. That's right, this is the core of a green dragon. I think this core should be useful to you, right?" Han Shoa smiled as he looked at Gilbert and asked. Gilbert nodded incessantly like a chick pecking at rice, his face filled with excitement. He extended his right hand and held the green dragon's demonic core in his palm. He laughed maniacally and said, "It's useful. It's too useful. I can feel the enormous energy contained within. With this green dragon's demonic core, which is of a higher rank than mine, I can definitely evolve to tier 2. Alright then, immediately swallow it and evolve in the cemetery of death." This green dragon core had been specially prepared by Han Shoa for Dark Dragon Gilbert. When he saw that Gilbert was about to go crazy with joy and excitement, he smiled at Gilbert. Apart from being a lecher, Dark Dragon Gilbert was indeed a loyal servant. Last time in the Forbidden Land in the depths of the Dark Forest, Dark Dragon Gilbert had displayed loyalty that moved Han Shoa. Otherwise, the crazed Han Shoa might have fallen into the demonic path forever. "Thank you, Master. Master, you are too great. Your loyal servant praises you from the bottom of his heart." Holding the green dragon core, Dark Dragon Gilbert's flattery flowed out endlessly. Gilbert had interacted with others for a long time now, so his flattery skills had improved by another level. He almost didn't repeat a single sentence. All right, just swallow this green dragon core for me. Don't talk so much nonsense. Han Shuo interrupted Gilbert's flattery and said to Gilbert, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This time, Gilbert didn't waste any more words and nodded excitedly. He said to Han Shuo, Master, I need to transform into my original form. It's inconvenient in the cemetery of death, so I'll go outside. Go, but be careful. Don't mess up the formations I've set up. Han Shuo hastily reminded when he saw Gilbert excitedly walking out of the cemetery of death with the green dragon core in his hands. Don't worry, Master. I know what to do. Gilbert responded and stayed far away from the two formations that Han Shuo had set up. He transformed in another area before swallowing the green dragon core. It looked like it wouldn't be long before Gilbert could become a rank 2 super rank magical creature. Han Shuo thought for a while and continued to study necromancy magic in the cemetery of death, chanting incantations repeatedly. After a few more days, Han Shuo suddenly thought of the dwarves in the valley. He thought of the dwarves' forging skills and remembered his promise to the ancient lizard king Degasi. He left the cemetery of death and made a trip to the dwarves' valley. Winter had passed, and the dwarves' Tunai mountain was filled with the fragrance of flowers and plants. The dwarves guarding the valley all recognized Han Shuo. Han Shuo smoothly entered the dwarven valley and saw some dwarves brewing fruit wine. The dwarves brewing fruit wine cheered endlessly when they saw Han Shuo appear, regardless of whether they were adults or children. A dwarf child who wasn't even a meter tall walked up to Han Shuo with a wine cup overflowing with the fragrance of fruit at the urging of a woman. Uncle Han, here's some wine for you. It's delicious. The dwarf child stood on his tiptoes and handed the wine cup filled with fruit wine to Han Shuo. Squatting down, Han Shuo rubbed the dwarf child's head and smiled as he accepted the wine cup. Thank you. The dwarf child's face was red from smiling and he ran a bit shyly to his mother's side, saying, Uncle Han, thank me. The simple dwarves, whether old or young, all laughed heartily. Tunai was brimming with a cheerful atmosphere. It looked like the dwarves had been living quite well during this time. Bennett, who'd come upon hearing the news, called out loudly from afar when he saw Han Shuo appear, Hey Han, it's been a long time since you've been here. Bennett should have been forging weapons just now. His upper arms were bare, his face was dark, and he held a large hammer in his left hand. Heh, I've been a bit busy lately. How have you been? Han Shuo asked with a smile. Of course. Spring has arrived, and we haven't finished the food you gave us this winter. There's still a lot of cured meat. We've mined some ore, and I'm currently teaching the young people how we dwarves forge weapons. Our days are much better than before. Bennett chuckled as he responded. He looked to be in good spirits. Elder, I've come to discuss a large business deal with you. Han, the doors to the Dwarven Valley will always be open to you. Forging weapons for you is the honor of us dwarves, it can't be considered business. Chief Calvin leaned on his walking stick and stroked his braided beard with a wide smile as he strolled out of a stone house in the distance. Calvin was obviously old, and his body was growing weaker and weaker. It was inevitable that one would struggle to walk when one reached a certain age. Calvin's beard had all turned silver, and he needed to rely on his walking stick when he came over. It looked like he couldn't escape the fate of old age, sickness, and death either. However, Calvin was in good spirits and his chuckling expression made him appear full of friendliness. Two young dwarves took the initiative to support Calvin when they saw him appear. Bennett said, Elder, why have you come out? Han's here, of course I had to come and see. Bennett, I'm not as old as you think I am. Didn't I walk over here alone? Heh. Calvin said with a smile. He then bowed to Han Shuo and said, The dwarves of this valley will forever be grateful for your kindness. There is no business between friends. We will forge as many weapons as you need. This is our attitude towards our friends. Han Shua's main purpose in coming over this time was to have the dwarves forge some weapons for the lizard men of the underground world. Han Shua had promised the ancient lizard king Degasi that he would help him take care of the lizard men. Although the lizard men had obtained some weapons from the dead Redbud Knights last time, those weapons were far from enough for them to use. In addition, the lizardmen's bodies were different from ordinary humans. Han Shua wanted the dwarves to forge some weapons for them. Of course, the city guards of Brettel City also needed weapons forged by the dwarves, because the weapons forged by the dwarves were much more outstanding than those forged by ordinary humans. Calvin listened attentively to Han Shua's description. When Han Shua finished, Calvin smiled and said, "Don't worry, the children have been very free recently. We still have enough food and don't need to go out hunting. I will arrange for them to forge the weapons you need." "Many thanks to you, Elder," Han Shua said with sincere gratitude. There's no need to be so polite between friends. It's rare for you to come over. Have a good taste of the fruit wine we just brewed," Calvin said heroically, pulling Han Shua towards the women who brewed the wine. "All right then, I will drink a few cups with Elder." Han Shua readily agreed. Chapter 351. Time flew by unknowingly, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. On this day, 12 consecutive explosions suddenly rang out from within the lifeless cemetery of death. 12 enormous banners exploded one after another amidst the explosions. Han Shua sat cross-legged in the center, his eyes wide open as he stared fixedly at the crypt in the middle of the 12 banners. The liquid in the crypt had become as black as ink, and bubbles of various sizes were bubbling amidst gurgling sounds. Black mist rose from the crypt and lingered above the cemetery of death without dissipating. Amidst the bubbling sounds, the black ink-like liquid was gradually absorbed by the bodies of the 3 evil knights and their fire-breathing warhorses. The 3 evil knights, who had been submerged in the underground liquid, seemed to have become large sponges as they absorbed the black ink-like liquid into their bodies. The bodies of the 3 evil knights and their mounts had all become as black as ink. Only the eyes of the 3 evil knights and their mounts were like large sponges, absorbing the inky black liquid. Apart from the aura of death that lingered within their bodies, there was also an additional vicious killing intent. Sensing the enormous changes occurring within their bodies, the 3 evil knights silently howled towards the sky, the bone spurs in their hands whistling through the air. Since they no longer had to endure the heart-wrenching pain, the 3 evil knights immediately attempted to attack the power of the contract once more, wanting to break free from Han Shua's enslavement. Since they no longer had to endure the heart-wrenching pain, the 3 evil knights immediately attempted to attack the power of the contract once more, wanting to break free from Han Shua's enslavement. High-ranked undead creatures are indeed a bit troublesome. At least you know how to resist. Han Shua coldly snorted and abruptly stood up from his cross-legged position. He used his mental strength to forcefully suppress the 3 evil knights while abruptly activating a secret demonic technique. The 3 evil knights suddenly let out mournful wails, looking at Han Shua in fear just like their mounts. The flames in their eyes were as weak as candles in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. Their bodies and souls were about to dissipate from the heavy blow. The liquid within the crypt contained Han Shua's blood essence. All of that liquid had been absorbed by the 3 evil knights and their fire-breathing warhorses. In other words, their bodies now contained Han Shua's blood essence. Based on the blood essence within their bodies, Han Shua could completely annihilate the 3 evil knights without leaving even a trace of their soul origin power behind. When Han Shua used his blood essence to punish the 3 evil knights, the purest fear spread to the 3 evil knights and their mounts. The evil knights that had just attempted to break free from the power of Han Shua's contract immediately knelt on the ground with their warhorses, trembling all over. Han Shua could feel the fear and reverence in the hearts of the 3 evil knights. With a cold snort, Han Shua walked in front of the 3 evil knights who no longer dared to resist and released the seal of darkness, magic on each of them. This way, he could directly summon them from the otherworld. If he didn't release the seal of darkness on them, once Han Shuo teleported them to the other world, he wouldn't be able to summon them again. Without the slightest connection to their bodies, the next evil knights he would summon would be randomly from the other world. In the boundless otherworld, who knew how many evil knights there were? It wouldn't be so coincidental that he would summon them again. However, as long as he left the seal of darkness on their bodies, when Han Shuo chanted the incantation, he could rely on the connection of the seal to find them anywhere in the other world. He could then directly summon the 3 evil knights that had been forged by demonic arts to this plane. After leaving the seal of darkness on the 3 evil knights and the fire-breathing warhorse, Han Shuo planned to directly send them to the other world. Afterwards, he recalled his last trip to the other world. In the other world of Necromancer Paradise, Han Shuo had seen Little Skull, Earth, Fire, and Wood undead creatures very active. Han Shuo understood that in another plane, Little Skull and the others were currently carrying out a vigorous invasion. Although Little Skull and the others were currently increasing in strength, Han Shuo was well aware of the strength of otherworld creatures. As a necromancer, Han Shuo understood that the Mummy Lord wasn't a powerful otherworld creature. As long as he could grasp the summoning technique of the Necromancer Grand Magus level, Han Shuo would be able to summon undead creatures of the Mummy Lord, Bone Devil, and Old Fei Fei. However, above the Mummy Lord level, there were still the Bone Dragon, Skeleton King, and Zombie King. Undead creatures like the Bone Dragon, Skeleton King, and Zombie King could only be summoned by a sacred Magus-level necromancer. According to legend, if a necromancer surpassed the sacred Magus level, they could even summon undead creatures with the strength of demigods in the other world. Just how powerful were these undead creatures? Just what kind of existence were they? Even Han Shuo didn't know. In the boundless otherworld, were there undead creatures that surpassed the strength of demigods? Han Shuo also didn't know. Although Little Skull's strength was constantly increasing, Han Shuo was still somewhat worried about him. Rather than sending the 3 evil knights back to the other world, it would be better to let the Little Skull take them away and increase the strength of Little Skull's side once again. Thinking up to here, Han Shuo took out the skeletal staff and began chanting necromancy incantations. Ever since the last time he unintentionally escaped into the other world, there was a period of time when Han Shuo had some fear towards the skeletal staff. However, after studying it for a few days and chanting the incantations, he discovered that there was no difference. Han Shuo also didn't know how the last fortuitous encounter happened, so he didn't pay it too much attention. A streak of black light flashed through the void, and the Little Skull descended on the undead creature covered in bone spurs. As soon as the Little Skull arrived from the other world, the 3 evil knights sensed the familiar aura of death from the other world. When the 3 evil knights saw that it was only a Little Skull, they simultaneously emitted the aura of a high-level undead creature, as if they wanted to shake the Little Skull. The Little Skull swept a glance at the 3 evil knights, his purple demon eye glistening. That 3-meter-long bone spur tapped the undead creature covered in bone spurs. The undead creature suddenly roared soundlessly at the 3 evil knights, and a soaring aura of death suddenly swept over them. The 3 evil knights, who originally planned to show off their strength to the Little Skull, suddenly felt the strength of that strange undead creature. All of them were startled, and their fear of a high-level undead creature caused them to instinctively retreat a few steps. Father. After scaring away the 3 evil knights, the Little Skull dismounted from the undead creature and walked straight to Han Shuo. When he arrived in front of Han Shuo, he sent a message. Father. Han Shuo was suddenly startled. Looking at this Little Skull who had lived with him since the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, and who had secretly helped him take out the trash in the middle of the night, Han Shuo was shocked by this form of address, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Father, you've been to my hometown, haven't you? The Little Skull arrived in front of Han Shuo and stabbed his 3-meter-long bone spur into the ground. He raised his head and blinked his purple demon eye at Han Shuo, sending a message. Han Shuo was stunned by the Little Skull calling him father. He suddenly discovered that he couldn't see through the little skull more and more. From simple communication before, to now that the little skull could actually directly ask him questions, the little skull had only spent a total of 2 years. Han Shuo looked at the little skull standing in front of him, his purple demon eye glistening with light, and was shocked to the extreme. After a long while, he seemed to wake up from his shock and nodded, "Yes, I went to another world last time." After a pause, Han Shuo hesitated for a while before asking, "Do you already have your own complete consciousness? Why do you call me father? What's going on? You created me, and my body has your blood. You've always treated me like a child. You are my father." The little skull blinked his purple demon eye and continued to send a message, "Father, not only do I have a complete consciousness, but I also have some other magical powers. These are all given to me by you." The short little skull had always been treated like a child by Han Shuo, especially after he left the Babylon Academy. The little skull's somewhat childish behavior always gave Han Shuo the illusion that he was treating him as a child. Perhaps it was because Han Shuo had unknowingly treated the little skull as his own child. Through the mental connection between the little skull and Han Shuo, he sensed the doting and love from Han Shuo, and gradually treated Han Shuo as a father. Han Shuo's mind was in a mess for a while. He was shocked by the little skull suddenly calling him father. At this time, Han Shuo had a stomach full of questions, but he didn't know where to start. After frowning for a while, Han Shuo said, "I've modified the 3 evil knights. Their strength should have increased a lot. Take them away, they should be able to help you." "Thank you, father. I will discipline them well." The little skull let out a cry of joy. In front of Han Shuo, he did not have the majesty that he had in the other world. Instead, he was like a naughty child. The little skeleton pulled out the 3-meter-long bone spur that he'd stabbed into the ground, and walked towards the 3 evil knights with the bone spur in his hand. As the little skull dragged the 3-meter-long bone spur toward the 3 evil knights, the aura of death on his body gradually thickened. The aura of death in the cemetery of death was like a whirlpool that spun at high speed around his body. The 3 evil knights suddenly trembled. The inextinguishable flames in their eyes stared at the 7 bone spurs on the little skull's back. It was as if they already knew the origin of this unusual little skull. The might of a high-level undead creature against a low-level creature was simply impossible for them to resist. When the little skull arrived in front of the 3 evil knights, he arrogantly used the bone spur to hit the bodies of the 3 evil knights and their fire-breathing warhorses, as if giving the 3 evil knights some orders. The 3 evil knights and their mounts emitted crisp, dang-dang sounds as they were hit by the little skull's bone spur. The flames in the 3 evil knights' eyes flickered violently. They appeared to be subservient, as if they had already submitted to the tyranny of the little skull. Han Shuo watched the little skull tame the 3 evil knights with a face full of disbelief. Even Han Shuo himself had to use the blood essence in their bodies to deal with these 3 evil knights. He didn't expect that the little skull didn't need to use it at all. It was as if the little skull directly used his high-level status to suppress them and they didn't dare to raise their heads. He didn't know if it was because the cultivation method was different, or because the little skull, the earth, wood, and fire elite zombies started off as low-level creatures, but when Han Shuo used the demonic arts to refine them, they didn't resist in the slightest and happily accepted Han Shuo's refinement. When refining the little skull, Han Shuo felt a kind of spiritual connection with him. Han Shuo was sure that the little skull not only obtained power from him, but also a part of his memories. Otherwise, the little skull would never be able to use the 7 bone spurs to unimpeded use of the demonic art of control. The Fire Elite Zombie, Earth Elite Zombie, and Wood Elite Zombie had been refined using the secret method of refining zombies. Apart from absorbing the materials that Han Shuo had painstakingly gathered, they had also absorbed the Yuan energy of the 5 extremes of the place of extremes. The Yuan energy of earth, wood, and fire that had been nurtured between heaven and earth for an unknown amount of time was immeasurable in their vastness and preciousness. Perhaps it was for this reason that Little Skeleton, Fire Elite Zombie, Earth Elite Zombie, and Wood Elite Zombie were able to communicate with Han Shua's mind. Not only did they possess miraculous abilities, they also possessed the ability to evolve. On the other hand, Han Shua could only simply give orders to the three evil knights of a higher level. They didn't have the ability to communicate with Han Shua's mind. They didn't have several fortuitous encounters like the Little Skull, which allowed them to possess a portion of Han Shua's demonic arts memories. They also didn't have the ability to absorb an enormous amount of the elements of heaven and earth like the Wood Elite Zombie and the other three. At first, their levels were much higher than the skeletons and zombies, but they still tried to resist the modifications that Han Shua had made to their bodies. Perhaps it was because of these various reasons that although they had also become somewhat stronger, they were still far inferior to the four undead creatures that Han Shua had first refined. Father, they will be obedient in the future. The Little Skull pointed at the three trembling evil knights and said to Han Shua, who had sunk into deep thought. Hehe, let me send you back. My mind is in a bit of a mess right now. Han Shua smiled at the Little Skull and was about to release magic when he suddenly looked at the flying undead creature on the Little Skull's back. He asked, Right, what is this strange fellow? How come I've never heard of it before? Oh, he was originally a bone demon. Father found me a lot of good bones last time. After I dismantled the bone demon, I used some of the best bones to make wings for him. Father, did I make him look ugly? The Little Skull seemed a bit embarrassed as he asked Han Shua. No, he's quite pretty. Han Shua replied. He then sent the Little Skull and the three evil knights to another dimension. Relying on his connection with the Little Skull, Han Shua sent the three evil knights to his territory. These three evil knights were destined to become Little Skull's subordinates, charging and breaking through enemy lines for him. Since when did you have the ability to modify undead creatures? After the Little Skull and the three evil knights disappeared, Han Shua muttered to himself, his heart filled with shock. Although the Little Skull's modification of the bone demon was very crude, simply dismantling its bones, Han Shua could see the inconceivable power of the Little Skull from this modification. This meant that the Little Skull must have obtained some of the refining memories of monsters from Han Shua's mind. Otherwise, the Little Skull would not have been able to modify the bone demon. Unknowingly, the Little Skull grew into a powerful existence that surprised Han Shua. For Han Shua, who single-handedly created this miracle, the Little Skull's rapid growth made Han Shua excited and ecstatic. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied Han Shua was with his masterpiece. Han Shua, who originally treated the Little Skull as his own child, was stimulated by the Little Skull's father. At first, he was not used to it, but when the Little Skull left this dimension, Han Shua felt a sense of longing and strange worry. Han Shua suddenly realized that he seemed to have regarded the Little Skull as his own child a long time ago. That kind of doting and worry for the Little Skull was originally the behavior of a father towards his child. Hehe, child, I also have a child. A long time after the Little Skull left, Han Shua suddenly laughed wildly towards the sky in the cemetery of death. His laughter was filled with joy and excitement. The three evil knights had already come out, but the 12 mystical demons still needed a period of time to take form. The evil knights were purely absorbing some energy, so this process naturally wouldn't take too long. However, the 12 mystical demons were evolving from one form to another. This process was not something that simple absorption could compare with. Therefore, it would naturally take a bit longer. After Dark Dragon Gilbert swallowed the Green Dragon's magical beast core, he seemed to have sunk into hibernation in the cemetery of death. His enormous body coiled into a ball, and his scales and skin would occasionally overflow with a fishy stench. From time to time, rays of light would flash from his body. It was likely that Gilbert's evolution would also take a period of time. After staying in the cemetery of death for a period of time, Han Shua didn't continue to desperately study the summoning magic of the necromancy Grand Magus realm. Seeing that everything in the cemetery of death was progressing in an orderly manner, Han Shuo once again returned to Brettel City. After leaving Brettel City for a period of time, the current Brettel City seemed to have suddenly become a lot more lively. In the past, the streets of Brettel City were cold and desolate with basically no pedestrians. However, as soon as Han Shuo returned to Brettel City and released the Yin demon to patrol the city, he suddenly discovered that many changes had unknowingly occurred in Brettel City. This kind of change made Han Shuo very happy as the city lord. Because the mountain people from the surrounding mountains had migrated into Brettel City, the population of Brettel City had increased. In addition, the merchants who tasted the sweetness of Brettel City had all flocked to Brettel City. Not only did they bring all kinds of goods that Brettel City needed, some bold merchants had even started to open shops in various districts of Brettel City. After satisfying the demand for food, some gorgeous clothes and daily necessities were all taken out by the shrewd merchants to be sold. Although Brettel City's population wasn't large, the monthly salary that the youths received after joining the city guard was very generous. The gold coins that the simple and honest youth received every month would be used to improve his originally poor family. As long as a family had a young soldier, they would be able to live happily in Brettel City. The enthusiasm to join the army was unprecedentedly high. Even some impoverished youths in Seamist City would take the risk and come to Brettel City to join the army. Unknowingly, the number of city guards had increased from the original 3,000 to the current 5,000. With the battle maniac Dorcas around, Jack didn't even need to spend gold coins to forge equipment for these soldiers. During this time, Dorcas had led his soldiers to compete with Fox elite knights, encircling and annihilating some of the bandit groups that had invaded Brettel City. Dorcas and Fox actions were very effective. Not only had they eliminated 2 bandit groups, but they'd also plundered enough gold coins from their old lair to equip their soldiers. It had only taken a few months for Brettel City to go from being wantonly humiliated to taking the initiative to attack. The changes in Brettel City gradually aroused the attention of the 7 Grand Duchies. The 7 Grand Duchies that had been in the midst of war suddenly all stopped fighting. The dukes of the 7 Grand Duchies suddenly had a feeling that the wolf was coming. As the Yin demon circled around Brettel City, Han Shuo also learned of the current situation in Brettel City from Dick and Chester. Dorcas and Falk had each taken 1,000 soldiers and left Brettel City, still sweeping up some of the larger bandit groups in the surroundings. Dorcas was superior in leading troops and strategy, while Falk was equipped with standard knight equipment. The two seemed to be secretly competing against each other as they violently swept up the surrounding bandit groups. During this process, the soldiers under their command became more and more skilled in battle, gradually gaining true sharpness. Brian, many merchants have come to the city. If the current situation continues to develop, Brettel City will definitely become a big city that attracts people to migrate to. The fat on Jack's round face jiggled as he continued, I think it won't be long before those mountain people come down from above. Brettel City's welfare is so good right now, it's much more profitable than mining. No, it won't be long. Right now, the 5 mountain chiefs have already made up their minds. Apart from the old Adelman who doesn't have any lofty ambitions, the other 4 young mountain chiefs all want to lead their original subordinates to become part of Brettel City's regular army. Dick looked at Han Shuo and smiled wryly, those 4 fellows have urged me many times, wanting me to talk to my lord. It's just that my lord hasn't been in the city, so this matter has been delayed. Han Shuo's expression changed when he heard Dick's words. He asked with great interest, what's going on? Aren't they doing well with the surrounding ores? That depends on who they're compared to. Compared to ordinary poor people, their income from the mines is pretty good. However, when compared to the welfare of Brettel City's soldiers, their income from the ores is simply not enough to support the daily expenses of so many subordinates. All along, the mountain people haven't had a good life. Now that my lord has greatly improved the treatment of the soldiers, this treatment is far greater than their income from mining. In addition, Dorcas and Falk have seized many weapons, armor, and even gold coins in the process of wiping out the bandits. This kind of violence is far from what mining can compare to. The 7 Grand Duchies are so chaotic, so the easiest way to make money is through war. Whether it's selling weapons, warhorses, or directly becoming bandits, they're all the fastest ways to accumulate wealth. My lord's Brettel city has developed so quickly because of plundering other people's wealth. For the mountain people, following my lord is obviously much more promising than mining. Moreover, Dorcas and Falk have also brought back some bandit slaves. With these slaves, mining doesn't require so much manpower. Strong mountain people are all experts in battle. It's only natural that they want to join the army. Dick explained to Han Shuo. Hearing Dick's words, Han Shuo smiled and said, "It looks like everything is for profit. I just don't know how loyal these mountain people are. My lord, with you in Brettel City, do you think they would dare to be disloyal?" Chester suddenly said with a smile at this time. Chester's flattery was just right. Han Shuo smiled and thought for a while, saying, "There are 10,000 mountain people who can fight on the 5 mountains. This is double the total number of Brettel City's city guards. If these people join Brettel City, all the war chariots and catapults at the 4 city gates will truly be able to operate. Now that Brettel City has ample funds, there's naturally nothing more to say about its prospects for development. It's imperative to expand the army. 10,000 mountain people are the best soldiers. After fighting with the bandits for so many years, there is no need to doubt the fighting strength of the mountain people. I think this is very interesting. Now I just don't know if the mountain people are sincere or not. I think the mountain people definitely have sincerity, my lord." Dick immediately guaranteed when he heard Han Shuo's words. "Oh, how do you know?" Han Shuo looked at Dick with a smile that wasn't a smile, asking again, "Can you make a decision on their behalf?" Dick originally wanted to say that he was a mountain person, but he couldn't help but smile wryly when he heard Han Shuo's words, "My lord, although I can't make a decision for them, I know what they think. As long as my lord doesn't go overboard, they will definitely be willing to listen to my lord's commands based on their trust and gratitude towards my lord." "I see." Han Shuo was silent for a while, then said to Dick with a smile, "That's good. Tell the mountain people on my behalf that I'm also very happy to let them join the army. However, their troops must be split up. They can't still lead their original subordinates. In addition, the mountain people must all start from the position of squad leader. Only when they perform meritorious deeds in battle can they become their original leader again. During this process, all of the mountain people must be led by our people. As long as they agree to this, I will allow them to join the army and enjoy the same treatment as the soldiers." Han Shuo was also thinking for himself. There were 10,000 mountain people on the 5 mountains. If they were still led by their original leaders and all of them entered Brettel City, in case these people had ill intentions, the number of mountain people in Brettel City was double that of the city guards. It could bring unbearable damage to Brettel City. One must always be on guard against others. Now that Han Shuo was in this position, he not only had to be responsible for himself, but also for the citizens. Although Han Shuo believed that the mountain people's leaders wouldn't necessarily dare to act recklessly, nothing was absolute. Everyone had ambitions. Han Shuo didn't want to take this risk with the lives of the citizens. In addition, whether the young mountain people's leaders were really suitable to lead so many soldiers depended on whether they had the strength to do so. On the off chance that those young leaders were good-for-nothings, not only would Han Shuo not be able to get back the gold coins he'd invested, it might even bring hidden dangers to Brettel City. After becoming the city lord of Brettel City, Han Shuo's attitude towards problems had become more and more meticulous as he'd grown. He no longer blindly played dirty and ruthless tricks like before. "Alright, I will definitely convey Lord Dick's words." Dick didn't dare to guarantee anything after hearing Han Shuo's words, because Han Shuo's conditions were indeed a bit harsh. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.